yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Like, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's up, then it's stuck. It's stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. Got your bother, they bother. Got your triggers, they trigger. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, swords up, swords up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Let's go, start the show, symbol, we in chill, let's go, Avengers, assemble, lights, camera, action, we ready, stay ready, stay ready. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, Avengers, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, then slice. Yeah.
Tell the haters your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Keep it a secret. Keep it cute. Keep it classy. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. I need the fear back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. Tell a hater your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Keep it a secret. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. They jealous. Say they knows it. Pray I fail. Pray I lose. Pray I fall. Not telling you nothing. Not letting you win. Not letting you be in my circle. Stay out of my biz. Stay out of my face. Stop asking me questions. You heard what I said. Stop asking me questions. Don't make me get ratchet. Get ratchet. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. You wanna know my plans, my actions, how I move, how I groove, what I'm gon' do, when I'm gon' do it. You wanna know my goals, my steps. You under my biz. 21 questions. Next question. Skip now, dip. I biz. I'm moving inside, side, side. I'm moving inside, side, side.
This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Good morning. Surprise, surprise. I am on early this morning. Everyone else can join in as they get up. So, with that being said, we are going to break down the Cardi B trial. Some of you have already caught up with the case and the trial, and some of you don't know what's going on and what it is about. Have no worry, have no fear. I have the documents. We're going to start with the paperwork. I know, but to get the foundation and understanding, it's good to start with the actual complaint. So first, I am going to walk you through the complaint. That's where Emani Ellis lays out her side of the story in the 2018 incident in Beverly Hills and all the claims she filed against Cardi B. And then I'm going to go directly into the answer. Now, I know some of you don't like paperwork, but listen to this part. The complaint is not that long compared to some of those Diddy cases. And the answer response is even shorter than the actual complaint, I'm thinking, right? So we're going to do the complaint, which is going to be Emani Ellis and her complaints against Cardi B. And then we're going to do what Cardi answered in the legal documents, the answer to Emani Ellis. And Cardi pretty much, this is where she denies pretty much everything. She lays out her defenses like self-defense, like she was provoked, and says Ellis did not suffer the damages that she's claiming. From there, we'll move step by step into the rest of some filings later, but we'll get definitely into, there are a lot of videos and people that have covered the trial as far as the live videos and what has happened from day one all the way to day 3. And today makes day 4, where it's possibly going to be closing arguments. We will see. And that's why I'm going live as well, because, hey, I missed the other days, but I definitely will be here for the closing arguments. To be honest, that's like the best part. And then, so we're going to, like I said, bring it forward to the courtroom, where we're going to be watching the testimony, the viral moments, and the main, like the meat and potatoes, okay? Obviously, the trial days can go for hours and hours and hours. That's going to be like hours and hours. But today, there will be a new, trial. So we definitely will be, by that time, I went early because I want to be caught up by the time we go. It starts today, I think it's going to be 9:45 Pacific time, right? So 9:45 a.m. Pacific, I think. So by that time, we will be caught up with what happened so far from day 1 to day 3, and then we'll be caught up for today, which is day 4. So if you're confused by headlines, or only caught a few of those viral clips of Cardi's switching wigs, I know that was the viral clip in court. Don't worry. By the end of this, you'll have the understanding of the whole timeline from the complaint to hopefully we'll see what the closing argument is going to lead to. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and get started with the actual complaint, and then followed by answer, and then we'll get into some videos, okay? So the complaint is right in front of you. And now the original complaint was filed early on, as I stated, but Sometimes if you need to amend it, make corrections and things like that, you can file an amended complaint. And so we're going to actually read not the original, but the one that's amended. And then we're going to read the answer to the amended complaint. Okay, and it's 16 pages, but I'm not going to read all 16 pages, just the main meat and potatoes. And this was actually filed out the Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Los Angeles. Emani Ellis versus Cardi B. And it also has some does, like does 1 through 50, and it says I'm inclusive. And it says first amended complaint for damages. It says assault and battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligent hiring, training, supervision, and retention of employees, negligence, violation of the Bain Civil Rights Act. And it says comes now plaintiff Emani Ellis. That's the individual that is suing Cardi B. And plaintiff Emani Ellis is, and at all relevant times herein, was an individual residing in the county of Los Angeles, state of California. Plaintiff at all times mentioned herein was a security guard duly licensed to practice security in the state of California. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and based upon such information and belief, alleges that defendant Belcalis, this is her real name, Belcalis. I'm so used to saying Cardi B. So I would just say Cardi B is an individual residing in the county of Los Angeles, state of California. And it says plaintiff is informed and believes, and based upon such information and belief, alleges that defendant Cardi B is an individual residing in the county of Los Angeles, state of California. And here we get into some details. The location where the subject incident took place on February 24th, 2018. So, wow, like it started in 2018 and 2025. So it's like 7 years later. But yeah, here we are. And it says, was and is located at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, Beverly Hills, California, 90211. So this is where it took place, okay? And it says right here, on or about February 24th, 2018, plaintiff was lawfully working as a security guard on or near the premises of the subject property when defendant Cardi B assaulted and battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her about the head, face, and body, placing plaintiff in great fear for her life and physical well-being, and legally causing plaintiff to sustain injuries and damages herein author described. It says that now this is again the allegations. It's saying defendant Cardi B struck plaintiff with her long fingernails. Why they put that? Now Cardi does have long fingernails. But it's just the fact they put this here, like it says struck her with her long fingernails and sharp objects, causing plaintiff to sustain facial injuries, including cuts on plaintiff's face. Now I will say I've had like stiletto nails before, not as long as Cardi B's and trial. Those stiletto nails can be deadly. I'm just being honest, okay? Especially when they're like really sharp. If someone's sharp, like makes it like really pointy. Okay. The cuts on plaintiff's face later turned into facial scars requiring plastic surgery, which plaintiff received. Defendant also swung at plaintiff to strike her in the face and body. Defendant, wow, it's saying that defendant also spit on plaintiff. Defendant's spit landed on plaintiff's face, body, and clothing. How much spit was it? Defendant also used multiple profanities and racial slurs against plaintiff, who was African American. Child. Defendant Cardi B then used her celebrity status to get plaintiff fired from her job as a security guard. Defendant security guard, named herein as Doe 1, also assisted in causing injuries to plaintiff at the direction of Cardi B. And it goes on to say is that plaintiff suffered serious bodily injuries, mental anguish, and anxiety. Plaintiff received psychological and medical treatment as a result of this incident. Plaintiff continued medical treatment with various medical professionals and continues to suffer from pain and problems as a result of this incident. Now, I'm gonna hold my opinion, but y'all listen. Just by even reading this, it's like, what's really going on here? Like, this is like a lot of like injuries she's saying sustained for something that, I'll be honest, it seemed a little exaggerated as far as, but hey, imagine Cardi B, someone with all this money, and you have this incident with her. Oh my gosh, my neck hurts, my back hurts. Oh, I think you broke my nose. I mean, that's like a thing. Like, hey, Cardi B, come punch me in my face, and I'm gonna sue you. Somebody gonna think about, oh, Cardi B, an incident with Cardi B, you get some money. Now, I'm not saying, okay, I'm gonna keep on reading, okay? I'm just saying that I'm not saying nothing happened or whatever. We'll see. But all I'm saying is the person probably just thought about dollar bills, y'all. They might have exaggerated what happened or whatever. So anyway, let's get into this. Just know that if you're a millionaire and we get into a confrontation, my neck, my back, everything hurts. Okay, you got me. Okay. Plaintiff continue. Okay, so it says, plaintiff suffered serious bodily injuries. See, that's the part. Like, what bodily injuries? Serious bodily injuries, mental anguish, and anxiety. Plaintiff received psychological and medical treatment as a result of this incident. Of course, you're going to go get psychological and medical treatment because you need like that evidence of some sort of harm, right? Plaintiff continued medical treatment with various medical professionals and continues to suffer from pain and problems as a result of this incident. This court has subject matter jurisdiction over the claims raised herein pursuant to Article, and it says Section 10 of the California Constitution, as the claims contain causes of action under California law, which are not given by statute to the jurisdiction of any other court. And it says venue as to each defendant is proper in this judicial district. I'm skipping that. It's just saying that this is a proper location, the proper jurisdiction, the venue to hold this court in its trial. And then let's move to 8. It says plaintiff is ignorant of the true names and capacities, whether individual, corporate, or associate of those defendants fictitiously sued as those 1 through 50, inclusive, and so plaintiff sues them by these fictitious names. Plaintiff is informed and believes that each of the Doe defendants reside in the state of California and are in some manner responsible for the conduct alleged here. Now, how can it be 50 Does? Upon discovering like unnamed people that are involved, there's some way responsible. Okay, so I wonder if any. Okay, upon discovering the true names and capacities of these fictitiously named defendants, plaintiff will amend this complaint to show the true names and capacities of these fictitiously named defendants. Okay, and it says, unless otherwise alleged in this complaint, plaintiff is informed and on the basis of that information, belief alleges that at all times herein mentioned, each of the co-defendants, whether named or sued fictitiously as a Doe defendant hereinafter, and doing the things hereinafter alleged, were acting within the court scope and under the authority of their agency, employment, or representative capacity with the consent of his co-defendants. And it says the first cause of action. Now, this first cause of action is assault and battery, and it's saying it's for all defendants. So that's everyone getting sued. That's from Cardi B with the fingernails and child, and every the 50 fictitious names of the Does. Everyone being sued is under this cause of action of assault and battery complaint. And it says plaintiff alleges each and every allegation contained in the above paragraphs 1 through 9, and by this reference incorporates said paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. And it says, on or about February 24th, 2018, plaintiff was lawfully working as a security guard on or near the premises of the subject property when defendant Cardi B assaulted and battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her about the head, face, and body, placing plaintiff in great fear for her life and physical well-being, and legally causing plaintiff to sustain injuries and damages herein author described. Defendant Cardi B also spit on plaintiff and used multiple profanities. So it's pretty much repeating the same information that we just read. That's why I told you I can pretty much skip some of this. Just a second. As a factual and legal result of this conduct, plaintiff was hurt and injured in her health, her strength, and activity, sustaining injuries to plaintiff's body, and shock and injury to plaintiff's nervous system and person, which said injuries have caused and continue to cause plaintiff great mental, physical, and nervous pain and suffering. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and based upon such information and belief, alleges that said injuries will result in some permanent disability. So she's saying that what Cardi B has done in 2018 will result in permanent disability. Now, when someone says permanent disability, that there's no way that this is going to change or improve, they're definitely trying to get a big settlement in the jackpot. Okay. It says the plaintiff into all her general damages in a sum which exceeds the minimum jurisdictional limits of this court, according to proof at time of trial. It says, as a further factual and legal result of the aforesaid acts of defendant in each of them, plaintiff require and for an unpredictable period in the future will require the services of doctors, physicians, nurses, and hospitals, and like related professional services, including drugs, medication, MRI scans, and x-rays, and have and continue to incur medical and incidental expenses according to proof. As a result of defendant's acts herein, alleged plaintiff was physically harmed and experienced offensive contact with her person. As a direct result of defendant's unlawful conduct as herein alleged, plaintiff has suffered physical injuries, severe emotional distress, humiliation, embarrassment, mental distress, emotional distress, anxiety, economic harm, and other consequential damages, all in an amount exceeding the jurisdictional amount of this court, according to proofs at trial. So I'm looking over this, and y'all, I just will have to say immediately, it's just like, it seems like an over exaggeration of, the injuries and saying it's a permanent disability and things like that. So I don't know. We will keep on going and see. So the actions of defendant were such that a decent society would determine that such conduct would be offensive and not made for a casual or legitimate purpose. As a result of said non-consensual conduct and contact whereby defendant hit plaintiff severely injuring her, a cause of action exists against defendant under Civil Code 1708. And it says the aforementioned acts of defendant Cardi B were committed and done willfully, wantonly, and maliciously. And said intended acts were oppressive and committed in complete disregard of plaintiff's rights, feelings, and well-being, and were ratified by all other defendants herein. Plaintiff is informed, believes, and thereupon alleges that defendants, owners, founders, partners, and our managing directors authorized and ratified the actions of those 1 through 30. At all relevant times mentioned here, each of the defendants, those 1 through 30, were acting within the course and scope of his agency or employment. At all relevant times mentioned here, each of the defendants, those 31 through 41, was a supervisor, manager, and our training representative of those 1 through 30, and in doing the things alleged here was acting within the course and scope of that agency or employment. So basically just saying that everyone that is being sued, from Cardi B to all the those, are, they were working in this employment. They were all they're all responsible for what happened. So that's why they're all pretty much getting sued. I'm going to skip down here because this is like 16 pages, okay? The second cause of action is intentional infliction of emotional distress. So this is where they're going to talk about why they're, and it says against all the defendants, that it's going to be Cardi and everyone being sued. All the does, okay? And it says plaintiff real alleges each and every allegation contained in the above paragraphs 1 through 20. And so everything is real alleged. So it's going to be redundant and repetitive. It's going to reallege some of this stuff. And then they're also going to get into more details. So let's read this part. It says, defendant Cardi B, her behavior was extreme and outrageous, and that plaintiff was attacked by an individual with special training and experience in physical assault who used grossly excessive force. The behavior of Doe 1 was also extreme and outrageous, and that plaintiff was attacked by an individual with special training and experience in physical assault who used grossly excessive force. So remember, they're also trying to say that Cardi B security, like right here, okay, so it says Cardi B, the defendant, used her celebrity status to get plaintiff fired from her job as a security guard. And it also says, pay attention, defendant Cardi B security guard is who they're calling Doe 1. So Doe 1 is defendant security guard. At the time, I guess they didn't know the name of the security guard. So that's Doe 1. And they are saying this person has specialized training and things like that. So that's what they're saying. And that this person assisted in causing injuries to plaintiff at the direction of Cardi B. So they said that person, the security guard, has special training and experience in physical assault who used grossly excessive force. The behavior of Doe 1 was also extreme and outrageous, and that plaintiff was attacked by an individual with special training and experience in physical assault. Plaintiff is informed and believes that after the subject incident, defendants were involved in the purposeful and willful destruction of evidence, namely having the recorded footage of the subject unlawful incident erased. Oh, wow. So they're trying to say, well, she's in her complaint that the footage was actually erased. Like, so there's no evidence or video of it because it was erased. Okay, it says plaintiff is informed and believes, and based upon such information and belief, alleges that defendants, their agents, and employees, and each of them engage in the aforementioned acts intentionally and maliciously for the purpose of causing plaintiff to suffer humiliation, mental anguish, and emotional and physical distress. These violent acts, which were in the presence of other patrons at the subject property, caused plaintiff to be terrified, embarrassed, and intimidated by the violence. Okay, as a factual and legal result of the aforesaid conduct, plaintiff was hurt and injured, and plaintiff's health, strength, and activity sustaining injuries to plaintiff's body and shock injury to plaintiff's nervous system. So this is repeating her what happened to her. Okay, the harm. So let's skip down a little bit. And it says right here, ultimately, it says defendant Cardi B and Doe 1 ultimately destroying evidence of defendant's conduct as well as other acts to be investigated. Moreover, said owners, founders, partners, and our managing directors of the subject party had advanced knowledge and conscious disregard of defendants those 1 and those 1 through 30 propensities to commit violence. Propensities to commit violence, including but not limited to their criminal background, including felony charges of violence. And it says defendant Cardi B also had a criminal background, including felony charges of violence. As a result, plaintiff seeks punitive and exemplary damages against defendant Cardi B and all other defendants, and each of them in some according to proof at time of trial within the discretion of the court. Okay, now we're getting into the third cause of action, and that is negligent hiring, training, supervision, and or retention of employees. And this is against all defendants as well. So right here, just saying pretty much defendants had a duty of reasonable care in hiring, training, supervising, and retaining their employees and agents at the subject property. Said defendants and each of them knew or in the reasonable exercise of diligence should have known that defendant Doe 1 was unfit and incompetent to perform the duties for which he was hired, and that an undue risk to persons such as plaintiff would exist because of the hiring. Defendants and each of them knew or should have known that said defendant possessed violent tendencies and would engage in inappropriate and dangerous conduct in the presence of plaintiff and assault and batter her while acting as an agent employee of defendants in each of them. Defendant security guard, named herein as Doe 1, also assisted in causing injuries to plaintiff at the direction of Cardi B. So she's saying it's not just Cardi B that caused her injuries upon her person and upon her body. She's saying that Doe 1, Cardi B security guard, also caused injuries. That's what it's saying, the allegations. And it says plaintiff is informed and believes, and based upon such information and belief, alleges that defendant's negligence and carelessness was the cause of defendant Cardi B's assaulting and battering plaintiff and of the injuries sustained by plaintiff. As a factual and legal result of defendant's negligence and carelessness, plaintiff on or about February 24th, 2018, again, this is repeating what happened, sustained injuries on that day, okay? So let's go to the fourth cause of action, which is negligence. And for this one, it's pretty much saying it alleges everything from paragraphs 1 through 40, and it says on or about February 24th. It goes back into the same thing. It says on or about February 24th, 2018, plaintiff was lawfully working as a security guard on or near the premises of the subject property when Cardi B assaulted and battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her about the head. Again, that's repetitious. And using her celebrity status to get plaintiff fired from her job. That's repeating. And then it says defendant security guard named as Doe 1 also assisted in causing injuries to plaintiff Emani Ellis. Just a second. So this is repeating. For each cause of action, a lot of it is going to be repetitious. It's going to change a little bit, okay, slightly. Like it's going over that she's going to need, it's like a permanent disability. She's going to constantly need these drugs, medication, MRI scans and things. And then we have a fifth cause of action, which is violation of the Bain Civil Rights Act. And they're giving this location again where this occurred, which is 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in California, Beverly Hills, California. And it says the cuts on plaintiff's face, which is Emani Ellis, those cuts later turned into facial scars requiring plastic surgery, which plaintiff received. It says also defendant also swung at plaintiff to strike her in the face and body. Defendant also spit on plaintiff, which we went over. It says defendant was the aggressor and attacked plaintiff. Defendant was not injured in this incident. Plaintiff was severely injured in this incident, suffering facial injuries, including cuts on her face, as well as other injuries. It is firmly established that the right of every person to engage in a legitimate employment, business, or vocation is an individual freedom secured by the due process provision of the federal and state constitutions. The right to engage in a business or occupation cannot be taken away except by due process of law. The essence of Bain Civil Rights Act claim is that the defendant, by the specified improper means, examples like threats, intimidation, or coercion, tried to or did prevent the plaintiff from doing something he or she had the right to do under the law, or to force the plaintiff to do something that he or she was not required to do under the law. The Bain Act was intended to address only egregious interferences with constitutional rights, where the act of interference with a constitutional right must itself be deliberate or spiteful beyond just any tort, such as negligence. In this case, defendant assaulted and battered plaintiff to stop her from returning to work as a security guard while employed therein, and to prevent plaintiff from returning to work to keep the building safe and secure for visitors, which plaintiff averred she had the right to do. It is firmly established that the right of every person to engage in a legitimate employment, business, or vocation is an individual freedom secured by the due process provision of the federal and state constitutions. Now y'all are kind of like a little bit reaching on, to stretch this out for this. Okay. Defendant Cardi B violated the Bain Civil Rights Act and that she attempted to interfere and actually interfered with plaintiffs' exercise and enjoyment of her civil rights secured by law. Said rights that defendant attempted to and did interfere with include but are not limited to those secured by Civil Code 43. It says specifically, defendant assaulted and battered plaintiff to stop her from being able to return to the office building where she was lawfully employed as a security guard on February 24th, 2018. Defendant assaulted and battered plaintiff to stop her from being able to return to work. Defendant's intention was to cause injuries to plaintiff so she could not return to work as a security guard. So I don't really think that's going to, I don't really think that's going to actually hold or stick. Sometimes people add causes of action, just trying to add more stuff just so they could try to win something or get something. But this right here, this cause of action, it's not even gonna hold or stick. They're scratching this Bain Act to fit for this. Cardi, you're not actually planning on someone not, being able to return to work or something. Okay, defendant by threats, coercion, intimidation, physical force, including assault and battery, prevented plaintiff from returning to work as a licensed security guard, which was something she had the right to do under the law. Yeah. As set forth above, Cardi B verbally and physically threatened and intimidated plaintiff with deprivation of her rights of bodily integrity to be free from attack and to be free from assault and battery. Defendant Cardi B further coercively deprived plaintiff of her right to bodily integrity and to be free from physical attack by intentionally striking her above the head, face and body, placing plaintiff in fear for her life and physical well-being. Defendant Cardi B also spit on plaintiff and used multiple profanities and racial slurs against plaintiff, who is African American. Defendant Cardi B then used her celebrity status to get plaintiff fired from her job as security guard. Defendant security guard named herein as Doe One, so the security guard of Cardi B is also being named as an assaulter, says also assisted in causing injuries to plaintiff at the direction of defendant Cardi B. And it says the foregoing conduct by defendant constitutes a violation of the Bain Civil Rights Act, and that it constitutes an attempt to interfere and actually interfere with plaintiff's exercise and enjoyment of her civil rights secured by law. So I think adding the race component in there, they're trying to, so I don't think the Bain Act is going to work. But again, if you're trying to sue someone, you're going to add as many causes of actions as you can. So you're hoping that one will actually stick so you can get at least something. But for that one, I don't think that's going to hold at all. Now, let's see. So let's go down to prayer for relief. So prayer for relief. Wherefore plaintiff prays for judgment against defendants, and each of them as follows: for all general and special damages to compensate plaintiff for any medical expenses and suffering and related damages, for special damages in an amount according to proof, for plaintiff's loss of past and future earnings, loss of job security, and all damages flowing therefrom, for punitive damages as allowed by law that will sufficiently punish, make an example of, and deter future conduct by defendants, for treble actual damages, which in no case shall be less than 4,000, for a civil penalty of 25,000, for attorney's fees according to proof at time of trial, for cause of suit herein, and for such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper. So now that's that. So let's get into the complaint, which was a response from Cardi B initially before they went to trial. And yes, it's only about 6 pages. And let's see, it says answer to plaintiff's first amended complaint. And this was filed February 2024. And it says defendant Cardi B. Let me zoom in a little bit. Defendant Cardi B, professionally known, okay, I said her name. Cardi B answered the first amended complaint of Emani Ellis. And this is for the first amended complaint. And it says, and defendant denies generally each and every allegation of plaintiff's unverified first amended complaint, and specifically denies that plaintiff has suffered any damages as a result of any alleged acts, omissions, or conduct of or otherwise chargeable to defendant. And it says affirmative defenses. Defendant sets forth below her affirmative defenses. By setting forth these affirmative defenses, defendant does not assume the burden of proving any fact, issue, or element of a claim where such burden properly belongs to plaintiff. So the burden of proof actually belongs to the plaintiff. Okay. It says first affirmative defense. It says failure to state a cause of action. Plaintiff's first amended complaint fails to set forth facts sufficient to state a cause of action against defendant. And the second affirmative defense is provocation. Plaintiff is barred from obtaining any relief because plaintiff provoked the alleged acts upon which she complains. The third affirmative defense has self-defense justification. Plaintiff is barred from obtaining any relief because defendant's alleged conduct was reasonably necessary for her self-defense and safety and was justified by plaintiff's assault. So this is saying affirmative defense could be provocation, that she was provoked, and also that there's, she's not really, the amended complaint fails to set forth facts sufficient to state a cause of action against defendant. And then the third one was that, self-defense and reasonable, like she used reasonable methods to, defend herself. That could be affirmative defense. It says the fourth affirmative defense is statute of limitations. Plaintiff's causes of actions are barred by the applicable statutes of limitation, including but not limited to, and it gives the sections in California Code of Civil Procedure. And fifth affirmative defense is comparative fault by third parties. It says defendant denies that plaintiff has suffered any damages, but if it is determined that plaintiff has been damaged, then any such damages are properly apportioned among the third parties at fault. And then again, let's go here. It says the sixth one affirmative defense is lack of causation, intervening cause. Plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part because plaintiff's own conduct and intervening third party conduct was a superseding cause of plaintiff's alleged injuries. Okay, 1 second, please. So I'm trying to see that address. It looks like 8920. Okay. Okay, now we're pretty much going to get into now some videos of what has been happening in the trial from day one. We're going to start with day one and work our way to day 3. And by the time we get to day 4, today is actually day 4. So by the time we get to day 4, then they'll be going live with the Cardi B update for today, which could be the closing arguments could be started today. We will see. So we're going to the seventh affirmative defense right here, comparative or contribute. It said that she contributed to the negligence right here. It says right here. It says plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part because plaintiff's own conduct and intervening third-party conduct caused all or some of plaintiff's alleged injuries. So she's responsible for some of her own injuries. They're pretty much trying to say. And also that the eighth one is unclean hands. As a result of plaintiff's knowledge, conduct, words, and or actions, plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part by plaintiff's unclean hands. Like, people sue people sometimes when they're not innocent in the matter. Like, there's a doctrine of clean hands. Like, you're suing someone and you're just as guilty or you're guilty of something. And then now it's like you don't have clean hands, so how can you be pointing the finger at someone else when you're just as guilty in that same situation for your behavior? So, but some people still sue even though they have unclean hands. The ninth affirmative defense is lack of damages. Plaintiff's claims are barred because plaintiffs suffer no damages, and any damages alleged are, they're trying to say is attributable to causes other than any asserted acts or omissions of defendant. So they say any damages are not from Cardi B, it's from something else. Okay, and it's not, you cannot say it's because of Cardi B that you got those injuries. And then let's go to the next one. The 10th affirmative defense is speculative damages. Plaintiff cannot recover any of the damages alleged because such damages, if any, are too speculative to be recoverable at law. And then we have the 11th affirmative defense as failure to mitigate the damages. It says plaintiff's cause of action are barred in whole or in part because plaintiff in the exercise of reasonable diligence could have mitigated her alleged damages, and plaintiff failed to exercise such reasonable diligence and has not mitigated such alleged damages. So that's the 11th one. Now let's go to number 12. Okay, so number 12 has no right to punitive or treble damages or civil penalties. And it says right here, plaintiff's prayer for punitive damages, treble damages, and or civil penalties is barred because the complaint fails to allege facts sufficient to entitle plaintiff to recover these damages or penalties from defendant. Moreover, any award of these damages or penalties would violate the respective constitutions of the United States and or the state of California. And then we have the 13th affirmative defense. Plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part because of waiver and or estoppel. 14, so it's like she's using a lot of affirmative defense. 14 is assumption of risk. Plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part because plaintiff assumed the risk. So it's a lot of putting the weight in in all of this onto the plaintiff. Okay, and it says plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part by the doctrine of laches. And it says the 16th affirmative defense says plaintiff's causes of action are barred in whole or in part because the acts and omissions of which plaintiff complains are privileged. And then we're going here. It says defendant expressly reserves the right to raise additional affirmative defenses as such facts supporting any such affirmative defenses may become known to her during the pendency of this action. And it says prayer, wherefore defendant prays for judgment as follows: that plaintiff take nothing by way of her first amended complaint, that defendant recover her cause, and to the extent allowed by law, her attorney's fees against plaintiff. So Cardi's asking for, to be thrown out, this case be thrown out, that she get also her costs and that she has spent on this case defending herself, and also attorney's fees against plaintiff, and for such other and further relief as the court deems just. And that was April. Now, my opinion of this whole thing is, when someone brings up affirmative defenses and they're bringing up causation, they're bringing up self-defense, and they're bringing up things to kind of say that the plaintiff does not have clean hands, and especially self-defense and provocation, it's kind of like saying that something did happen, but these are my defenses. Yeah, I'm not going to deny or say I did this or that, but if, these would be my defenses. So Ellis claimed that Cardi physically attacked her, scratching her face, spitting on her, swinging fists, and made her fear for her safety. Cardi is pretty much saying that she's denying it, says she never touched Ellis, it was just words. And if anything happened, and she's saying that if anything happened, it was a reaction to Elvis provoking or threatening her. So yeah, on one hand, you're denying anything happened, and you're saying it's just words. And if anything did happen, it was a reaction to Ellis provoking or threatening her. Provocation, Cardi is like claiming, like, Ellis started by harassing and like recording her. And then also there's another one where Cardi is saying, like, it's, her defense is, it was no outrageous conduct. Cardi is saying, it was a brief verbal spat, not something that would shock the conscience or cause this much damage and emotional distress and all the things she's saying to her nervous system and things like that. And then she's not really going to be able to prove that all these damages she sustained. And if she has any injuries or damages or harm, that is not because of Cardi B. It's a result of something else or something else. So she will have to prove like something, Cardi B had any responsibility in any of her harm that are in the damages she's trying to seek. Okay. And then another thing is, she said something about like a comparative fault. It's like, even if Ellis was harmed, it wasn't her security's fault. It was other people there at the scene, and or even Ellis herself, that are also part of this. They're responsible for something that happened. So it's not Cardi B and her security, it's Ellis and the other people at the scene are responsible for how things went. So it's like a comparative fault. And another thing, she was saying there's like a lack of causation. So she's pretty much saying, like, Cardi is saying Ellis's injuries, like I said before, were not caused by her at all. Who's to say that she wasn't injured from another customer or something else that happened, or she already had injuries, or she just wanted some free plastic surgery? She has to have proof that the injuries. And where's the camera footage just to show that Cardi did anything? It's gonna be it's gonna be he say she now without any web camera. So maybe they came from something else entirely. That's you're the plaintiff. You have the burden of proof to prove this, that the injuries you sustained, got plastic surgery for, etc. You have to prove it came from Cardi. And then they're also trying to add, there's also people can say things about, statute of limitations, and things like that could be raised. And then the one I want to talk about is, I don't really think will hold or stick, is the actual Bain Act. It's like Cardi used threats, violence, and racial slurs to interfere with her rights as a worker. And that's why they're throwing in the race component, right? And it's like Cardi's defense is really, there's no violation, there's no threat to the constitutional rights or anything like that. And even if Ellis was mistreated, like how could she say Cardi is responsible? So basically, the burden of proof lies with the plaintiff and the prosecution. I wouldn't say prosecution, the plaintiff, because it's not a criminal case. For this case, it rests with the plaintiff in proving that Cardi is responsible for everything that she's saying. Okay, so let's go ahead and get. So that's the actual complaint. Okay. And like I said, Ellis is framing this as a civil rights abuse, bringing up race and things. Cardi says this is not about race, rights, or power. It's just an argument that's been scratched way too far. And that's why, you know, I don't think that last one, that Bain Act thing will stick. Because, you know, and people probably say, why is she bringing up race? Why is she bringing up race? Because she's trying to argue this civil rights violation. And I don't think that will stick. So now let's go ahead and get into some actual videos. So on day one of the Cardi B trial, Court TV is actually posting what happened in the actual courthouse. Unlike the Diddy trial, where we just had transcripts and we had YouTubers go down to New York City and they were telling us what happened day by day. And I also had transcripts and I was reading all the transcripts. This is California. A lot of times they allow people to be in the courtroom, court reporters and journalists, media, to actually go film the actual trial.
This is a case where Emani Ellis, the evidence will show that this is a case where Emani Ellis, on February 24th, 2018, at around 7 a.m., went to her job as she usually did as a security guard. And her job was to protect the building on behalf of the landlord. And she went to her job on that day, and at approximately
Elvis Presley, Elvis, not Cardi B. I like Cardi B, but Lord have mercy. But I don't know, maybe it's a new style. That hairdo, child, Cardi. That hair, child.
the evidence will show that approximately 1:30 p.m., as she was doing her rounds, she was on the 5th floor, and the defendant got off the elevator. And as the defendant got off the elevator, the evidence will show that plaintiff was excited. She was actually a fan of the defendant before this incident occurred. She was a fan of the defendant. And she said, wow, Cardi B is here, or something to that effect. And then the action happened. The evidence will show that Cardi B misunderstood what happened. The plaintiff was simply excited to see her and made that excited utterance. The evidence will show that the plaintiff had an earpiece on her phone, in her ear. And when she was there in the building, Cardi B, again, mistakenly thought that Emani Ellis was telling people that Cardi B was at the building, but that is not the case. Plaintiff will testify that that is absolutely not the case. Miss Ellis at the time was in uniform. She was working for Allied Security.
So yeah, as far as let me give a shout out first. Well, to answer your question, the security guard Emani Ellis, the one that's suing Cardi B, she's pretty much saying that the camera footage has disappeared, or they have paid someone to delete it or disappear it. Okay, you now if you kept up with the Diddy trial and what happened with that security footage, that probably could have vanished too if someone didn't record it. If one of the security guards that's now a police officer, if he never recorded it, but he ended up recording it with his phone to show his wife. Okay. Yeah, so I it could be possible that, it got disappeared. And now, without any evidence of it, now it's going to be harder to prove that of what actually happens. I mean, he say, she say, to be honest, because there's no camera footage, if there isn't any, right?
She had a license to be a security guard from 2014 to 2018. Miss Ellis was hired on behalf of the owner of the building, the landlord. And the landlord has a right to tell people to come in their building or to leave their building. If someone causes a disturbance, the security guard has the right to tell somebody, sorry, you gotta leave. And if you don't leave, we're gonna call the police. Yeah, that's their right to do that. The evidence will show that Cardi B was causing a disturbance. She started to yell, she started to curse, she started to...
Oh, no, I don't believe you. I don't believe Cardi B would do all of that. No. No, I don't. Okay, shout out to Intangible. Says, good morning, Dani. Just wanted to show some love, dropping some roses. Gotta get back to work. Have a great day. Dani Avengers, have a great day as well. And send some virtual roses right back at you. Again, and happy 20-month anniversary. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. But Cardi B also has long hair, so she also has to have, you know, her hair tucked in under the wig. So yeah, but yeah, that hairstyle ain't really it for Cardi B. Okay, there are some people that actually can pull their hair off because their face shape and how their face looks, they can pull off almost any hairstyle. They can pull off mullets. They just, because their face is just how their face shape and their head and its size and it just fits. But Cardi B, that bold shape haircut ain't really it. I think she probably realized that probably after the first day.
Really say things that don't make sense in this day and age. I think we all know that in this day and age, you don't use this type of language to people.
Look at Cardi B face. Oh my gosh, he said at this day and age, you don't use that type of language to people. She's like, what the fuck? Oh man, yeah, girl. If you go to court, you gotta show up looking innocent. But y'all wanna know the quickest way to look really innocent? Even if you don't wear glasses, get you some, go to one of those stores that sell them reading glasses and put some glasses on your face. And boom, you'll go from looking like how you know, to looking more innocent. Put glasses on and dress a little bit more, you know, casual, and you know, and once you look kind of nerdy, then child, boom, people like, oh, ain't no way that little geeky person did any of this. A mess. Now you don't show up looking like you just about to rob somebody. Okay, you don't show up like you want to rob somebody. You got this hair on your head, looking like a man, and looking crazy, like you about to come after somebody. That's too menacing. That's like a I look guilty outfit in the hairdo.
Okay, I'm not gonna even say that. We'll have Emani Ellis tell you what the word is. You'll all hear how hurtful that word was to Emani Ellis. After she stated those words and hurt Emani Ellis, she then took a swing at her and attempted to hit her in the face. The evidence will show that after that, or sometime in between that, the evidence will show that Cardi B spit on the plaintiff, actually spit on her. And that's considered, according to the law, the evidence will show that it's considered.
Cardi B is switching off her face like, I didn't do that. Ooh, I didn't do that. Do y'all think Cardi B did anything to that lady? Because why is she using affirmative defense? She was provoked. If you say someone provoked you for how? What did they do? You just said something bad. You didn't do nothing bad. And you say self-defense. How did you defend yourself? Just verbally? But using those affirmative actions or mentioning those, you know, just like even with in the Shanquella Robinson case, Desiree Jackson even is using some affirmative defenses, and I'm like, yeah, you already know that you're caught and you're busted on, you know, in that video that's circulating and went viral. So you're now trying to use these affirmative defenses of, you know, self-defense and such and such.
An assault and battery in and of itself. There's some law enforcement people that would actually assault someone back if they got spit on. You can't just go around spitting on people. So the evidence will show that the defendant spit on the plaintiff. And then finally, to make it all worse and make it really bad, Cardi B then, in the attack, cut Emani Ellis's left cheek. She cut it with her fingernail. Cardi B is left-handed, and somehow she was able to cut the left cheek with her left hand.
So how did all of this cause her to need MRIs and all the whole list of things y'all are saying, a permanent disability, and all the things y'all mentioned as far as harm? I'm not getting. It's a reach. It's a reach as far as what you're trying to say this would cause. Obviously, you know, looking for a pay. This is also a payday. We have to, you know, it is a payday. Someone like Cardi has a lot of money. You're going to try to go for as much money as possible.
Okay. Because of this attack, Emani Ellis went to a Dr. Scher. Dr. Scher is a cosmetic surgeon. The evidence will show that Miss Emani Ellis went to Dr. Scher to find out what can be done to help her with this cut. And Dr. Scher said you need to wait.
So now y'all said with the cut. So y'all have to get to the part where you explain her nervous system and other things going on and MRIs. You have to get to that part to how I can. What did she do to cause other injuries, like internal injuries, like not just that?
At least a year, maybe 2 years, because we want to see if it turns into a scar. You can't just run and do plastic surgery. So it did turn into a scar. And when she weighed, and it was also very costly. She couldn't really afford the surgery. And as we all know, in April of 2020, the pandemic started. So another couple of years were lost because plastic surgery is elective surgery. So she lived with the scar for another couple of years. And in 2021, Dr. Scher died. He passed away. The evidence will show that. In 2022, Emani Ellis went to a different doctor, Brent Mulliken, who you will hear from. Brent Mulliken is a plastic surgeon who was designated as an expert witness in this case, who will testify in his opinion why he believes where the scar came from in his opinion, which he will testify. The evidence will show that he will testify at his expert opinion of being a plastic surgeon, that the scar came from a fingernail.
Okay, I want to mention first that you may have seen Cardi doze off. She does not live in Los Angeles. She traveled here for this trial. She's very anxious to see this, to be here, but she got food poisoning on the way out. And so I'm sure all of you can imagine how terrible that is. Do not mistake it for a lack of interest in the case. She's come a long way.
Child, they said she dozed off and then she had food poisoning. So they wanted to make sure everyone understood, like, she's not just uninterested and it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? I don't want to be here and I don't give a fuck about this. It's just that she's tired and has food poisoning.
And this is a very important proceeding for her, but she is sick, and so I apologize for that. This is the last time, the last opportunity I'll have to speak to you directly until all the evidence is in. This is my chance to tell you what I believe the evidence will be. Now, what I say and what counsel has said today are like promises. We're predicting, we're promising you what we're going to show. And at the end of the trial, and I want you to remember the promises, because at the end of the trial, I'm going to ask you who kept their promises and who didn't. Now, obviously, both sides can't tell their side of the story at the same time. That would be chaos. So in our system, the person who filed the lawsuit gets to go first. You've heard many times today that it's very important that you keep an open mind, that you hear.
So Cherry says a left-handed person will more than likely scratch someone on the right side. Huh? Oh no. Let's see. If someone was left-handed. Oh yeah, that would kind of make more sense. You have to think about it'll be on their right side of their face. The left side would be like somebody had to give you a backhand slap or something. He had to hit you with that backhand, pimp hand, like I did some kind of that's what you're saying now. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Both sides of the story before both sides of the evidence, both sides' documents, before you make a decision or come to any conclusions. It is the only way to be fair to both sides that you hear all of the evidence and not just jump to conclusions. Now, this is what we expect the evidence will show. First, Cardi is a loving mother to 3 young children and a devoted daughter and sister in a tight-knit family. She came from a very humble beginning. She is a successful recording artist now, but she was born in poverty in New York City's Washington Heights. She worked very hard to get where she is. In 2015, she joined the cast of a reality show called Love and Hip Hop New York, and from there, she all of a sudden got all these followers, and that ended up with her becoming a Grammy award-winning and critically acclaimed recording artist. Now, second, the evidence will show that in late February 2018, Cardi was about 4 months pregnant with her first child, excuse me. It was early in her pregnancy. She came out to Los Angeles for work, basically, related to the NBA event. And she asked a friend, or she asked someone to recommend a gynecologist. She wanted to just check. And so she made an appointment, or an appointment was made for her, to see a gynecologist at a medical building in Beverly Hills. They took special steps to make sure this was private. The appointment was on a Saturday afternoon. The doctor, the gynecologist, had arranged for his staff to leave early. Her normal security person did not join her, because what could happen? She was going into he stayed in the car, she was going into a doctor's office, so what could possibly happen? And what happened was plaintiff. The evidence will show that plaintiff had her phone to her ear when the elevator opened, as Cardi was trying to make her way to her doctor's office. She was a patient. And the plaintiff stated out loud, "Wow, that was Cardi B." Cardi turned around and saw the plaintiff holding up her phone, filming or photographing her. And Cardi said, "Why are you doing that? Why do you think you can photograph me? Just steps away from my doctor's office." And the evidence will show that plaintiff's response was a belligerent "because I can." Now, you will hear evidence that plaintiff continued to follow Cardi as Cardi tried to get to her doctor's office. Evidence that plaintiff continued to yell at Cardi.
So she has a doctor's appointment. She's going to her doctor. Security guard recognizes her, saying, it's Cardi, like she's a fan or something. And then she, Cardi says she starts recording. Now, should someone be recording someone at their doctor's appointment? No. Like, you should actually have it to where no one should even know you're at your doctor's appointment, because you should have privacy there to know security or anyone. No one should be filming you or recording you or doing anything. You should be professional. Even if that's Cardi B, if you're a security guard, you should be, in my opinion, you should be professional and not like, if I wanted my gynecologist, please don't bother me. Yeah, celebrity or not, don't bother me. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, so that's one thing I will say. So they are saying that this whole thing lasted about 60 to 90 seconds. And that the plaintiff, Emani Ellis, is saying that Cardi B is the aggressor.
That when people from the doctor's office came out and told plaintiffs to stop, saying, "You're a security guard, what are you doing?" That plaintiff continued, and when someone intervened and got between them, plaintiff started taking swings at Cardi B. As Cardi B backed up and backed up, Cardi B was, facing someone, with all respect, who testified and admitted that she was 240, 250 pounds, wearing black military boots, hovering over Cardi, yelling and screaming at her and taking swings at her, trying to get to her beyond the person who was trying to intervene and trying to calm things down. Now, I don't take any pleasure in saying this, but there will be evidence that it was plaintiff who yelled, "I will your up." That's when someone intervened and dragged plaintiff to an elevator and said, "You have to leave. You have to leave." You will hear Cardi's testimony that she both feared for her unborn baby. This was her first pregnancy, and a very large woman was advancing towards her, and she was utterly confused that a security guard would be her attacker. Importantly, plaintiff has repeatedly changed her story over the last 7 years.
Change her story over the last 7 years. So with that, I told you all that this was actually a amended complaint. So there actually is an original complaint. Now that they mentioned of a change of a story, I actually need to see the original complaint and then compare it to the amended. Why was it amended? What was changed? What's the difference between those two lawsuits? So I definitely will go ahead and compare those two, a compare and contrast of those two lawsuits. And so let's move now to another video. Let's see what Emani Ellis had to say. The plaintiff says that Cardi B body shamed her, cursed her out, and spit on her, and cut her. She's saying that she had those long Edward Scissorhands. Now, so a lot of people be having them Edward Scissorhand nails. They, go ahead and give people a free haircut. Go carve some ice and go carve some trees and Edward Scissorhands. I like that movie. I don't know how many times I watched Edward Scissorhands. I watched that movie like 1,000,000 times. I don't know why. But so with that being said, some people have them Edward Scissorhands. They can slice and dice it with them nails. Okay, I've had stiletto nails, like I said, and sometimes it was like dangerous. Okay, but now I don't have them long like Cardi B have hers. Because I'm a person that types a lot, so I can't have them too long. But yeah, so let's see. The security guard, Emani Ellis, the plaintiff in the civil case against Cardi B, detailed verbal and physical assaults. She claimed she was subjected to verbal and physical assaults when the rapper Cardi B visited her doctor. And again, I wouldn't say the security guard should be filming anybody or recording anybody in the doctor's office, going to the doctor's appointment. That's a no, for sure.
On the date of February 24th, 2018, what were you doing?
I was at work on duty as a security guard.
Where were you?
The address of the building was 8920 Wilshire Boulevard.
And for how long had you been working as a security guard as of 2018?
For 4 years.
And what did it take to become a licensed security guard?
You have to get fingerprinted and it's sent to the state of California for approval.
And do you have any criminal record?
No.
Could you become a security guard if you have a criminal record?
No.
Have you ever assaulted and battered anybody in your lifetime?
No.
Were you using your telephone to take photographs of the defendant when you saw her exit the elevator?
No.
She's right here saying that that's not true, that she was not recording her. Child. And the thing is, in a building or establishment like that, there should be camera footage, but the security guard is saying that they disappeared it, or it's not, it's they did something to make it go missing, or to have no camera footage.
So if you could just tell us in your own words, when you got to the 5th floor, you were doing your rounds, and you saw Cardi B, what did you say?
I said something along the lines of, that looks like Cardi B, or wow, that's Cardi B.
Were you talking to anybody at that time?
No.
For sure.
Yes.
Were you entering the elevator?
I was, yes.
Did you actually go inside the elevator?
I did, yes.
And did Cardi B exit the elevator?
She did, yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
After she heard me say her name, she turned back around, and the first thing out of her mouth was, excuse my language, was, why the f are you telling people that you seen me? At this time, I tried to calm her down and assure her that I didn't tell anyone that I seen her, and she was extremely upset.
And what did she tell you after that?
Then, excuse my language again, but she said, yes, you did, and then she put her finger in my face.
When she put her finger in your face, did she have long fingers?
She did.
So here's the thing. It depends on the proximity to other people, like who was around and how far away were other people. Because if you said Cardi B, if you were talking out loud, how do you know other people didn't hear you? If I say something out loud, like, oh, it looks like Cardi B, people might hear you say it. Were other people around to hear you say Cardi B?
Approximately how long were her fingernails on the date when she put them in your face?
About 2 to 3 inches long.
When you have seen different pictures and videos of Cardi B, you notice that she has long fingernails in those videos and photographs.
Yes.
When you saw her today, did you notice that her fingernails were very short?
Yes.
Does she usually wear them that short?
Objection, speaking.
Also, last conviction sustained.
Have you seen, well, straight, for how long, were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
I was.
What kind of fan were you?
I enjoyed her music. I was interested in going to a concert. I did.
That lawyer is trying to be shady. Like, the lawyer believes that Cardi B intentionally wore her nails short to hide the fact that she has long nails. They were hoping that she would show up with long nails, so she was smart enough not to show up with long nails, because then they could see, you know, they could see her long nails. Everyone could see these long nails and how long they are and how sharp, or how, you know, ooh, that could possibly cause something. So they definitely wanted to show up. So that was smart to show up with the short nails.
Didn't have any problem with her.
Did you ever go to see her in concert?
I had tickets to go to see her, but I never went after this incident.
And when were you supposed to go see her in concert?
I'm not sure of the date. It was sometime in 2018.
And you're very close with your grandmother, Diane Schmidt, is that correct?
Correct.
How old is your grandmother?
She's 79.
Does she have information about this incident objection?
So shout out to Judy Coles. I appreciate the fan funding super sticker. Again, shout out to Judy Coles. I appreciate the fan funding. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting the like button. So K Sam Carr says, yeah, in a trick question. So what makes you think of the trick question?
Did you show your grandmother the scar on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you show the cut on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018 to your grandmother, Diane Schmidt?
Yes.
And what year were you born?
1992.
And how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I'm the oldest of 5.
And your grandmother has seen you regularly from birth up to the present time?
Yes.
And what about your mother? Did you live with your mother up until a certain point?
Until the age 19.
Did you sustain any? Well, straight. Let me take you a little bit back to you. So, when you were at the building and Cardi B exited the elevator on February 24th, 2018, what were the words that she used that were so hurtful?
She used a lot of words. And again, excuse my language, but she was like, bitch, that's why I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna get you fired. That's why you do security. That's why you do security. She was sticking her tongue out. She was flailing her arms up and down. She was jumping up and down. Body shaming me. I mean, racial slurs, just a lot.
Child, this is, I mean, he say, she say, there's no footages. And also, why, this is going to be a big issue. It happened in 2018, and you didn't file your lawsuit until 2020. So now it's like, so yeah, so what happened between 2018 to 2020? I don't really think this case is going to go that far. I don't know, unless a miracle happens. A miracle has to happen because, yeah, like a lot of things are not adding up or making up, like making sense, should I say. The math ain't really mathing. A scratch or a spit usually doesn't require plastic surgery to the extent that she's saying, or multiple mental health experts, unless there's already another factor at play, some other underlying issue or other issue. And now we're going to get into some witnesses, and some witnesses are going to harm this case too. So let's keep on going. We're going to get to the witness so y'all can see some of the witnesses take the stand as well. Hold on.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Why did you exit the elevator to speak with her after she said what she said?
I wanted to clarify the misunderstanding.
Did you also want her to leave because she was causing a disturbance?
At that time, she was causing a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming, and I did want her to leave.
And as a security guard, were you working there as an extension of the owner to be able to make that kind of call, whether somebody should be told to leave because they're causing a disturbance?
Objection, Lady Life Foundation, also legal conclusions.
Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm going to ask you a different question.
And that's why we need some footages, because obviously both people are going to see a little bit of an advantage. It's not just Cardi that benefits from no camera footage, but the plaintiff also benefits from no camera footage. Both sides benefit if there's no footage or evidence. Yeah. Cardi is definitely someone that, you know, can get ratchet and be ratchet. Okay, we know that. And then the security guard, she don't look innocent either. So I think the whole clean hands approach is actually something that affirmative defense about doctrine of clean hands, that nobody hands ain't clean in this situation.
Did the landlord hire you as a security guard to protect this building?
Yes.
Overruled. And did you do that?
Yes.
For how long?
For about 4 years.
During those 4 years, did you ever have a problem with anybody else?
Never.
Not one time.
Not as far as I can remember, no. Not a perfect employee, but a good employee.
Did the defendant take a swing at you?
She did.
For those of you who know and those of you who don't, Cardi B has a little bit of a history of altercations and violence. However, the judge ruled none of that will be coming in on this trial. Too prejudicial. All right, we need to take a break. We'll hear more of Emani Ellis' testimony on the other side. Keep it here.
Yeah, that's obvious. You know, just because she has a previous history of violence or other things, that doesn't mean that you should automatically bring it into this new case. Now, sometimes it's useful or whatever for, you know, the plaintiff, but it's also, you know, it's unfair to it's prejudicial to the actual defendant in the case to have their past be brought up. Like, what happens if it was like something that happened a long time ago and someone's bringing up old stuff to try to say or justify or to try to prove that you're guilty of something that happened just recently? It's crazy. So a lot of that stuff gets someone cannot use that in court. So that looks like what they decided, that they would not be able to bring up her old charges and old things in this case.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Cardi B civil assault trial. I'm Michael Ayala. It is day one for the civil trial of the rapper who allegedly attacked a security guard in Beverly Hills back in 2018 while she was 4 months pregnant and attending a doctor's appointment, a private doctor's appointment on a weekend. The security guard, Emani Ellis, claims that Cardi B violently hit her in the head and face, which left her with physical and emotional damages and as well as a little bit of a scar on her face. Now, in Cardi B's response to the lawsuit, she says Ellis was on her personal phone and loudly announced that she had just seen the rapper and appeared to be trying to record video of her. Now, at the time, Cardi B was keeping the news of her pregnancy private and out of the media. She maintains Ellis initiated the screaming match and maintains there was no physical contact. Let's get you into that California courtroom again, where plaintiff Emani Ellis testifies about the physical and psychological issues that she claims she suffered after the attack.
After the incident happened, were you intending to sue?
No.
Is that why you didn't take photographs?
Correct.
Assisting.
Why didn't you take photographs of the cut to your face or any injury you sustained after the assault and battery?
Objection, lacks foundation, argument.
Over.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Why did you not take photographs of the scar after the incident?
I was upset. I was a lot going on. I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were not intending to sue, is that correct?
No.
Were you intending to sue Cardi B at that moment when the incident occurred?
No, I was not.
In addition to being a security guard, did you have an interest in criminal justice?
Yes.
What were the classes that you took or were going to take?
I got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration.
And after this incident, did you continue in that path?
I chose a different career field.
What is your current career at this time?
I work in social services.
And what do you do? Who do you work with?
I work with low-income families to access resources.
Did Miss Cardi B, after this incident, post different things about you to her fans?
She did.
In how many different instances?
Probably about 2.
Okay, and did you do the same thing back to her?
Never.
After the incident, did you seek medical treatment from a psychologist, Nicole McKenzie?
Yes.
And that was approximately 2 months after the incident?
Correct.
What did Dr. McKenzie do for you?
She provided therapy, counseling therapy.
Was it helpful?
I believe it was at the time.
Before the incident, did you ever have any type of psychological or psychiatric medical treatment?
Can I answer? Okay. Something happened with my sister and a neighbor. My family was given therapy on behalf of that. That was all I can recall.
And how long ago was that before the incident?
Over 10, 15 years ago, before the incident.
So approximately what year was that?
I'm not sure.
And was there a gap between the completion of that treatment and this incident?
Yes.
Approximately how many years from the last time you treated for the old incident you're telling us about to this incident of February 24th of 2018?
Between 10 and 15 years.
The treatment with Dr. McKenzie, Nicole McKenzie, was that treatment solely because of this this incident of February 24th, 2018?
It was.
Life Foundation calls for medical.
So she's saying even though she didn't sue until 2020, that authored the event in 2018, that shortly authored it, that she did actually see psychological help. So what do you all think about that? And also she said she didn't take pictures of her actual face at that time either. So that's also problematic, because now where's the evidence of how your face looked after the incident? And if you say, and also, I guess I got to see, when did she actually have surgery, or, you know, plastic surgery?
Please disregard the prior answer.
Did you go to Nicole McKenzie because you were assaulted and battered on February 24th of 2018 by Cardi B?
Objection.
Overruled.
Answer? Yes.
Did you go there for any other reason?
No.
And around that time, did you also seek medical treatment from Dr. John Scher?
I did.
And he's a cosmetic plastic surgeon?
Yes. He was, yes.
Is it your understanding that he died in 2021?
Yes.
And when you saw him, did he advise you that you needed to wait at least 1 year to determine if the cut became a scar?
Objection. Hearsay and legal.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Did Dr. Scher ask you to return approximately 1 year after he saw you for the first time?
Objection. Leading to hearsay.
Oh.
He did.
Why did he ask you to wait 1 year?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know why he asked you to wait for a whole year before seeking medical treatment?
Objection. Life Foundation.
Overruled.
He said he didn't want to treat it prematurely and for me to come back.
Did the scar become a keloid?
It made a scar, yes.
Do you know if it's called a keloid, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure if it's called a keloid.
Before the incident of February 24th, 2018, did you have any scars to your left cheek?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the exhibit. I'm going to pull up and get the exhibits, okay? Hold on a second. So at an unspecified date, after 2018, she had plastic surgery to address those scars. And then in 2022, she was formally evaluated and photographed by Dr. Molekin or something like that for purposes of litigation. But that was after she filed the lawsuit, though, that she was formally evaluated by someone else. So anyways, I need to go ahead. I'm going to pull up the exhibits, okay? Now, most likely they showed these exhibits in court, but I'll go ahead and pull up the document that shows exhibits. Okay, hold on.
Never.
Did you have any scars anywhere on your face?
Never.
At some point, well, straight. Do you remember the pandemic in April of 2020?
I do.
You remember that there was a period of time where elective medical treatment was not allowed?
Yes.
What about the cost of the treatment? Could you afford to pay, I don't $20,000 to get plastic surgery to your face?
No.
Did Dr. Mulliken agree to treat you on a lien basis?
He did.
And when you got medical treatment on a lien basis, is it your understanding that regardless of the outcome of the case, you still owe Dr. Mulliken the fees for the treatment that he did? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you also see a pain management doctor for one visit?
I did.
So it's kind of like they're pending the outcome of this case. They're probably hoping to make it big, like make a big payday, a good settlement or judgment, should I say. So that way she'll be able to pay the doctor with that money. So they're really hoping for like a big payday. But look, if she doesn't win this lawsuit and she doesn't win any money, she still has to pay back that surgeon for that procedure. So that actually shows, to be honest, y'all, that the surgeon is like, okay, well, what person would give you surgery for pretty much a lien, or like, you know, like a lawyer works for free, like pro bono, like a surgeon would do free surgery on you, not free, but like a lien, or like, you know, it's basically like you can pay me back once the lawsuit is settled. Or maybe some people have this whole thing like arrangement with some lawyers that they'll offer these services, and then once a settlement is won, then that person gets, you know, the doctor gets paid. So win or lose this case, that doctor wants their money. Okay.
Did you also treat with different psychologists, including Alex Avila and other psychologists on October 8th, 22 through July 2nd of 23?
Objection. It's a violation of the order granting the motion and eliminating.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you seek treatment from psychologists, including Alex Avila and other psychologists, from October 8th, 22 through July 2nd of 23?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Correct, yes.
And for that psychological treatment, did Dr. Avila's office agree to treat you on a lien basis?
They did, yes.
For Nicole McKenzie, did you
Wow. So listen, this is crazy. But, you know, they are all counting on her winning this. And if she doesn't win, she's going to owe all this money back for all these people that have treated her. Procedures, evaluations, assessments, anything she's getting done is all under the expectation that there's going to be a payday at the end. So, again, I'm not saying Cardi B is innocent, but if you are a celebrity or you have deep pockets or you have money, you got to be really careful how you move about, because people are looking for, they're going to really come for you. Like, you know, if Cardi B was broke, that person would not be doing all of this. But the fact that it's Cardi B, people are seeing dollar signs. Let's be honest, okay? A regular smuggler person at the club, if something happens, you take your ass home from the club and you go about your life. Cardi B, now, oh, okay, my neck, my back, my shoulders, permanent disability, permanent damage. You're gonna, you know, it's a lot. It's a payday, and then you have all these people willing to give you this and that for free because they all think that you might also get a big payday, and then they'll get their money.
Were the medical bills totaling $5,087 from her office for medical treatment that you received related to this incident?
Objection. 80, Wax Foundation.
Assisting.
Is it your understanding that your total medical bills related to this incident are $36,000?
You need to start with the foundation. You need to establish what she knows and how she knows it.
And did you receive medical bills at your home from these different medical providers?
I'm not sure.
Did some of the medical providers send you bills to your home?
I'm sure, yes.
All right, folks, we need to step aside here for a break. When we come back, Emani Ellis faces cross-examination and is questioned about an email that she sent. So keep it here on your front row seat, Justice.
And closing arguments, a beloved law professor shot in broad daylight. 7 Central only.
Welcome back. Before we head back to court, I want to bring back in our guest still with us to discuss his family law and trial attorney, Scott Friedman. And Scott, before you were suggesting that this was someone looking for their 15 minutes of fame, after you've heard the direct, now again, I want to say we've only heard direct, we haven't heard the cross. But at this point, do you still believe that? Some of her testimony leads me away from that. She doesn't seem like that type. And again, I was wondering, would it work against her or for her, the fact that she took no photos and didn't really go to the police right away or at all?
Yeah, I think you're right, Michael. I mean, my position's changed a little bit with respect to that opinion. She seems more credible than I thought she might be, but there's still some holes and things. You know, one of the things that I think the plaintiff's counsel needs to do a better job is letting her tell her story. There's an awful lot of leading questions here which I know sometimes on direct, people try to squeeze in, but I think that the important thing was to her to tell her story. And that would be more open-ended questions. But yeah, I'm changing a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta say, she comes across very credible to me. And in a case like this, they put her on first, so it's the first thing this jury is seeing. I think it's a wonderful impression that she's making, saying, okay, I'm kind of feeling her, I'm kind of on her side here, and I'm gonna wait to see what happens. But at the end of the day, it's a great way to start the case, is it not?
I agree. And I would have also started with the social services aspect of her employment, because I think that hits home. And, I usually start an examination trying to say, tell us about yourself. What do you do? Give us.
Yeah, I picked up on that. Trying to say, oh, okay, she went to school, criminal justice. She hasn't had any previous incidents with assault and battery of any person. She's in social services, social work. That's trying to paint the picture of that she's a great person, a good person, upstanding citizen, and things like that.
Some more guidance that way. And she's got a very sympathetic, sounds like, situation with that. So that's just what I think about that particular part of the examination.
And what do you make of the fact, I mentioned it earlier, Cardi B has a bit of a background. She's got some issues, some assaults in her background, some misdemeanor assaults and other things that have gone on. But this jury's not going to hear any of it. Again, the defense fought hard to keep it out, and the judge said, look, it was too prejudicial, not probative enough of anything in this particular instance. What do you make of that ruling?
Well, I was not aware that she had that background, Michael, and obviously I didn't hear the arguments related to the judge, but I think it definitely benefits the defense because if they could show a pattern of this and show that she's prone to doing these kinds of things, it would probably not sit well if I'm a juror sitting there hearing this testimony from Emani. Now, I'm really interested in continuing to follow this trial and hear about the other witnesses.
All right, can't wait to hear from Cardi B as well. All right, stand by. We're going to get you back in the court now, folks, where Emani Ellis is now facing cross-examination.
So this is going to get into the cross-examination, but I also want to show y'all this right here really quick. So this is like the amended joint trial witness list. This was for trial date August 25th, but that was the first day of trial. And this right here was the final status conference was July 30th, 2025, 8:30 a.m. And then we have plaintiff Emani Ellis and defendant Cardi B by and through their counsel of record respectfully submit the following amended joint trial witness list. Okay. So this is like, of course, Cardi B is on that first line. There's a Farid or MD, there's a doctor right there. MD, Emani Ellis, of course, the plaintiff. Someone named Justin Grant. So it pretty much gives like all the witnesses they plan to bring from both sides. Is it a witness for the plaintiff, a witness for the defense, and let's see here. So yeah, so these are all the pretty, now again, it might have been updated since that time because they can add more up until a certain point. And so there, someone was telling me I definitely need to watch the one with the receptionist. Oh yeah, there it is right there, Brent Mulligan. So that Dr. Brent Mulligan is right there. That's the one that the plastic surgeon for Emani's face from the 2022. That was a formal evaluation. I didn't say that's the exact date of procedure. That was when she was formally evaluated, and that's author filing. And there's the Dr. McKenzie right there as well. So, okay, so I'm gonna go back. Let's go back to the video now. I'm just showing y'all the witness list for those that are interested in seeing the different names of the people. And there's another receptionist at that building right there named Anita Parsi. There is a Diane Smith, which is the plaintiff's grandmother. They mentioned, remember, that'd be Imani's grandmother. Imani's grandmother. And then the plaintiff's mother is Leanne Smith or Smith. I think it's be Smith. H might be silent. And then Mike Shock is the guest at the building. And yeah, so that's it. That's the witness list.
Your lawyer showed you photos of the building that you were working on as a security guard in February 2018. Do you know the name of the building?
I don't know the name.
Was it Beverly Hills Medical Center?
It could have been, yes.
Yeah, it was a medical facility, right?
Yes.
And the incident that you think happened that day happened at approximately 1:30 p.m.?
Approximately, yes.
And you knew at the time, when you saw Cardi B, that she was going to a medical appointment, correct?
I didn't know where she was going, but she was at the building.
And you understood that she was going to a medical appointment, right?
She was going to an appointment, yes.
And it was a medical building, right?
Yes.
And your deposition was taken, and you said that you testified under oath in your deposition. Let me ask, do you remember your deposition was taken in this action?
Yes.
Do you remember taking an oath at the deposition to tell the truth?
Why are you trying to be dodgy? You know it's a medical building. You know she's there, and you know she's there for a medical appointment. Please, like girls, now you're giving dodgy, and the lawyer is on this cross-examination is catching up on it. Like, listen, like you know you did the deposition here, so you gotta actually stick to what was already said. Okay, answer the question. Like you knew she was there for a medical appointment.
Yes.
And that under the same penalties for perjury that apply in this courtroom, for example, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you understood when you saw Cardi B that she was going to a medical appointment, right?
Yes.
Now, after this incident, you talked to your supervisor at Allied, right?
Yes.
And she told you to submit a incident report, correct?
Yes.
And you emailed an incident report to your supervisor 2 days later, right?
I don't know about 2 days, but I sent it to her, yes.
Yes. And it was by email.
I'm not sure how she received it.
Your Honor, if we may, I'd like to show the witness the incident report that she did not produce in discovery. This is a document that we got from Allied pursuant to a trial subpoena. And it's not in the book, so let me provide a copy. Should I hand it to the clerk? You can approach. I'm sorry? Oh, thank you, Ron. Thank you. Let's make sure. Here you go. Does that refresh your memory that you sent an email to your supervisor on February 26, 2018?
Okay.
Do you recall that now?
I don't, but I'm looking at what you gave me.
Yeah, that's your email address, right?
Yes.
And it's addressed to your supervisor, Jasmine?
Yes.
And it's dated February 24, 2018? Oh, I apologize. It's dated February 26, 2018. and the subject is 224-18 incident report. You see that?
Okay. I see it, yes.
Now, before we talk more about that incident report, do you remember receiving in this case discovery requests that you had to verify under oath when people asked you questions and about documents?
I'm not sure.
If you look at the last 2 pages, is that a verification by you, signed by you, under oath, that the statements in the written responses are true and correct?
I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
Is that your signature on the last page?
Yeah.
In my opinion, she's not trying to fuck up the bag or fuck up her money or fuck up this whole thing. Excuse my language, but she's definitely being cautious of what she's saying because she doesn't want to say the wrong thing. I'm sure they tried to prep her and even probably did some mock trials or whatever because it's like a lot of money is like there is a lot of money on this whole thing. So yeah, so I think that, I get what you're saying, but I also think that she's definitely being cautious with her word choicing and how she's responding on this cross-examination to not say the wrong thing, to, yeah.
And you verified that you signed stating that on penalty of perjury, the statements in the document are true, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that document, you stated under oath that you have no emails relating to this incident, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, please look at it. You can please look at pages 5 and 6. The plaintiff has no emails related to this lawsuit.
Are you asking me about this email on the paper?
I'm asking you about the response. You made a discovery in this case stating that under oath you have no emails that relate to this incident.
Well, that's correct. I don't have access to this email anymore.
Okay, so you're okay. Let's go back. Actually, we have one other response, another sworn response. The Honor would like to show the witness plaintiff's responses to defendant Cardi B's special interrogatories, which, rather than asking for documents, ask for information. May I approach?
Go ahead.
That's your signature at the last page, verifying under oath that the statements in the document are true and correct?
It's my signature, yes.
Okay, and you understood that you were verifying under oath that the statements in that document were correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that document as well, you said you had no emails related to this lawsuit, right?
I'm not sure if I said that in this document, but...
Oh, could you please look at pages 4 to 5?
Okay.
And you never produced the email that you sent to your supervisor on February 26th in 2018 in this lawsuit, did you?
I don't have access to that email, sir.
My question to you is, did you ever produce that email?
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
Did you ask, you had discovery obligations, did you ask Allied for a copy of the email that you are now testifying you couldn't access?
I wasn't in communication with Allied.
Okay, so let's talk about what you said on the email to your supervisor 2 days after the incident. If you look at page 1, it states that you were the daytime guard on duty at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You were on patrol, and I had, quote unquote, I had 2 cell phones, the work phone and also my personal phone. I had my cell phone to my ear. Do you see that language?
Okay.
Do you see that language?
I see it, yes.
And you wrote that 2 days after the incident?
I don't remember writing this, but if this is what you have, then...
Again, the context is that you were stating this, that you were a daytime guard on duty at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard.
So yeah, she's been too like, girl, you know what you wrote and what you did not write. So she's definitely been like, you're not being 100% honest, like about the whole situation. Lord have mercy. That's why I wish that everywhere had cameras to see exactly what happened, so no one can really lie, or just hide their hand, or with no. Again, some people say, "Well, no camera footage just helps Cardi B." No, it helps the actual plaintiff too, because now, they can hide any involvement in their part in anything.
Per usual, I was conducting a routine patrol of the building premises, and as part of that patrol, I checked the rooftop, all tenant levels, and parking garages. At approximately 13:30 hours, and just to clarify, that is 1:30.
Yes.
I was finishing a patrol on the 5th floor of the building. In my hand, I had 2 cell phones, the AUS work phone.
I would say to start from the very beginning of this live. This is a civil case. Start from the very beginning and work your way forward. Probably put it on 2x to catch up. Okay, but this is an actual civil case. So no, Cardi's not facing any jail time. It's just a civil lawsuit. But that's going to be a lot of money if she loses, because this person is saying they have, it's going to be lifelong, a permanent damage and harm to their person, in their life. So they're gonna, they want a lot of money for this case.
And I also had my personal cell phone. I held my cell phone to my ear, checking my voicemail, because my mother is recovering from cancer and is in chemotherapy, so sometimes I don't get to her calls and have to check the voicemails. You remember that?
I'm reading it with you, yes.
And are you telling me you have no recollection of this 2-page email detailing the event that you sued over?
I remember writing an incident report and sending it over.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and go to the actual gynecologist. I think Dr. Finke, the one I just showed on that, I just showed you on the witness list. Okay, so let's go to him, and then after him, we'll go to the receptionist, which is actually definitely one we have to watch before. Again, it could be, today is actually going to be a big day for the Cardi trial. And it's going to start at I think 9:45 a.m. Pacific time. So maybe in about 3 hours or so, it's going to be starting. So we're definitely trying to get caught up before the final day, okay? Hold on. Let's go ahead and watch his.
I'm here because I'm one of 4 people who were in the hallway that day.
So right here, Dr. Finke says that he was one of 4 people in the hallway that day. And that's why I said, when the security guard said, "It's Cardi B or Cardi B," how many other people were present at that time to be able to hear that statement, right?
Right.
And I'm here to tell you what I saw.
And you've been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm just flabbergasted by the allegations that don't.
Ciao. Yeah. Yeah, listen. No comment as of now.
Seem congruent with what I saw that day.
Right. On how many occasions did you speak with the attorneys from the defense?
In person or over the phone?
Combined.
In person once, twice, including today. Over the phone 3 times.
What did you talk about that was so important 3 different times?
They wanted to know what I knew. They wanted to see if they could get a hold of Tiara, who no longer works at our practice. That's the nuts and bolts.
Okay. You are a licensed gynecologist in the state of California since 2007?
Yes.
And in your field, your specialty deals with below the waist, correct?
Yes.
What is the reason you would think to look at Emani Ellis's face when you have 2 people that are yelling at each other with someone in between? Was there a reason that you were specifically at that time looking at Emani Ellis's face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face?
When at that moment, she was closer to the elevator. There probably was about 3-4 feet between the two. And I got between her and them, and the elevator was directly behind her. So I was making direct eye contact to try to be as assertive as I could.
So now this puts it into more perspective as to where everyone was placed at. So initially it comes across like, okay, Cardi B is here and Emani is there. And now we're seeing that there's actually people, we already know based on the answer that there's already people involved in intervening, but now we can see people are placing themselves as to how they were positioned. So one thing we definitely want to keep up with is who is who. So when they mentioned Tiara and that no longer works there, we have on this witness list, we have a Tiara Malcolm, who was the receptionist of the women's care of Beverly Hills. Okay.
Okay. Isn't it true that you don't remember what you ate a week ago? Fair?
Objection. Assistant.
This incident happened 2,741 days ago, 7.5 years ago. You agree?
Correct.
In those 7.5 years, did you take any notes of what happened on the date of the incident?
I did not.
Okay. So everything you're telling us right now from 7.5 years ago is from your memory of what occurred, correct? And having all these conversations with defense counsel maybe help refresh your recollection, correct?
No.
No?
The majority of solidifying it in my brain over all these years is partially because the people who were involved in it, who were there that day in my office, would recount the story from time to time. And it was a very vivid memory and interaction.
When you got there, Tiara Malcolm, your receptionist, was already outside, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tiara Malcolm and even Cardi B have testified that for 40 to 50 seconds, you and Tiara Malcolm were not there? Are you aware of that?
Objection is there because the testimony.
Over.
I would guess it was shorter than that, but if their recollection is 40 to 50 seconds, I mean, as long as it takes me to go down the hallway and out into the hall, the type of yelling that was taking place was alarming. And so it was like, get there right away. I can't give you an exact time frame, but it wasn't more than 40 to 50 seconds.
And aside from Cardi B, do you service other celebrities?
I do.
Many different ones?
Over the years.
It's your impression, well, strike that. It's important to you to help Cardi B in this case so you can continue to receive celebrity clients, correct?
It's very important for me to tell what happened that day and to ensure that anybody coming to my office, celebrity or not, doesn't have that type of experience.
Understood. But you had not gotten there until after many things occurred between the two of them, correct?
Objection, also speculation. Explanation.
Sustained.
Earlier, you testified that you saw Emani Ellis hit your receptionist.
Yes.
You remember seeing that?
Yes.
How come your receptionist didn't say that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that your receptionist who was facing Emani Ellis did not say that?
Objection.
Are you aware of that at least?
I'm not aware of that.
Did your receptionist ever tell you that Emani Ellis hit her?
Yes, in the recollection of everything back and forth, and then she had a thing on her forehead.
Right.
It was very apparent to me that no hits landed on anybody else except for her,
Okay.
my receptionist.
And your receptionist specifically told you that Emani Ellis hit her, correct?
I saw it.
I understand, but did your
I
receptionist
don't know
tell
that
you?
she remembered it. I mean, I don't. Everyone's adrenaline was kind of elevated, and once we kind of recounted, there's some background as well. We had an attorney visited our office a few times in the weeks after the incident, inquiring.
Y'all, this is so crazy. Do y'all see what I'm seeing here? Do y'all see what I'm seeing? On both sides of this, people are not being 100% honest. A body expert or body analysis, that would be good for someone. I love watching those videos. On both sides, everybody's not been 100% honest about this incident with all of a sudden, and Beverly Hills and an office like this where you have celebrity clients, there's the camera footage is gone. No, where's the camera footage? A doctor that's highly educated, gynecologist, specialized doctor, educated, is on the stand, stuttering and stumbling over words and flabbergasted and just scatterbrained, but highly educated. I bet in other settings, this person is well, I'm not saying someone can't be nervous or anxious, but that's not what it's giving me. There's a lot of stuff happening in this whole thing. And that's from my perspective, that both sides are really trying to, there's no camera. So now it's just he say, she say. You know how that goes, he say, she say. Okay.
What happened and various things, leaving a business card. So we talked about it a lot, and I think we both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Did
It seems like y'all all need to I think y'all need to get back and y'all need to get back together and just go over the script. Go over the script and how things are supposed to be said and worded, and y'all can all get on the same page, okay? He looks like, he's adjusting his glasses, he's fidgety, like, yeah, what's happening here? Okay. And also sometimes lawyers say tricky things. Like, have you ever seen interrogations where cops will say something that they'll actually say that the person in the other room that's been interrogated said something or did something that wasn't actually stated, so they can try to get this person to that's what they said, like to try to snitch on themselves or get them caught up.
that receptionist make any type of claim against Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Why not?
Protection calls for speculation.
In your declaration, you state that on one occasion, plaintiff's counsel left a business card. I'm the plaintiff's counsel. Did I leave a business card in your office? Do you know? I withdraw the question. Do you know if I left a business card in your office?
Yo, what kind of trial is this? This is crazy. He said, I didn't leave no business card in your office. What are y'all talking about? I left he said that lawyer is frustrated. Like, I didn't leave no business card. And why is the lawyer trying to get mad? Because they're playing games, but on y'all's side, y'all are playing games too. You got Emani acting like she can't remember what she wrote herself in the emails. She can't remember what she wrote. I don't know. Here's what you wrote. Did you write it? Like, she don't even know what she wrote. She can't remember. And then,
You personally, I do not. It was a male, dark hair, darker beard, and a different receptionist got.
Oh my God. He said, "It's not okay. It's not you. It's somebody else with darker hair, and they look like this. And my receptionist, oh, a different receptionist. Oh, that's who got. Oh, y'all all playing games. This is a joke." So now I'm seeing that money is involved on both sides. We got Emani Ellis getting free surgery. She get free plastic surgery. Free plastic. She getting free plastic surgery. Free is like therapy or psychological help. You know, it's all free. But I never heard of a lean. She gets a lean on her face. A lead for psychological help. A lead is all, you know, just in case she wins a big bag from Cardi B, a big lawsuit or settlement. Lord have mercy. And now this lawyer is mad because the people said, "I came in there with the car." He's like, "No, I never came in there." And he said, "Oh, well, maybe it wasn't you." And he starts describing this.
A business card. Who wasn't working that particular Saturday. And I think at one point I came out on a different occasion when this person was came to the checkout desk, not the check-in desk, on a different date. And I said, "You need to leave."
The declaration that you signed yesterday, have you read it?
It was read to me.
Okay. Can you look at the photograph in front of you on the left side?
Could we identify counsel, please?
Yeah, he is so nervous right now. He is so nervous.
You see the photograph? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's a photograph of Cardi B from 2018.
Oh my God.
232. Thank you.
Okay. For the record, exhibit 232. You see the photograph?
I do.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2024, which was 1 week?
Yeah, this doctor's facial expressions is giving him away. Like, if a body expert analysis, you know, would actually like see how you would totally feel like you're one of those that cannot really hide your facial expressions.
Before the incident. Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, but it probably was around the time of the incident, I would guess.
And if you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man.
What the heck? So now he's a fingernail man. No, he's a coochie man. Wait, he's a gynecologist. What we talking about? He's a fingernail man. Y'all playing games. Like the trials are not really serious no more, apparently. Okay, a fingernail man, huh? I see a fingernail man.
If you look at these fingernails in the photograph, sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah.
The fingernails that are in this picture, are these the same fingernails that Cardi B was wearing when she entered your office on the date of the incident?
I think so.
Are you sure?
I didn't memorize them, but I know that they weren't 3-inch long with a spear at the end.
But you're not sure if these are the same fingernails, correct?
I believe they are.
Why are they trying to show him some nails with a spear at the end? Like, if you don't know, just say you don't know. You don't want to like say a spear at the end and it's like some dead leaves. Like she walking around with Edward Scissorhands, or she just slice and dice everybody. Child, you got to make sure 100% that you know her nails. I will say, I don't know. I don't recall. That's a long time ago. Oh, I forgot. If you say that, then they'll say, oh, you don't remember what happened a long time ago. That's like a thing to catch you on everything else. Like, okay, you don't remember her nails, then you might not remember this. Then you might not remember that. And you might not remember that since you don't remember her nails. But truth be told, how you know what her nails look like? Were you that close and personal to know what her nails look like? Child, now you're going to say she got spear nails. Like she out there spearing folks. Oh my gosh. It's so
was
nervous.
Cardi B's hair this way when she
came to your office the same way in this photograph here? Was Cardi B dressed this way when she appeared in your office?
Objection, relevance.
When you came out into the hallway, did you hear Cardi B yelling profanities at Miss Ellis?
Yes.
What were some of the words without going into detail? The F word,
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
And when you heard this epic yelling match, it was so loud that you heard it while you were inside of your office. Is that correct?
There's an additional hallway in between the main hallway and the office I was sitting in. And all the way at the south side of the...
Are you kidding me? I know you're lying because Cardi B never curses. She doesn't use curse words. Yeah, that's how believable I believe your whole statement is. Unbelievable, right?
Building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Took a lot of energy for me to hear.
Oh, child. Okay, now before we get into Cardi B, let's go ahead and look at that receptionist, okay?
Name for the record?
Tierra Malcolm. Spell it?
Yes, please.
Tierra, Malcolm, Malcolm.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Okay, Tierra, let's see what you're going to show us, child, and what you're going to tell us, because we just had Dr. Finky on there acting like he don't know how to compose himself and keep himself together, child. He was rattled and flabbergasted. I knew it as soon as he opened his mouth, like, I'm flabbergasted. Like he was. That's like a way to someone to set the tone, like, I'm nervous, I'm shy, I'm anxious, I'm flabbergasted. It's like to say, my subsequent actions to me saying this, you expect me to show anxiety or that I'm flabbergasted or shy or nervous or to give me some sort of break because of how I'm feeling. No, as soon as you said that, I knew that some bullshit was coming. Yeah. And you were all over the place. Someone that educated is not going to be all over the place unless they have extreme anxiety all of a sudden. Okay, and I don't think that was the case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Malcolm. My name is Peter Anderson, and we just have a few questions. I'll try and make it as possible. Where were you working in February of 2018?
Women's Care, OBGYN doctor's office.
Thank you. And do you recall an encounter between Cardi B and the woman to my left?
Yes.
Okay. What was your position at the doctor's office in February 2018?
A receptionist, front office.
Okay. And did Cardi B have an appointment that day?
Yes.
Was it a Saturday?
Yes.
Was there, to your knowledge, were there any other offices that were open that day?
No.
And do you remember the time of the appointment?
It was the end of, we purposely closed, so we had early day, maybe between 12 and 1, I'm assuming.
Okay. And what do you mean by purposely closed?
For Cardi B, we didn't want anyone there.
To maintain privacy?
Yes.
Yeah, so someone just mentioned in the chat, or I think I saw someone say that they possibly knew that they were going to have a celebrity there, a client, and they shut down the whole building for her. So she might even pay extra to have the whole building to herself for privacy. So with that being said, if you know the whole building is going to be shut down just for you, you're probably paying extra money, right? Would you actually expect more privacy and more respect or more, privilege based on that accommodation being made? So if I'm paying, let's say I'm paying extra money The building's supposed to be mine. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but I'm just saying, like, because it could be they automatically did it and it wasn't like accommodation or set up like that. But I'm sure she probably has been there before or this time. I wonder if that was her first time there. I don't know. But with that, most people that go to the doctor, you're expecting some sort of privacy and not to be bombarded when you're going to the doctor.
So, to your knowledge, how did you learn that there was an encounter between the two?
Well, I was waiting for Cardi B's arrival, and I heard commotion out in the hallway. There was a door to exit right where I was sitting, so I opened the door and I looked, and I heard and saw the commotion, and that's how I learned that something was going on outside.
Could you please describe for the jury what you heard and saw when you opened the door?
I saw them in the corner, Cardi B's back to the wall, and just a lot of arguing and, you know, just confrontation.
Okay. Do you recall anything that plaintiff Ms. Ellis said?
It was just very argumentative as far as, you know, cursing and, you know, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but
So we've heard about everything so far.
It's been one of those trials.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, what's, you know, my thing was I'm at work. So the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? I immediately walked over there.
Hold on 1 second.
You know, cursing and, you know, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but.
So we've heard about everything so far.
It's been one of those trials.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, what's, you know, my thing was I'm at work. So the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? You're at work, go back to your post. And then I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away. I just was trying to calm everything down, take Cardi B into the office, and I was trying to go. It was my sister's baby shower, so I was trying to get out of there. But I mean, that wasn't on my mind then, but just to calm the situation down and get her into the office.
How did Ms. Ellis respond?
I don't even know if she heard what I asked, because it was just more of just being upset. And no, I'm not going to do that. And just, you know, them still exchanging words even with me in between.
Yeah. Was Ms. Ellis yelling at Cardi B?
I mean, it was pretty loud for me to hear. It was still the same volume from when I could hear them while I was in the office down the hall. So I would say so.
Was Ms. Ellis cursing at Cardi B?
There was definitely curse words, yes, on her end.
When you were there, did Ms. Ellis attempt to strike Cardi B?
There was hands going while I was in the middle. I know no one landed, or I was.
Why the person being messy, the pan over there while she guzzles down the water looking like that? Now y'all know that's gonna be some sort of gif or a meme of her guzzling that water. She already been a meme and gif. Now that's gonna be one. If it ain't already memed and gifed already. A mess. And that lady said she seen hands, plural. So she said she seen hands. Okay.
You know, I didn't even realize, I guess, because my adrenaline, that I had a mark on my forehead. So besides me getting a scratch, nobody, as far as them two, hit each other.
And look at look at the lawyer, Cardi B, right there. Look at the lawyer. What is all y'all up to? I wish I was a fly on the wall behind the scenes on both sides to see what both sides are up to, because both sides are not being 100% honest and upfront. They're not. And they're all banking on the fact that there's no cameras in this he say, she say case.
Who scratched you?
Based off of, like I said, I didn't know that I even got scratched until I went into the office, and the nurse was like, Tiara, your forehead. But I can only assume Cardi B was behind me, because that was my main concern.
So now, to back up what Finky is saying, the receptionist is saying that she did have a scratch on her forehead, and since her forehead and face was facing towards Emani Ellis, a security guard, the plaintiff, and her back was towards Cardi B, because that's her main concern, and she's trying to protect her. So she's behind, like, stand behind me, Cardi. And so then she's saying that she got hit on the front, so they had to come from the front, which would be Emani. And she's saying that it was too much going on and shock and everything else that she didn't recognize that she even got hit until she went into an office and they said, hey, your forehead. So, hold on.
So Cardi B was behind you, and you were facing who?
I was facing that, Miss Ellis.
And you got hit on your forehead and didn't even realize it at that point.
Yeah, blood. Oh, sorry.
And so you got hit, you were facing Miss Ellis, and she was swinging away?
I can say there was definitely, people talking, like this type of action going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were hit on your forehead, which was facing Miss Ellis, correct?
Yes.
What happened next?
After, just going back and forth, Dr. Finke came out. Once he came out, I believe, after that, I don't even really remember what was said, but I know I continued to take Cardi into the office, to her exam room, and then I went back to the front.
Okay. Did you witness Dr. Finke try to get Miss Ellis to leave the hallway?
Yes, that's what kind of, since he came out and he was talking to her, that's what kind of distracted her, gave us the opportunity to just go into the office.
Okay. And do you recall anything that he said to her?
I think he's on the same temperature as me. Just, you're at work. Why are you up here? Go back, downstairs.
And let's pause right there. Why would a security guard who is supposed to be protecting the building, and also the customers are, the patrons are obviously the customers and patients there and clients, why would you actually be so starstruck? There should be a place where celebrities go in and out. It doesn't seem like this is like their only celebrity client. So why would you act unprofessional? It's still your job. So I don't care if the president walks in. You still, and I'm not talking about 45, 47. I'm talking about, y'all get my point. I don't care who it is that walks in. Your job is to maintain professionalism at all times. It is, because your job is to make sure people feel secure, not unsecure. Especially in a place where it should be, unless they create an issue or ruckus or chaos, that you should make sure you avoid creating that yourself. So I think the security guard did overstep, and even saying, oh, it's Cardi B or anything. She should be just a regular smuggler person to you in that moment. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, so I agree that she overstepped, and Tashi got overstepped into her position as a security guard, and invading someone's space and privacy. This would not have this whole confrontation would not have happened.
What are you doing? Type of energy.
Okay. And so you turned around and escorted Cardi B into the doctor's office?
Yes, I followed behind her to go to the camera.
Now, we did listen to Emani, and she said she was not recording. So again, it's he say, she say. Cardi B says she looks like she was attempting to record her. Emani says she wasn't recording. So with this he say, she say, it's not going to be able to be that helpful for the jury. But these days, people say, I need the pics or video, or it didn't happen.
When you were face to face with Miss Ellis, I think you could see her face?
Yes.
Did you see any scratches on her face?
No.
Did you see any cuts on her face?
No.
Did you see any blood on her face?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face?
No.
Did you see any spit or spittle on her face?
No.
Did anyone spit in that encounter?
Objection calls for speculation. While you're present.
Okay, so y'all are saying that Cardi said it was her first time there before. Okay, we're gonna listen to Cardi B's statement. Okay, so I'm gonna hurry up and listen to. After this, we're gonna listen to what Cardi B had to say on the stand. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's he say, she say. Cardi said that she was attempting to film her or recording her, and she said she wasn't.
Why was there no?
Did you hear Miss Ellis yell at Cardi B, and excuse my language, I will fuck your shit up?
Something, something along those words.
At any point in time in that confrontation, did Cardi B hit Miss Ellis?
No.
At any point in that confrontation, did Cardi B cut Miss Ellis with Cardi's fingernails while you were there?
There we have it. So the receptionist right here is saying, vouching for Cardi B, that Cardi B did not, hit the plaintiff, Emani Ellis, and that she said she got hit, like scratched on her forehead. And again, what do you all think about this whole situation? Do you actually think that Cardi B never landed any hits or anything else? So while we have Cardi B, and then in the middle of them, we have Tiara, that at one point she gets in the middle, and her back is to Cardi B. Her face is front facing towards them, and she says hands are flying. People are cursing. And do you believe that at any point Cardi B landed any hits? Or do you believe that Cardi B was trying to throw hands or not? This is Cardi B you were talking about.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word? Excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, no. Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word? You know what I mean by the N-word?
Yeah, no.
After this encounter and Cardi B had gotten into the doctor's office, at any point after that, did you talk to the building management about what had happened?
Yes, that was a Saturday. So Monday, my supervisor and Dr. Binky wanted to make a report since there was an incident, and the importance of making sure our patients, their privacy isn't compromised. So yeah, they asked me to go downstairs with him or with my supervisor and make a report.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a poll, but I want to hear Cardi B first. Like, I want to hear Cardi B get on the stand first.
After this incident, did plaintiff call you? Ms. Ellis call you?
It was yes, there was a call transferred to my line. It was her on the other end of the call.
How long after the incident? How long after February 24 of 2018?
Maybe, I can't recall exactly, but at least within, 3 months. It wasn't right after, but it wasn't too long after.
Can you tell us what the sum and substance of that conversation was?
Just kind of upset about what happened. She got fired. She couldn't believe that happened and wanted, I guess, to see if I can assist in any way since I was there. I pretty much replied as respectful as I could and just said, this is my place of work and I really can't have anything to do with this.
And was there any other thoughts that you had when she told you, did she tell you she was planning on suing Cardi B?
I don't remember word for word, but based off of our conversation, I assumed that was probably going to be one of her steps. But in my mind, I just was kind of shocked that she was calling based off of what took place. I figured, she was at fault, so that was surprising that she would call me.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you all for coming back. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Malcolm. When Miss Emani Ellis called you several months later and asked you to help her, what is the reason that you chose not to do so?
Well, main reason, I didn't feel like she was in the right. I felt like, based off of her position, working at the office, everything was handled unprofessionally, and going back and forth. No, she didn't work at our office, but clearly Cardi B was a patient going, she had a purpose at that building where she worked at. So
I definitely agree with that. That's unprofessional. Even if Cardi B wasn't a celebrity, even as a regular citizen or regular person that is not famous, even then that still would have been wrong. Again, a security guard should only step in when there is an issue. You don't step in to bother someone for no reason. That's like, why are you doing that? That's unprofessional. And especially as like a fan, like someone is there for like the city gynecologist for a pregnancy or whatever else. Like, and then on top of that, if was she obviously pregnant and you're like getting into the altercation with a pregnant woman, it's very unprofessional. Okay.
I don't know what I would help her with. I don't think if I told my truth, it would help her.
So. Were you aware that Miss Ellis was a security guard at your building?
Yes.
Do you understand that the security guard is supposed to go from floor to floor to make sure everything is safe? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the rules.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Had you ever seen Miss Ellis on other days, aside from the date of the incident? And I will represent to you. The date of the incident, for purposes of all my questions, will be February 24th of 2018.
I believe that was the first day I seen her there.
When you saw her, When you got to work, did you see her anywhere in the building?
No.
What time did you get to work?
On a Saturday, maybe around 8.
8 a.m. And have you ever spoken to Miss Ellis before the date of the incident?
No.
Is there any reason why, when you would go to work at the 8920 building, Wilshire Boulevard building, for how long have you been working there before the date of the incident?
For about 7 years, just about.
And during those 7 years, did you see other security guards in the building? And when Miss Ellis's attorneys asked you to cooperate and sign a declaration, did you do that?
Form.
Not a form. Did you ever sign a declaration under penalty of perjury on August 26, 2025, which would be yesterday?
A declaration. Sorry, I'm not.
May I approach you? Sure. Did you give permission to the other side to sign a declaration under penalty of perjury in this case?
Okay.
Have you ever signed any document related to this incident? Did you make any type of formal complaint to the building about this incident?
When my supervisor wanted to make a complaint, since I was there, yeah, that's when I went downstairs with my supervisor.
And who did you make a complaint to?
Douglas Emmett, the property management manager that managed the building.
And what was your complaint? What did you say?
They just wanted me to tell them what happened and the concern of the privacy of for our patients.
Are you a Cardi B fan?
I know her music. I guess I listen to her music. I listen to hip hop.
Okay. And you like her music, right? Yes?
Yeah. She's talented.
Right. Have you ever gone to any of her concerts? No. Have you ever, well, I would throw that.
Yeah, he's trying to ask these questions and see if, if there's any biases. Like, oh, she's a fan of Cardi. She's going to protect Cardi. So he's hoping that she will answer, yes, I love Cardi. Oh, I go to her concerts. I'm a fan. I'm this, I'm that. So then the jury will say, oh, it's a possibility that she's biased and she's just protecting Cardi B. Yeah.
Okay. And for purposes of the visit on Saturday, the doctor's office decided to close to give her a special appearance to see the doctor, correct? I withdraw the question. When Cardi B came to the office, the purpose of her coming to your office was to see Dr. Finke for medical care, correct?
Yes.
When you went outside into the hallway, the confrontation that you testified about was already occurring before you got there, correct?
Now, I want to say this. Good point that there was nothing to patrol. The building was on lockdown. So why wouldn't the security guard be informed of a celebrity arriving? Because the receptionist Tiara said that she knew that Cardi was on the way or was coming. But she's a receptionist, so obviously she would most likely make the appointment, so she would know Cardi has an appointment. So if you have someone as a security guard, oh, okay, maybe for the building and not for that specific doctor's office. Okay.
Yes, that's what made me go outside.
Do you know for about how long this confrontation was going on before you made your way outside?
I was sitting there waiting, so as soon as I heard the noise, it wasn't that seconds after was when I heard it, so I don't think it was going on that long.
Okay. Did Cardi B, while you were there, in any way touch Miss Ellis?
No.
Cardi B, while this receptionist Tiara is on the stand, she's like, she does this before, like she does this, like even at this basketball game in one of her like memes or gifs, you can actually see her like this bounce. She does this like, I don't know if it's like a soothing to herself, like it's soothing or I don't know, but she does like this bouncing thing, I noticed. And she's like doing it now.
Did Miss Ellis in any way touch Cardi B while you were there?
No.
When you got there, were they chest to chest? Were they touching chest to chest?
I couldn't really see Cardi B because she was kind of cornered with her back against the wall. I really just saw Miss Ellis in front of her, and that's what made me rush and get in between them.
And when you say you saw her back against the wall, how were you able to see her back from where you were standing? Were you assuming that, I withdraw the question, were you assuming that Cardi B's back was up against the wall when you saw that?
No, I'm not assuming. I could see it because I literally looked down the hall when I opened the door.
And was Cardi B's back actually touching the wall or was close to the wall?
It looks like she might be like moving her It might be she might be moving her legs up and down, like she's nervous or scared or worried, and she's like doing some sort of movement that's making her body bounce or fidget.
I don't know if it was touching her. It was close. So I didn't.
And you know that this incident happened 7.5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
you
why I
remember all
don't
these-
remember if her back was touching or like inches away, but I know it was very close to the wall.
And it was a very long time ago. So how did you remember all these details? Did you write them down somewhere? Did you record it, or is this just off of memory from 7.5 years ago?
I just remember. There's certain things I remember when I was 4. I just remember because it was a confrontation, and I was sitting there ready to go because I had to drive all the way to Tarzana, and it was a story that I had to my sister coming back, like, can't believe I was late type of story. So,
and your purpose of coming here is to help Cardi B or help Miss Ellis?
my purpose is to tell the truth.
Of course.
That's my purpose.
And when Miss Ellis or her attorney tried to reach out to you, you refused to speak with her, correct? But when Cardi B's attorneys spoke to you and reached out to you, you talked to them immediately and you signed a declaration for them on the spot, correct? When you were there and you got in between the two of them, I want you to think of it like a hamburger bun. You're the hamburger and the two of them are the buns. How did you get in between them? Did you physically push them apart? Did they magically back up from one another? How did you get in between them? How?
I just like you said, it was 7 years ago. So I'm walking upset because of what I'm seeing, and that's just how I am when I see. I mean, it's not like I see it all the time, but seeing what was going on, I just immediately. That's just what I did. I didn't really think about. I didn't really have a plan. That's just what I did to try to calm it down.
Okay.
That's like a stupid question. She's a receptionist. She probably is the one that pinned down or added Cardi B, and she knows that Cardi B is there for her appointment, and she sees her being harassed by the security guard. So her job, if no one, I mean, she's supposed to call security, but the security is the one acting the fool. Imagine you trying to call for security, but security is the one acting the fool and the donkey. So you can't call for security. So now you're like, oh, fuck it. So it's natural if you see two people fighting, especially if you feel like you're not going to be threatened by either person, either party, you're going to step in to break it up. Everyone knows, like, oh, people are fighting all the time. There's someone that breaks it up or gets in the middle. That happens. It's like a natural thing to break something up. If you see it, if you feel like you're not in fear of your own safety, some people will step in and break it up. But yeah, so she couldn't call for security because security acting the fool. So she got to step in herself, or because that's her job too. She's a receptionist, and even though she's a receptionist, she's not supposed to be security. And that moment, she feels like she has to be security because that's a patient and a client that came there for her pregnancy to see this gynecologist. So now that becomes her new role since the security acting the fool.
Miss Ellis, who's sitting to my left, you heard her cursing at Cardi B on the day of the incident?
Yes.
You actually.
Now here's the thing right here. Where is the police and all this? I gotta look at the witness list. Where are the police?
Profanity.
I actually heard profanity.
Many profanity.
Yes.
How do you know it wasn't Cardi B that was using the profanity?
They have two different voices.
Was Cardi B using any profanities on the day of the incident?
Yeah, she was upset.
Did she use profanity?
Profanity, yes.
F word,
First words.
bitch, F you, all that, right?
Yes.
And you don't really know what happened before you got there, correct? You have no way of knowing.
I wasn't there before I got there.
So if there was any physical contact, whether it was spitting, scratching, or cutting someone's face, you wouldn't know that because you weren't there during that time period before you got there, correct? Do you understand my question? Let me withdraw. In the let's just call it 40 to 50 seconds while there was a confrontation. I'll give you that estimated time. During the 40 to 50 minutes of seconds when they had their confrontation, you would have no way of knowing what happened during that duration of time because you weren't there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I only heard.
So anything could have happened, right? Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Emani Ellis could have hit Cardi B.
She wasn't there.
Okay, I withdraw it. When you saw Cardi B that day, you spent time with her, right? In your medical office, correct?
Not a lot of time, but I spent the time from taking her to her exam room, making sure she was okay. And once the last patient was checked in, I was out of there.
And how long did you spend with her?
Not that long, maybe a minute, if that.
When the patient
when we went into just to make sure you're safe.
No.
When we went into the office, how long did I spend with her? Yeah, maybe
15 minutes, half an hour?
No, I was still ready to go. Maybe a minute.
Did you notice that she was wearing Do you notice that she had fingernails? Did you look at her fingernails?
I don't remember that.
Did you notice that Cardi B had long fingernails on the date of the incident? Did you see the size of Cardi B's fingernails on the date of the incident?
I don't I don't remember her having or seeing her nails.
And have you ever seen her before? Does she wear long fingernails?
I don't know what she wears.
On the date of the incident, would you agree that because you did not look at her fingernails, you have no idea as to how long the fingernails were on the date of the incident? Is that true?
Also speculation, like something.
When you said that you saw arms flying, you also testified a moment ago that you weren't sure whose arms were flying, correct?
I believe I stated I was facing Miss Ellis, so Cardi B was behind me,
Right.
so I could only see the arms that were flying in front of me. I can't recall. She was behind me, so I think I would have felt something behind me.
Okay. What if Cardi B had taken a swing? You would not be able to see that.
Most likely I would. Oh, sorry.
See, I'm not talking about feel. Would you agree that because Cardi B was behind you, if she took a swing without touching your body, you would not be able to see that? True?
This characterizes the testimony and is also speculation.
Over.
I didn't see her hands flying on the side of me.
I understand that. Again, I would like to know the answer to this question.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I
Of
forgot.
course. So the question is, because you were facing Emani Ellis, you have no idea what Cardi B was doing at that moment, right?
Objection.
So if Cardi B was,
She was pretty much like the back of the chair. That's how close she was to me.
I understand.
So I didn't feel anything or see any hands come from behind me.
understood. But if Cardi B took a swing, because you were not facing her, you were focusing on Emani Ellis, and you don't have that eye.
No, I didn't see her hands.
You would not be able to know what she was doing.
Right.
So if she.
In my opinion, so far, I don't know. I just know that on both sides, everyone is not really being 100% upfront on both sides. That's all I can say. Yeah, and I can tell just by the testimonies given that on both sides, not just on one side. One side has a vested interest in not giving out any money or selling or you know having this dismissed, and the other side has a vested interest in this because they're trying to get a big payday, and it's a battle of he say she say, and not everyone has been 100% honest. They're not. Will I say people got paid off and this or that going on? And then yeah, all I know is that on both sides, the plaintiff side and the defense side, is both shady stuff.
If you swing, you wouldn't be able to know. Fair?
Okay, yeah.
As far as what would you characterize the injury to your forehead?
A cut. It was just bleeding a little bit.
It was bleeding.
Yes.
Okay. How did that cut get there? I withdraw the question. Did that scratch or cut or anything get there at the time of this incident?
Yes, it definitely wasn't there before I went outside.
Okay. So now we're gonna get into this. There's only three options, and you could add more if you want, but I'm gonna give you three. The cut came from you, the cut came from Ellis, or the cut came from Cardi B. Or make up your own. Where did the cut come from? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't know. Do you know?
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. We got two more.
And
Ellis and Cardi B. Or
Cardi
your own.
was behind me, so the only assumption that I had was it was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Okay, but did you ever see Miss Ellis take her fingers or her hand or any other object and cause damage to your head? Did you ever see that?
I seen hands trying to reach over me, so like I said, the adrenaline and everything was going so fast. But
So it was basically Kung Fu Panda in there. Kung Fu Panda. And I hate to say this, but it's crazy because call security. My thing will call security, then of course call the police author. But the security is on, should be there at the building. And when someone says call security and you realize the security is actually in the confrontation, now we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. So no one can really overlook. To be honest, it could have actually been the other way around, where the business could be worried, the doctor and not the doctor, but yeah, the business could be worried that they could get sued by Cardi because she could say, I went to my doctor's appointment and I was confronted by the security and attacked by security. It could go that way. And then that Cardi could sue an actual business. Imagine getting sued because a patient says they were attacked by your security or assaulted or experienced some sort of emotional whatever because the security approached him or confronted him. So they could be people could be looking out for their own pockets to where they're like, the security guard, I can fire you and you just lose your job. But the patient could sue me and they can just take my whole business will go down because now the patient sued me because of how they were treated by an employee at the building. So now that's why you can say follow the money, because it's not always about, hey, we got to protect, you know, being paid off. It's also maybe the business has a vested interest in protecting themselves from a lawsuit from a pregnant patient and their employee. Workplace violence. And the workplace violence isn't always about an employee. It sometimes it can be about a customer, but with this case, it actually is employee, and it's not always like employee versus employee. Sometimes it can be our employee. Yeah. So, anyways, it can be something like that. It can fall under that umbrella of workplace violence in certain categories.
Being that she was in front of me and hands were going like this, that's the only realistic assumption I can have, is that that's why I got cut.
But you're assuming, correct?
Objection. You're asking her to assume.
Are you assuming?
No, objection.
How do you know that Cardi B's fingernail didn't cut it?
Objection. No, that's an answer. Assisting.
She was behind me.
You don't need to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Did Dr. Finke see the cut to your forehead?
I believe so. His nurse is the one who pointed it out.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that cut?
No, I just put some alcohol.
So right here, she says, Dr. Finke's nurse is the one that pointed it out. Now, when she said that, there really wasn't a lot of hesitation in that. There wasn't. So with that, it's like if she wasn't like rehearsing a million times with a lie, with that no hesitation and no like whatever as to who pointed it out. And then she says a nurse pointed it out. That's someone that is gonna be assessing people or looking or over people, evaluating people, and someone that's gonna be observant as to looking over somebody, like assessing someone's face and how they look when they come into an office or an examination room. So for them to say a nurse spotted it, then that's gonna, you know, it makes it more believable as well. So it looks like that actually could be a part of the story that is actually true, that this receptionist did actually, in fact, have something happen to her forehead. But as without any cameras and footage, they can still try to argue that you don't know who did it. But she's saying, well, my back was to Cardi and my face was to her, so they had to be that. But somebody could say, well, she could be trying to swing it at her and actually hit you in your forehead. But that's, to be honest, that seems like unlikely.
You know, alcohol.
Right, so you agree that something physical happened when the three of you were there, because you got cut to your face. Is that fair? Something physical happened.
Objection. No, it's overruled.
If I got cut, I guess so. I mean, no.
So would you agree that there was a physical fight?
No.
So you just got cut from the air?
Objection.
Did Miss Emani Ellis have any fingernails?
I don't remember if she had fingernails.
Was Emani Ellis angry at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Was Cardi B angry at the time of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
And back to the hamburger question, did you at any point use your hands to separate the two of them, Emani Ellis and Cardi B?
No.
So did you just squeeze yourself in? How did you get in there?
That's an answer, Joe.
When you had the conversation with Miss Ellis on the phone, did you actually speak with her?
Yes. On the phone? Yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you, when you were on the telephone, did she tell you anything, Miss Ellis, when she was talking to you about it?
From what I can remember, just being upset about what happened, her no longer being employed there, and I don't remember the word for word.
Okay. So she, Miss Ellis, was basically asking you to assist her in some way to be her witness, correct? That was the purpose of the call?
Objection.
Did Miss Ellis's attorney contact her?
I don't remember that.
Did Miss Ellis ever come inside your office at any time between the date of the incident and today? Do you know if Miss Ellis spoke with Dr. Finke at any point? As far as your background, do you have any professional degrees?
I got my AA at West LA College. I'm a real estate agent.
Good. And have you ever been convicted of a felony? And aside from Dr. Finke's office, were you working other places during that time period? Or was that your main job?
That was my main job.
And at this time, you no longer work there, right?
No.
And
why they even allow that question? What if she were convicted of a felony? What relevance is that question? Like, what would that actually have to do with her actual statement? That doesn't make, I would not have allowed that question. Like, what's the point of it?
On the date of the incident, because Cardi B was your patient, you felt that it was necessary to go outside to bring her inside to help her get inside for the medical appointment, correct? That's relevant. That's it. I have no further questions.
All right, you're right. All right, any questions from the jury? Oh, you haven't? Okay.
Yes.
And when you do that,
Yes.
And when All right, I think these questions are appropriate. Ma'am, when you did you actually close your office to maintain privacy from Cardi B?
Yes.
And when you do that, was it your custom practice to also notify the building security?
I honestly don't know if that was done or not.
Did you normally do that, or were you?
That wasn't my task, no.
Okay. Do you recall?
So her task was not to notify. He asked, when you close down the office, like for a celebrity or someone like Cardi B, do you notify security? And she says she doesn't know if it was done or not, and that's not her task.
All the N-word coming out of Cardi B's mouth.
No.
Can you describe Cardi B's emotional state during and after the incident?
Upset, emotional, worried about the reason why she was there. I don't know if I'm sure.
Yeah, I understand that he was trying to call her character into question, and that's why I would not have allowed that question, because to say a felony, but you're not even going to try to expand on what type of felony and what happened with the incident and give more context into the situation or anything. So it's automatically can just be prejudicial and unfair and lead to bias. So that was unfair. It is irrelevant to me to ask her that, because let's say she did have a felony, what would that change about her story? Unless you try to say that it was a felony based on some sort of fraud or something that would make her, like you said, a bad character trait. But I would not have allowed it, but I guess, hey, I would have argued against that question, should I say?
You don't know the details?
No, I don't know.
Oh, in terms of the medical issues? I mean,
yeah.
Testimonies that she was there for a pregnancy checkup.
Yeah, so just concerned about that and being upset about her privacy.
Did you notice whether Miss Ellis had a phone or a camera during the incident?
She had a phone in her hand.
She did have a phone in her hand?
Yes.
All right. Those are the questions that I think are appropriate. Any follow-up from the defense? Oh, no. All right. Okay.
Yes, just one follow-up. The day when you decided to close your office to have that medical appointment, that was a Saturday. Is your medical office usually open on Saturday?
Yes.
And you usually close around 1:30 or 2 or 3 or go all day?
No, it's half the day. So usually, from what I can remember, the last patient is around noon or 11:45 noon, somewhere around there.
Isn't it true that Cardi B was the last patient of the day?
Yeah, she was the last patient. So we finished our morning and made sure she was the last one.
You work on Sundays as well?
No.
In the half a day on Saturdays when you're there, were you in charge of closing the office? Your Honor, this is outside the scope of the questions.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Who's witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for coming in. Subject to recall. Did you subpoena her? No. Then I think subject to recall. All right.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into Cardi B. And for those that are on Twitter, I'm closing down and shutting down Twitter, and I will only be live on YouTube. So if you can just come over to YouTube, click the link in my Twitter bio, and you'll be able to follow the path right on over here. Okay. So let's get into Cardi B, and then soon we will be, watching the closing arguments, where we will see what's going to be happening with the closing arguments of the Cardi B trial, which is going to happen in about 2 hours. Okay.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning. Thank you for coming back today. Good morning, Ms. Cardi B.
Good morning.
So, when we were discussing yesterday at the end, we were talking about the issue where you testified that Miss Ellis was recording you with her cell phone. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of cell phone she was using at the time?
I'm not quite sure. I just remember it was clear.
What color was the cell phone?
It had a case. It definitely had a case.
Ma'am, may I please have you stand right next to the court reporter? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Beverly Hills.
May I please have you spell it?
The whole thing?
First and last name is fine.
Okay. BELCHALMANZAR.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't make sense for them to actually, allow it for the witness and not Cardi B. But if you actually look at it, for the actual Emani Ellis, they asked her about her school, her occupation, and her criminal history. So I think tit for tat, they allowed it for the actual receptionist too, which is leaning more towards Cardi B's favor. To be equal, if both witnesses were asked. And then Cardi B is off limits, which is obvious because it's going to be definitely prejudicial because she's going to actually have the brunt of the effect or impact because she's the one that's actually going to have to end up paying money. So it's more prejudicial to her than the actual witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Ms. Almanzar. Do you prefer I call you Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, you can call me Cardi B.
feeling better today?
Really?
And I'll need you to speak up, man.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birth date is October 11, 1992.
Yes.
You're left-handed.
Yes.
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to testify?
No.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Child, everyone knows that's a viral clip that has been circulating online. Even I seen it. I saw it, of course. Yeah. So you know good and well that that guy has been throwing jokes. Like he knew that was a wig. He knew it was a wig. No one can show up like have both hairstyles. Elvis Presley, Ricky Lake wig, and then show up next day with a fucking Dolly Parton wig. Okay. Wendy Williams side part wig.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then. Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate that violates the order.
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails? Just your best estimate. I want you to take a ruler to it. If you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2 inches?
I think it has to be less than an inch.
Yeah.
Way less than an inch.
Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
Yes, he did say about gangs. Throwing out a question that he knows is going to be objection, Your Honor, objection. He knows her whole, all that stuff is supposed to be off limits. Like, it's not supposed to be asked, but sometimes they would throw questions out there hoping that, no one will object. Like, of course, the other side is going to object. And if you're paying them mega bucks, they better be objecting, okay?
These are not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval.
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
Fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Well, it really depends. Like these are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which can last me on for 2 weeks. I will literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
On December 24th, 2018, do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the script. What's the yes or no?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Brianne Soraya, who's in that building?
No.
Who do you know in that building?
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finke. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day. Do I personally know him? No.
Okay. When you went to see him, were you seeing him as a friend or as a patient?
As a patient.
When you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
and you filled out an intake form, and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
No, for that day, yes.
Yeah.
I don't live in LA.
I
So
understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Jersey and Atlanta.
I understand. So when you went to see Dr. Finke on February 24th of 2018,
Mhm.
When you went to see him, you went to see him as a patient.
Yes.
And you got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you
You need to answer yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
I'll say about 25 to 30 minutes. Around that time. Not that much.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finke,
Mm-hmm.
Did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
Oh, that was the first child you ever had.
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time.
Yes.
You're aware that plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No. No.
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finke do for you? That judge?
Assisting. We're not here for her medical care.
Yes, sir. Did you keep Dr. Finke's? Oh, pregnant. Who referred you to Dr. Finke?
I asked somebody to find me like a very upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor's like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
When you were outside in the hallway, before you entered Dr. Finke's office, did you see this individual, Emani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for, she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
About, I guess, like in the afternoon, 1 o'clock, around there. Yeah, 1 something.
Have you ever seen Dr. Finke either before or after February 24th of 2018?
No.
When you went to Dr. Finke's office, your security.
So basically, that was her first time at this particular doctor's office. Okay, it wasn't like this is something that it was just for this time right here. It wasn't any prior visits to this doctor.
Security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard. Yes.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical appointment?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OBGYN. So,
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
no,
Why?
well, first, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
The 5th floor.
At any time did your security guard come into the building after learning about there being some kind of incident in the building?
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me like by the exit, like by the door.
So remember, in the actual lawsuit and the complaint, Emani Ellis, the plaintiff in this case, alleges that Doe One, who is the Cardi B security guard, she's saying that he also is a part of assaulting her. So let's hear what she has to say about that. I'm actually going to speed this up so we can make sure we're caught up before today's actual. It's only going to be like in about an hour and 43 minutes. It's actually going to start today's closing argument. So let's go ahead and speed this up a little bit so we're caught up.
Not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me like by the exit, like by the door. On there, yeah.
Like, do you remember the building?
Yes.
remember?
Well, kind of. I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
And you're talking about the lobby area where you
Yes.
take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
So he was inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it wasn't the inside, it wasn't the outside, but he wasn't like in, like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door, and the door, he had it open for me to come out.
All right. So would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at that fair? Was your security guard with you in the lobby of the building, 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, on February 24, 2018?
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting. When I was
But
exiting.
He was in the lobby with you.
In the lobby. I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm
Did
gonna
you
go with
ask
his
him?
word. No, because I was like, I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her, so I wouldn't know.
I would say start from the very beginning of this video. I start from the very beginning and read the complaint and then the answer, and I'm going through all this like of the main points. So I would just start from the very beginning. And I'm looking at both sides. I'm not just like picking a side. And I do believe so far that both sides are not fully telling the full story and the full truth, and that different people in this whole thing have interest in it. I mean, the actual Dr. Finke, the doctor she just went to first, he has interest because Cardi could technically say, hey, I wanted to sue that doctor in that building because your security, your actual employee assaulted me, or you know, she could possibly had a lawsuit against that business. She could have. I mean, could it have actually been successful? I don't know, but she could have sued. And could they actually fear being sued? And yes, that's probably why they fired their employee, and they probably possibly fear being sued. And so they have an interest in protecting themselves, not just Cardi. And then we have Cardi B. This is like a big lawsuit, and if she loses, it's a big settlement, and it's also not good for her name and brand, even though she does have, she's ratchet, she has violence in her past. We all know Cardi B. And to be honest, a lot of celebrities have records and stuff. And then we have the other side, which is Emani Ellis, the security guard, who's very unprofessional. This is a patient coming to see their doctor. She should not have confronted Cardi B in the first place. It's very unprofessional. She should have respected her privacy. And if you don't work in Beverly Hills if you're gonna be starstruck and unprofessional. So in that situation, people will be like, let me call security. But what happens if security is the one being aggressive, and security is the one throwing curse words back and forth, and security is the one doing all this crazy shit? Okay, you're supposed to be breaking up altercations, not been involved in an altercation. Very unprofessional. And then on top of that, Emani, the plaintiff, is acting like she can't remember everything. And then on the other side, we have Dr. Finke, who's flabbergasted, and he's all over the place, and he's caught in lies. Like, oh, you know, the lawyer calls him out for Emani and says, "You said that I came in there and gave a business card, but I did not do it." And he says, "Oh, it wasn't you, it was some other guy that has dark hair and gave my receptions." Well, not this reception, another reception. Like, he's making up shit. So it's all over the place. And then we have people giving out free surgery and free psychological help and free this and free that because it says on the lien. It's on the lien that, you know, Emani is getting all this free stuff and hopefully that she wins. So then she'll pay it out of her lawsuit, judgment, or settlement, and pay these people back. If she doesn't win, then she has to pay these people back out of her own pocket. So she's gonna be in debt. So there's a lot going on here. And then you're adding the Elvis Presley Ricky Lake wig, and then we're here. Okay, hold on.
Into this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened, or you're injured, or anything happens,
Yes.
aren't they supposed to come help you?
Well,
Why don't we go on?
You don't have to answer. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything to let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help?
Objection, argumentative as to with
I told him, like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. And he was like, what happened? And I practically told him, like, I'll tell you later, like, when I leave. I'm like, wait for me. But I told him, like, wait for me downstairs, like, by the door. And that's what I told him.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard or would you call the police or would you call both or do nothing? Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24th, 2018 when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah. After I went to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore.
That's the thing with that sort of thing, and how her previous background and even her current background of being someone that, you know, is ratchet, will argue, fight, whatever. That's not something that she's gonna be like dwelling on and keep on thinking about. People get in fights and they just like, okay, I got in a fight, and then they move about their life or move about their day, or get into some of the confrontation or altercation. Even the Emani Ellis said she didn't even take pictures. Sometimes people are like, they will take a picture. Oh, if their face is really damaged or something really happened to them, they want to document it, they'll take a picture of it. Emani Ellis didn't even take a picture of her face, like, after this incident. And she's like, you know, like, what happened to her taking a picture of her face, or what is she doing? So it looks like she went about her time too, until now, 2 years later, she sues, right? Yeah, hold on.
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finke to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that day?
Yes.
And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
No, they didn't.
So, do you know what's discovery?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Oh, honey, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatories?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know?
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay. And when your attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf, did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see what you're asking me.
I will show it to you. May I approach your honor?
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, if someone has a high-powered lawyer or expensive lawyers, they're gonna expect the lawyers to handle everything and take care of everything and trust their lawyers to do their job. So they're not gonna. I don't have to think about this. My lawyers are gonna handle it. There is some involvement, but like, if I'm paying a lawyer to do a lot of work, I'm not gonna be all, you know what I'm saying? So I can see someone paying a high-powered, expensive lawyer, and then let them handle it. Now, a criminal case, obviously people are gonna be more involved, but I mean, Yeah, that's the whole point of paying someone expensive, right?
Or the discovery only? Thank you. Yes. I will show it to you. So for identification purposes, it is form interrogatories, set 1, dated September 30th of 2022. That's what it is? Okay. Just come and show you this document. You can take a look at these pages. Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so. No. Well,
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, the responses, which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023. Can I approach on? We'll show you these documents as well. So you can take a look at those documents. Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney?
And the early bird gets the worm. Now that it's a new month, at the beginning of every month, I'm allowed to give 10 memberships. So y'all early bird morning people, I'm gonna give away the 10 memberships now. Again, I cannot control who gets a free membership. It's all based on engagement, hitting the like button, sharing the video, reacting, commenting, things like that. So sometimes people that have already been gifted, sometimes they get they're gifted again. So anyways, I'm about to hit the button in just a second. Okay, hold on.
Can I approach on? We'll show you these documents as well. So you can take a look at those documents. Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
this one I saw. This one I saw.
Okay, you saw that one?
Yeah.
Well, I want to go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1. You see the question, 12.1? It would be, I believe, on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Yeah. Well, can you point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point it to me. Yeah. Sure.
Can I approach you on it? All right. It's on page 5, under 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
Did your attorney ask you if there were any witnesses to this incident?
Yes.
All right, we're going to avoid attorney time for this conversation.
All this yard is the discovery issue that.
It's not a discovery issue, Your Honor. I'm asking her question about if there's any witnesses, and it's for impeachment purposes. Okay, and if you look at the response, there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
Right.
So, can you identify by page and line? I'm not sure what it means by showing.
I can show it to you first if you like.
I just, what do you?
I want her to talk about the response.
All right.
That's these are the questions. May I read the question when I go back to my seat?
It's your direction.
Thank you. So first, I want to ask you if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be, because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign. Like,
He said electronic because that's how she signed. Those electronic signatures are a mess. Like, who actually has a cute electronic signature? Like, be for real. Unless you can like just type it in and it just like types like signs it for you in cursive, you can select the font. But if you actually try to actually use your finger to sign something, child, it's like a mess. Okay, it's like, please don't actually think I that's how my cursive is, because it's horrible in that way.
And the question that I showed you, 12.1, let's say you want to read it or you want me to read it?
you can read it.
State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Mhm.
That's what the question is.
Yes.
As you sit here today, is it your testimony that Dr. Finke is a witness to the incident?
Absolutely.
He is a witness.
Yes, she knows. She was there.
Is Dr. Finke outside speaking with you?
Outside where?
On February 24, 2018.
Outside like.
In the hall.
Yes.
He came out of his office?
Yes.
And your response in 12.1, this is what you responded to your attorney's assistance. I won't hold you 100% at fault for it. Question,
Your Honor?
I withdraw. I apologize. The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discovery is continued. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No. But to my knowledge, Dr. Finke works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior attorney? Yes, sir.
No, we're not.
And at the time when you saw Dr. Finke, you knew his name at that time, correct?
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist's name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name for purposes of trial, then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was 2 witnesses, the receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The cleaner. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's what separated. That's what separated, got in between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started.
Cardi was just about to say something else and she called herself. It looks like she was just about to say something else and then she said verbally. She switched real. She called herself. She's about to say fighting. And again, fighting doesn't always mean physical fighting. It can be like if people say someone is fighting, it can also be a verbal argument, altercation, But it looks like she was just about to say we were fighting, but then she called herself and says verbally. She added verbally. Okay.
They're like telling her, like, you're security, what are you doing? And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, go to my office. And that's when I just walked away, and that was the last of it.
Okay. And 12.1 question. 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or anyone acting on your behalf claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the date of the incident. You also testified that you told him different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
Person that's here present for testimony is compound. It's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
So in the actual complaint, for those that were not here, they have a Doe 1 defendant, and they said that that's Cardi B security. And they are wondering why he was not listed as a witness. And she's saying that he was not actually there. And there's that same area when all this was happening, that he was closer to the exit, and then she saw him only when she was leaving out. So they're questioning why he wasn't added.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard? Your Honor.
Yeah, why don't we? I don't know what you're trying to impeach her on, because she hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
Did you respond to special interrogatory set 1?
That judge is like, what the fuck is you doing? You say you're impeaching. You're trying to. Well, what are you like? What? Get to the point. Like you're doing too much. Okay. You already know that a lot of times when someone has like they have an attorney and they're paying a lot of money, a lot of these people are not going to really be reading every document and looking at every document. You already know that. You know that. So he already knows that. That's a dumb question. But he's just trying to get people caught up, and he's like, why do you add the security as a witness? So the thing is, Emani is saying that the security guard is involved and that the security guard has assaulted her as well. So this lawyer is trying to get the security guy involved. Like, you're saying that he's at the exit. You're saying he's not involved, but my client is saying that security guard attacked me. So how can we piece this together? Because you know, and that's this whole thing. There's no camera footage. It's he say, she say. So what's the security guard up there or not? So now he's in a pickle, and there's a dilemma here.
All right, the question is sustained on 352. Actually, why don't you run?
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case?
No.
Sustained. I need you to move on. This case isn't about discovery. You want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you know who the witnesses are?
All right, we're going to take a break, folks. Why don't we take a break? We'll resume at 3:55. In the meantime, please don't discuss the case with anyone, including other.
A mess. This is just a mess. Listen, you should have all this figured out. Listen. This a he say, she say. So y'all got to figure out how y'all can get that security guard involved in this situation, because Emani said security guard attacked her too, and he ain't in the, and the receptionist ain't saying the security guard did nothing. Where's the security guard at? Because she's saying that he had the exit. You're saying that he's swinging on Emani too. So, child.
Not forming opinions or doing any research.
And that's the whole point. Miss Body is not making sense. If there's security, why did Dr. Finke get in the middle? Because at one point, Dr. Finke said he's in the middle, and another point, the reception says she's in the middle. And also, if the reception says she's in the middle, right? And she says she's in the middle, she brings Cardi B, and she says she brings Cardi B in the room. Then was Dr. Finke before the receptionist then? And then why would he step out the way? It doesn't, this whole thing is just confusing. This whole thing is confusing. So I guess it's like 4 people there. Dr. Finke, the receptionist, and Ellis, the plaintiff, and Cardi B, and that's it. That would be the 4 people, I guess. Yeah, he said it was 4 people. Now I got to go back and see if he means, was that inclusive, like including himself, or not including himself? It's just a lot. Well, the point is, if Cardi had her own security, there would not be a need for Dr. Finke or the receptionist because the security would break it up. So that's what I'm saying, is that it's not adding up now for Ellis. Emani Ellis does not make sense for the security guard, because now we got to keep on watching it. Are they going to say something like the security guard attacked her later on after this altercation, like she later on, like outside of this 50 seconds? A lot of this stuff is happening in like less than a minute. Okay. Yeah, so we'll see where the security guard is supposed to come in at. There's no need for any interference or intervention from the receptionist, Tierra, or Dr. Finke. If she has her own security guard, she wouldn't need their protection. And then that's why they brought up another question. If you felt unsafe, Cardi, why didn't you say security?
Let's define what we mean as impeachment. Impeachment is she said something, and you've got evidence that she said something else. She said, I don't know anybody's name. I got sent there. I was seen for a short amount of time. I didn't remember what their names were. And now you're saying, here's this document that says you don't know what their names were.
Okay, so maybe I'm going about it the wrong way. That's why
you absolutely are. You're not listening to the court's direction when I'm asking you to move on.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it intentionally.
It seems like you are.
I really am not. I understand the court's.
Oh shit, Jerry. My mind is on the judge. The judge is frustrated and sick of this shit. Like, you just got out of law school. Barely. It took you 5 times to pass the bar. It took you 5 times to pass the bar. Woo, I don't know how many chances you get, but the judge is sick of it. Jerry. He said he had to go on break. You had to send that judge on a break. Oh shit. I'm gonna go back one night. That was funny. I'm sorry. Hold on.
And then you're saying, here's this document that says you don't know what their names were.
Okay, so maybe I'm going about it the wrong way. That's why
you absolutely are. You're not listening to the court's direction when I'm asking you to move on.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it intentionally.
It seems like you are.
I really am not.
Oh, you got a whooping in the courthouse. That's like an equivalent to a spanking by the judge. Boom, boom, we spanked your ass. Now move on. We gotta schedule. We gotta wrap this up. Now, this already was filed in 2020. It's 2025. What's going on, people? 5 years later, child. Hold on.
I understand the court's issues, but I want to explain my name.
Go ahead.
So I was going to ask her if she believes that Karan Newton is a witness in this.
He wasn't there. He was in the lobby.
Right, but 12.1 subsection D talks about witnesses that have knowledge about this case.
What knowledge does he have? He was in the lobby.
I was going to ask her. She spoke to him about it. That's what D is all about.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Why is the judge saying he wasn't there? He was in the lobby, because now, oh my gosh, Emani said in her complaint that the security guard hit her too. So if the judge trying to say he wasn't there, then how you gonna say that? What's going on here? Because now, how can you be saying that? How can you, the judge, be saying that he was, child? Now, how Emani lost? Now her lawsuit looking stupid because even the judge making it look stupid. You got the judge making your shit look stupid. Yeah, this some bullshit. Why you gotta tell me? Oh shit! The judge is already agreeing that he ain't there. Girl, your whole complaint, Emani Ellis, bring your ass here. Imani Ellis with your $24 million lawsuit. Where is it? You said in your day, I just read your complaint. You said the security guard also is a trained person that also is the one that is involved in the assault of you. Child.
So he was a hearsay witness, but she told him something.
Well, he's a witness.
Okay.
Also, in special.
So here's the other issue. You didn't oppose her. If you wanted to ask these questions, you could have taken her deposition.
I understand the issue. Thank you. But there is a special interrogatory number 15, which is on point, which asks a disclosure of the security guard. Okay. She didn't disclose his name, but she knows his name.
Okay. So what are we going to do with that?
We're going to have the jury know that she didn't give the name of her security guard.
And what, so in order to be admissible, it has to be relevant. In order to be relevant, it has to be probative. Or, so it's got to be more likely to show proof or disprove a material fact in the case. None of this has anything to do with any material fact.
Let me explain. Her testimony, Your Honor, is that Karan Newton doesn't know anything about this case.
She doesn't say that. She hasn't said that. She said he was in the lobby.
Even better. Plaintiff has testified that she has spoken with Karan Newton.
Okay.
It's in the medical records.
Okay.
He's a witness in some form or fashion.
So the appropriate means for you to do that is one, to file a motion to compel, or number two, seek evidentiary sanctions, which would have been handled pre-trial. But we're not going to have this witness testifying in trial in front of a jury about discovery issues.
That's fine. The issue is, if it asked her to provide the name of the security guard.
So he wants to have a whole new trial because he wants to. You want a whole start over on this? Like, what the fuck you want to start over? Are you wanting to have the security guard? Let me see that witness list again. Are you wanting to have the security guard on the witness stand? Is that what you're trying to do? Like saying it's like unfair because you want that security guard on the stand? Yeah, I don't think I've seen that person. I gotta go look at it again.
And she didn't disclose it. Why is it not fair? These are under penalty.
Then you file a motion to compel, or a motion for evidentiary sanctions. You did neither.
She testified in her discovery that she was alone. Today she testified she was with Karan. I want to ask her about that.
You already did.
I didn't show her the discovery, which is on point on that issue, Your Honor.
You're going to impeach her with the document saying that she was alone when she was alone in the elevator and the incident happened. That's your impeachment?
No. My impeachment is she did not reveal that she was with the security guard in the lobby, didn't do anything to provide his information. When the other side...
Again, it's a discovery issue, so we're not going to go there.
Well, Your Honor, the other side is able to impeach the plaintiff.
With what?
With this discovery. They went into it...
And she offered inconsistent statements in discovery.
Child, not you arguing with the judge. That's like a student in the classroom arguing with the teacher. Oh, shit. It never really goes too well. Yeah. So with that being said, he's trying... I guess it feels like he's gonna be losing this. You already feel like a loser already. You're gonna start over. You already feel like you lost already. So yeah, I don't see that security on this witness list. So he feels like the security guard should be on the witness list and should be taking the stand. So I guess he wants a do-over. Yeah, that judge said that's not gonna happen. Okay, have a seat. Hold on. Let me go back.
With what?
With this discovery. They went into it.
And she offered inconsistent statements in discovery.
That's what's happening here too.
No, she hasn't said anything inconsistent. She said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew
in discovery. She said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan Newton's information. We asked her the name of the security guard.
All right.
She made it appear.
I'm going to ask you to move on. We're not going to get into further discovery issues.
May I just raise one point? I don't want the court to overlook. I want to point out this questioning started with a direct contemptuous violation of the order on the motion to eliminate, excluding any mention of gang affiliation, and that's the first question he asked.
Yeah, I don't expect that there's going to be anything further than that. I mean, you knew it was wrong when you said it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that there was a specific motion limiting excluding?
The motion limiting, Your Honor, is prior bad acts.
Nope. You might want to look at your trial binder to see specifically what it says. All right.
It's not a good look that the receptionist and the doctor, they're not mentioning security. And also, it's not a good look that, as everyone is pointing out in the chat, people are pointing out that if Cardi B had her own security, the receptionist and Dr. Finke, Tierra, the receptionist, Dr. Finke, they would not have needed to intervene and step in the middle and be security. One security was at the exit because she wanted privacy even from that security, that guard she had. And also the other security for the building was acting the fool and the donkey and swinging at Cardi B. Oh shit, security. I'm right here, I'll beat your ass. No, you ain't supposed to be trying to beat my ass. Oh shit, I need the security for security, child. Lord. Dang, you can't even call for security. That's so ghetto and ratchet.
All right, we'll resume 5 minutes.
Oh. A mess. Okay. We got the judge fighting a lawyer. We got a flabbergasted gynecologist. Did he get flabbergasted on the job where he's, cranking legs open all day? Lord have mercy. I'm flabbergasted. And then the lawyer calls him out. I did not drop off no business card to you. I did not drop off no business card. Oh, it wasn't you. Maybe it was another guy with dark hair and dark this. There's always some dark guy, dark, mysterious guy. And he came on not that day and not with that receptionist. Oh, and then she has a whole complaint. Oh, the security guard was swinging on me, assaulting me. And everybody says, no, the security guard was in the lobby and there was no security guard. So the receptionist and the doctor has to try to break it up and be the referees. Woo! Ciao. Let me see what's happening. Fast forward.
And Counsel, you want to resume your questioning?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Aside from Karan Newton, was there anybody else who drove with you to the building on February 24th of 2018?
No.
So now I want to take you a little bit through the incident, bring you back in time. Do you agree that an incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
It was a verbal incident. Verbal.
But it was an incident, correct?
Oh.
I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you. But we both have different opinions. It's a verbal.
Here's the thing. She said verbal altercation, but the receptionist who said she was hit in the head, she said she saw hands swinging, plural. So somebody was swinging them hands, child. Somebody was windmilling, and they was windmilling. She said hands was swinging. Plural. So somebody, hands plural mean more. One person just raised a hand. Hands plural mean that she saw somebody hands were swinging. So more than one hand was moving. Okay.
Altercation. She didn't hit me. I didn't hit her. There was no touch. So to me, it wasn't no incident.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white, something else?
My background? Well,
Relevance. Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself Afro-Caribbean.
No, you're setting to objection.
Relevant.
Assisting.
Have you ever used the N-word with Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Did you try to take a swing at her?
No.
When you say there was a verbal altercation,
yes.
Do you know what the word altercation means?
Like a conflict.
Like a fight, right?
It was like a verbal.
It's because they are trying to stupidly, I have to say stupidly, I discussed this earlier, but they're stupidly trying to argue the Bain Act, some sort of civil rights. And I went over it earlier, and all I would say is it's not really going to stick. So her race is important with that by saying that it's racism involved and she was using N-word and she's not black. And Yeah. So I would just say I went over it earlier, but so that's why they're gonna bring up race. And that what Cardi B did to her was affecting her, impacting her so much that it impeded or stopped her ability to be able to go to work, and she has the right to be able to be employed and go to work, and it's just a bunch to it, and it just not make sense for what they're trying to sell. But with this type of case, they want to try to win, so they're gonna just try to say count this or count that, and they're going to try to make up any claim they can to see what sticks. Even in criminal cases, they do the same things. They just charge you with a bunch of stuff, and hopefully that one will stick.
Right, but it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, we'll see, a debate.
And we're debating.
There we go. Here we go. Y'all are not taking this trial seriously, and that's why I can't even take it seriously. Everybody is there and like this is some sort of like, Lord, this is like some sort of like a scare. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying that no one is really taking this seriously besides the people that are trying to get money. But those people are fucking. They don't know what they're doing. Like you're trying to go against Cardi B, but you're not. You're ill prepared. You're not prepared. You have stupid questions. You're all over the place. You don't know what you're doing. Those lawyers were not really prepared to take on Cardi B. So I guess I got to see what the backgrounds and who are these lawyers for Miss Ellis? Who are her Emani Ellis, like her lawyers, the law firm? Because they're not really ready to take on Cardi B. It looks like if you're trying to go for the $24 million, a lot of money, you gotta be on the money. You better get what's his name? You better get Diddy's lawyers, okay? They will not be playing around. Like they will be in this court eating things up. It'll be a whole different ball game because they will go gutter. They only playing. They know how to play ball with celebrities. So I would say if you're going against a celebrity, you need a celebrity. They got a celebrity attorney. You need a celebrity attorney or somebody that's up there.
Think about whether you assaulted and battered Miss Emani Ellis, correct?
It's no, I guess so, but I didn't touch her. She didn't touch me, so.
What proof do you have that you didn't touch her?
Objection, relevance, and also.
Sorry, do you have any videos of the incident?
No.
Did you try to get videos of the incident?
I asked if there was videos. Like I told them to, like I told my lawyers to check if there was videos, but there's no cameras. I guess there was no cameras.
When did you ask for that? What year?
I feel like when I got sued, I was like,
yeah, there's a whole thing about her not being. I was thinking that she's like Afro Latina or something. What I don't know what she is. So that threw me when she said Afro Caribbean. I thought she was Afro Latina. I thought she was. I don't know what Cardi is. Okay, I don't. But I do know that Emani Ellis is saying that she ain't black and she used the N-word. She ain't black and she's arguing the Bain Act and civil rights. Okay. Yeah. So that's why they asked the question about her race. Okay. Hold on.
When I got sued, I was like, oh, I know I didn't touch her. Like it's like look for the cameras because they'll tell you I ain't touching her.
When you went to the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, and you saw Emani Ellis there on the 5th floor, was she wearing her uniform as a security guard?
Yes. Okay.
You remember?
Again, you might want to just take a breath so you can straight and
Are you aware that my office is across the street?
No.
Okay. 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You remember that number? You agree that that's the correct number? The address.
I remember that I went there, but I don't really remember the address and stuff like that. I don't.
If I show you the building with the number on it, that help refresh your recollection?
If I had to guess by name and other things, that's what I would guess, and even looks, whatever. But at the same time, there are some Afro Latinas that are not. What can I say? There are some people that are. You can tell that if they did a DNA test, you know that there would be a large percentage of black in their DNA. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like a lot of Dominicans like that. But but all I'm saying is the reason they're asking for her race is because they're trying to argue the Bain Act, okay?
Sure.
I don't have to really waste time if you don't want me to. When you were sitting here throughout the trial, you saw the 25
Yes.
pages I showed, right?
Yes.
Was that the correct building?
Yes.
And you remember entering the building, going up some stairs, taking the lobby elevator, and going to the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you exited, you saw Emani Ellis right there in front of you.
Yes. No. When I exited the elevator, not the building, the elevator.
Correct.
Yes.
On the 5th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 elevators there?
I do not remember that.
At least 2 different elevator bays?
I don't remember that. I just remember me getting out the elevator. She was coming in. I was coming out. I could hear her. She was talking on the phone. And she said, "Oh my God, y'all, Cardi B's here." So I kind of speed walk, but I feel her behind me. Then I hear her talking like, "Oh my God, Cardi B is here." So I turn around and she had her phone. She didn't have it here no more. Now she has it here. And I asked her, "Yo, why are you recording me?" And she clearly looked like the security. She looked like the security guard. She's uniformed down. And I'm like, "Why are you recording me? Are you security?" And she's like, "Oh my bad." But then I'm walking and I feel her still following me. So like as I'm walking, speed walking, trying to look for the office, I turn around again. And I'm like, "Why are you following me?" She's like, "Because I can." It's like, "No, you can't. Why are you following me for? Like, ain't you supposed to be security?" And she's like, "Because I can't." It's like, "No, you can." And she's like getting closer and closer. Like now she's like in front of me where I can't even like really maneuver. And I'm like, "Ain't you supposed to be security? Like you grouped out, you're recording me, now you're following me. Like back up." And she's like, "I can do what I want." It's like, "No, you can. Like you can't do what you want." And that's when we started arguing.
What did you say?
I was like, "You can't do what you want. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like you invading my privacy." And now we're like,
yeah, I don't know exactly. The point is that I'm just saying they asked that question because they're trying to argue civil rights. Okay, so if they can try to say that she's not black in any capacity or in a way that they could argue it. To me, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole because that whole act is not going to work because this is not nothing to do with. This is not a civil rights issue. I'm not trying to be whatever, but this is not even like words like going down like what is she in this that big debate because that whole Bain Act they're trying to use is not going to work. It's a reach. So that's why I'm not even like pondering on it. Like if it was something really like a civil rights issue, I'd be like looking all into this and trying to really see. But since I know that that's just stupid and I don't know why they even put that in there, then it's like, what's the point? So I'm pretty much ignoring that. And also we only have 1 more hour, so I need to actually try to get to the second day.
That's to chest practically. So I keep telling her like, you need to back up. And I'm thinking to myself like, this girl's big. She's big, she got big black boots on. And I'm like, damn. The hell am I gonna do now? She's literally right in my face, like on my chest, and we're arguing. I keep telling her to back up, but she's not backing up. And we're arguing, cursing at each other. I did call her the B word. I did call her a bitch. Like, "Bitch, get out of my face." I did say, "Bitch, get the fuck out of my face. You're in my face. You're screaming in my face." We're like literally screaming at each other. And she kept telling me like, "You're gonna leave my building." I'm not leaving. Like, how you harassing me? I'm not leaving. And you telling me, how you telling me to leave? I came to see a doctor. You following me. You're recording me. I'm just trying to check my cat.
Cardi B is just trying to use her charm and she's like, the first time she came with that Elvis Presley, Ricky Lake hairstyle looking like a damn tomboy. But now she tried to get glammed up from when she's on the stand so she could try to be flirtatious and like charming and I'm just trying to check on my cat. I ain't here to be fighting. And she's just trying to be this way, to entertain and get people to kiki or laugh. to make it less serious and to be less in like, oh, I was just there to get my gynecologist appointment, like, and I'm being attacked, like, it's your security, you're supposed to be, you know, she's playing it up.
You were recording me. And we're arguing. That's when the receptionist came out. She started wilding out, like, this bitch hit me. And I'm like, I did not hit her. I'm looking at like, girl, I can't even hit you if I want to. You're bigger than me and you're pregnant. She just started wilding out, like, this bitch hit me. Then the doctor came out and he's like, go to my office. And after that, I just walk away.
So then Cardi says, I can't hit you because you're bigger than me. That's not gonna stop you from trying to protect yourself and your baby. It's from just because someone's bigger than you. Okay. So we're supposed to believe that Cardi B, Miss, I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna do this, Miss Ratchet, is just gonna sit there and not fight back. And somebody's wilding. So this girl's wilding out. And you ain't trying to, you just Cardi B just standing there all innocent. Something tell me I'm not really buying that. I'm sorry. Now, do I think that you probably could take her and beat her up? Probably not. But do I think you just sat there and did nothing? Even, child, I don't know. You know, she pregnant, but even when pregnant, and if you know something getting serious, and someone is cursing and doing all this to your face, and you're pregnant. Here's the thing. She said she starts wallowing. Wallowing is someone swinging, or am I missing something? When someone says starts wallowing, someone is swinging. That's swinging. That's not like talking. That wallowing means if somebody is starting to windmill or do some sort of hitting motion. Or that's hitting. If somebody said they wild out on somebody wallowing, they're swinging. So that means if somebody's wallowing out, then that means that, and they're face to face, and no one's in the middle. Where are the fists and the swings landing at? It don't make no sense. Anyways, with he say, she say, if there's no cameras around, who would admit to hitting somebody when there's no cameras around, when there's $24 million at stake? There's $24 million on the line here. No cameras, and you're actually gonna say, oh, I hit somebody, and there's no cameras. Now, should you be honest and say whatever? Yeah, but when it's $24 million, you're gonna say, oh, you know what they say, don't deny everything. Deny. It's not your job to tell on yourself and incriminate yourself and confess and give a testimony. Oh yeah, I beat this bitch down in the elevator, outside the elevator. I beat her down in the lobby. I hit that bitch. Child, now you got a $24 million lawsuit. Or you can shut your mouth and deny everything because there ain't no cameras. And you could possibly walk away with your money in your pocket. I'm just saying. A mess.
This is that.
Are you aware in the city of Beverly Hills, if a security guard tells you to leave the building, which they are security of, you would be required to do that? Do you agree with that?
Objection to relevance.
A security not supposed to.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you that you're causing a disturbance in the building?
No, she was causing a disturbance. She's recording me and following me.
Well, let's talk about that. Are people allowed to record you if they want to?
Now, Shani says, how come they didn't request the guard's footage that she was recording? Now, Discovery would allow them to try to see if there's anything they can get from the phone or get a request, right? However, she's saying that the guard was not recording the whole altercation, but recording just recording her, like walking down the hallway or walking. So she didn't tell us at what point did the recordings allegedly stop. Like, you're saying that she recorded you, but you're not, And also, if the guard did record, you think the guard will actually give anyone any proof that she did anything or her part in it? Not really. Again, when you have everyone on every side has their own interest in protecting their pockets. Even the building and the Dr. Finke and his gynecologist practice, he has to protect his business. a rich celebrity client, patient coming there, being in some sort of altercation with that security guard, the employee of that building, he could face a liability, and he has to protect his company, his business. And then we have Emani Ellis. She wants to win to get this money from Cardi, and now she has free stuff that she has gotten that she has to pay back out of the winnings or out of her own pocket. And then we have Cardi B. Their interest is not to have to pay a settlement or judgment. So on all ends, people are protecting their own bottom line.
In a public place, which would be the building that you were at.
Objection. Yes, no? Objection calls for legal conclusion. Mischaracterizes. Sorry.
Do you know if it's okay for someone to videotape you?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
When she videotaped you, or maybe she didn't, what proof do you have that she was videotaping you?
She had her phone went from here to right here, and she said like, "Yo, Cardi B," like I seen her. I turned around and I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes.
Did you ever see the actual video recording of you on her phone? Yes or no?
No.
Could it be possible that she wasn't recording you? She was simply holding her phone in front of you. Is that possible?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for speculation.
What proof do you have that you were being recorded by Emani Ellis on February 24, 2018, aside from what you just told us?
Objection.
Do you have any other proof?
Objection has been answered.
Isn't it true that you usually wear your nails longer than what they are today?
Sometimes, most of the times, yes, and some of the times, no.
Most of the time, 90% of the time?
Lately, as in so far, I'll say about, in the past year, I'll say about 70.
70% of the time. And when you wear them long, would you agree that they're about 3 inches long?
No, not all the time, no.
2 inches or more?
So
it really depends.
But only folks, she said in the last year. I don't know how long she has her nails in the last year is relevant to anything.
And when you had them in 2018, you also wore them long at that time too, correct?
I wear them long, but it really depends on the inches.
How long were your nails on February 24th, 2018 when you were at the building speaking or arguing or whatever you were doing with Emani Ellis?
They were 1 inch, they were square, squared, and they had flat rhinestones.
Are rhinestones sharp?
No, not if they're flat. And they weren't 3D, they were flat.
With the nails you have on right now.
So why were they trying to get the Dr. Finke to say that she had these these spears, these weapons of mass destruction nails, and she said she had coffin shaped?
Think that these nails are sharper, or the ones that you had on the day-to-day?
I believe that they were not sharp that day. They were square, and sometimes like when this acrylic and it's square, it's like a texture. And I always tell this to my nail tech: make sure that like you shape, like when you shape them, don't make them sharp on the side, or don't make them that sharp, because I don't want to.
You don't want to hurt it.
I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just, you know what I'm saying?
And in the past, when you had them sharp, you did hurt yourself, correct?
I never really hurt myself, but like just in case, I just be like, don't make them too pointy, because I just don't want them to be uncomfortable. Not pointy, but it's like a certain type of sharp that you just don't want.
And if you wanted to scratch or cut Miss Emani Ellis' face, you could have done it with both of your hands, either one or both.
Objection calls for speculation. Over.
I'm not saying you did that right now. I'm asking you a different question. Did you understand my question?
I mean, how would I fight? How would I fight somebody? I am mostly left-handed, so if I was to like do anything mostly, I'll do it mostly with the left hand. I'm really like.
You're good at fighting with your left hand, right?
Objection is characterized as testimony.
Are you good at fighting with your left hand?
Objection like foundation.
Do you have any experience fighting with any like martial arts experience or other type of experience to defend yourself should something occur in your life? Objection, relevance.
Not really, no.
So any type of fighting that you would be able to do, it would just be freestyle from your own knowledge of fighting, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
If you wanted to fight with someone, would you use your left hand, your right hand, or both?
Objection, ask and answer.
When you enter a building, such as this building or any building, oftentimes you will see that there's a security guard or a police officer or a sheriff guarding the building, correct? You saw that today here in the courthouse, didn't you?
Yes.
That's I guess it's not. And on the day of the incident, the security guard, police officer, or person securing that building, in your mind, when you saw Emani Ellis was in fact Emani Ellis. In your mind, when you got off the elevator, Emani Ellis was, in your mind, your state of mind was that she was a security guard, correct? Objection?
She's answering.
Yes. Okay. And was there any doubt in your mind that she was a security guard?
There was no doubt in my mind that she was a security guard. She had the security guard outfit on. That's why I was so confused that she was so aggressive, and she's supposed to protect me, the patient.
I understand. If Emani Ellis had in fact told you to leave the building, would you have listened because she was a security guard?
Objection. This is a complete hypothetical, irrelevant explanation.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you to leave the building at any point during your verbal or physical altercation on February 24th, 2018?
She told me, "You're gonna leave my building. You're gonna leave my building."
Are you aware that Emani Ellis was hired by the owner of that building and had the right to tell you to leave?
Objection. Also legal conclusion.
When Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, did you follow her commands?
Objection.
Let me see something. Child. Cardi B Instagram, February 14th. This ain't the exact date. It's about 10 days before it. And let's see if she showed her nails. But 10 days of now, let's be clear, 10 days before somebody can get there, they could change their nails. I'm just trying to see her nails close to that time period.
Try.
Girl, I'm gonna go to your IG on 2018 on the exact day. I'm gonna see if you got any IG posts of how your nails look on that day. I want to see how your nails really look. Somebody's coughing in 1 inch. This right here, it looks like.
Not to let people pick up.
Yeah, them definitely
some
long right there.
People do not
it's not long
have the strength that I had when I was a child. Stop picking these people because the devil will be talking to people. The devil make you do crazy shit. Stop doing that shit. Bye, y'all.
For me to wake up to that.
Cardi, I might not even do it to you because something tells me you probably done deleted any pictures or videos on that day. But I'm sure they're gonna go look. Baby.
No, she wasn't acting like a security guard.
But she was a security guard.
The security guard tried to attack patients.
Did you believe in your mind that Emani Ellis was a police officer?
No.
If you thought she was a police officer, would you have handled the situation the same way?
So I told you, Cardi B could have been using that exact verbiage and saying the same thing to that damn doctor. Oh, your security tried to attack me. Your security tried to attack me. So that doctor could have been like, oh my gosh, my patient is saying the security at the building tried to attack her. He's like, oh my gosh, he probably just saw his whole practice like going down the drain from one lawsuit from a patient saying security tried to attack. So fired the security. The security is fired. I fired the person. Please don't sue me, please. I'm flabbergasted.
Let's just focus on that.
Now, when Emani Ellis spoke with you, when you exited the elevator, she spoke with you directly outside the elevator, the area directly outside the elevators, correct?
I don't believe she got inside the elevator. I don't believe she did.
That's my question. Did whatever happened between the two of you, did it happen inside the elevator, at the point of entry, or outside the elevator?
Outside the elevator and down the hallway.
And when Miss Ellis was asked the same question, do you remember her saying that it happened outside of the elevator as well? Do you agree with her testimony?
It wasn't in front of the elevator anymore because I was walking and she was following me. So it wasn't in front of the elevator. It was outside the elevator because I already got off the elevator. I don't think she ever went inside the elevator because I felt her as soon as I'm walking. I felt her walking right behind me, and then she said something. She said, "Oh my God, Cardi B!" That's when I turned around, and she got the camera right here, like she recorded me. And I'm like, yo, why you recording me? And she practically did admit that she recorded me because she said, oh, my bad. So.
And when she said, oh, wow, it's Cardi B, or whatever you just said right now, when she said that, was that offensive to you?
It wasn't offensive. I just kept like power walking so I could like avoid more contact, but she just kept following me.
And isn't it true that sometimes when you're walking around, different people will say, oh, wow, it's Cardi B?
Yeah.
Because they get excited.
Yeah.
And you had experienced that many times before you had that experience with Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't like it from her is because she was a security guard and you felt it was unprofessional for her to say that to you.
When she first said it, I didn't tell her nothing. I kept walking.
Why couldn't she say it? Why?
I never said she couldn't.
Okay. And she said it to you.
She said it to me and I kept walking.
What if she was not a security guard and she was just a random unit and said, oh, wow, it's Cardi B? Would you have taken offense to that?
No,
You can answer.
I didn't even feel offended when she first said it. I felt offended when she kept following me. She recorded me, and you're supposed to be a security. You're not supposed to be recording patients going to any doctor, any.
But again,
that's what offended me. When she first said, oh my God, it's Cardi B, I just kept power walking and didn't say nothing. I said something the second time she said it, and I turned around and I saw that she was recording me. I'm like, yo, why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security? And she said, oh my bad. Then she kept following me, and now I'm getting annoyed. Like, what the fuck? You're the security guard of the building.
All right, counsel, I think that might be a good time to end because we've got some things that we need to deal with outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume right back at 9:30 again. Thank you for your patience today and your attention. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors, not form any opinions or do any research.
Okay, so let's go to the last video, and this will be the last one before the new stuff starts today, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you for coming back today. Good morning, Ms. Cardi B.
Good morning.
So when we were discussing yesterday at the end, we were talking about the issue where you testified that Miss Ellis was recording you with her cell phone. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know what type of cell phone she was using at the time?
I'm not quite sure. I just remember it was clear.
What color was the cell phone?
It had a case. It definitely had a case. But I'm not sure.
Do you know if the type of phone that she was using when she was recording you, would a light go on or would some kind of noise?
It didn't have a light. It didn't have a light.
So if the cell phone was facing Miss Ellis, I'm assuming it was. Well, let me ask you that. Was the cell phone that you're talking about, was it facing you or was it facing Miss Ellis?
The camera was facing me. When I got off the elevator, her phone was here. Then when I was walking and she was behind me, and then she said, oh my God, y'all Cardi B. I looked back and the camera was like right there, like practically on her chest type stuff. I'm like, yo, why are you recording me?
Okay. And you've seen like, police officers where they have a camera on the front of them. Have you ever seen that?
Emani Ellis says that she was not recording, and then Cardi says she believes that she was recording her. Cardi did say that she heard her talking on the phone to someone or had the phone in her ear at one point, but that at another point, it seemed like the phone was leveled to a certain point, like she was just following her and recording. And then she said, why are you recording me? Like, oh, my bad. So, again, at this point, there's no footage. So it's like a he say, she say, and that's not gonna, I don't know how that's gonna favor well for this whole case, right? There's not a lot of evidence.
police officer will have that?
I never seen that, but that was her phone, not a camera.
I understand. But I'm saying, have you ever seen a security officer or police officer have a special camera on their chest which records what occurs in front of them? I'm not saying she was recording you. I am asking you this question. If she was recording you, why does it matter?
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance.
I wasn't causing a disturbance.
Let's not talk over each other, number one. Wait, we're finish asking the question before you answer.
Do you own the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I was walking to a doctor's office.
Do you agree that you were a guest in that building? You were a visitor, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When a security officer tells you to leave, are you supposed to leave?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Sustained. That's an answer from this history.
You were causing a disturbance in the building.
She started the disturbance.
Did you also?
Oh, sorry.
Do you remember yesterday you said that?
Now, before the actual closing arguments, we're not gonna have time to watch all the testimonies because, like I said, I'm just doing some catch up on some of the main testimonies, but we're not gonna be able to watch all of them in one day. These trials and these days, they usually go to full day, from like 9 all the way to 5. So that's like gonna be 8 hours of footage per day, and that's like 3 days. That's 24 hours. And since I just started this live this morning, it's just to give some people a catch up as to some of the main testimonies before the actual closing arguments, which we will hear today. Okay.
There was a verbal altercation between the two of you. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her. Yes or no?
Yes.
You used the F word during that fight, didn't you?
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it to
Why?
her now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it, Your Honor.
You want me to say it to
I
her
want
face?
you to tell it to her face what you said on that day so she can hear it for herself.
The objection is the same.
Your Honor, we have civility.
Yeah. Why don't we just take the temperature down a little bit? If you have actual questions to ask her, please do so. It's not the time to argue with her.
What were the words that you used?
God, this is so unprofessional. We have the judge and the lawyer arguing back and forth. We have the lawyer arguing back and forth with the fucking witness on the stand. This is so ratchet. And then we have this whole case is just ratchet from the beginning. When in a fucking building, we cannot just like overlook it. In the building, we have security that actually needs security called on them. It's crazy.
When you got off the elevator to this security guard, who's no longer security guard at this time.
Objection to argument that's been also covered yesterday.
It's been covered several times, so that's an answer. The objection's the same.
What did you tell Emani Ellis yesterday? What were you holding in your hand at the time when you got off the elevator?
Over.
Nothing, correct? You weren't holding it, were you?
No.
You had both of your hands free to do whatever you wanted to do, correct? Yes or no?
Objection to all this.
Over.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And if you wanted to scratch or cut her face with your right hand or your left hand, if you wanted to do it, you could have done it, correct?
But
You're
I
not
didn't.
disabled.
But I didn't because I had a baby inside me.
How did she know?
Time out. Let's slow down the pace just a little bit before the opportunity to give objections and the court reporter. What was the objection?
Argumentative, relevance.
Over.
And again, I would ask that counsel lower his voice.
So, Your Honor, I was told yesterday that my voice was too low by others, so that's why it's a little bit higher today, so that everybody can hear what I can say, as well as the witness.
I think there's a difference between volume and tone. I think the volume is fine, the tone is a little bit argumentative.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I apologize. I will try to do my best to tone it down. So, again, I will ask you to tell us and admit to this fact that you are not disabled, correct?
I'm not what?
Are you disabled?
At that moment, no.
Are you disabled? Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you things I can't do?
Fine. What was your disability on February 24th of 2018? What was your disability?
I was pregnant. I couldn't protect myself, even if I wanted to. She's like twice my size.
No problem. Let me ask you this. How many months pregnant were you?
Wait for the answer.
Okay.
You done yet?
How many months pregnant were you?
I was around 13 to 12 weeks.
Months? 4 months? 3 months? 3 to 4 months. Fair enough. Did you have a bulging belly?
No, I didn't.
Did Miss Emani Ellis know that you were pregnant? Do you know if Emani Ellis knew that you were pregnant when you walked out of that elevator?
No, I didn't know. But she knows that I'm a patient. When you're a patient to go see a medical anything, you shouldn't even try to fight nobody. You don't know what disability they have.
Okay. Now let me ask you this question. When you say you were disabled, were you disabled in your upper extremity, your arms?
She said she's pregnant. She doesn't want to fight because you could, However, if you're pregnant, you don't want to fight, right? But what happens if somebody wallowing on you? She said somebody's wallowing. So I don't know where y'all from, but where I'm from, if somebody says someone's wallowing on somebody, that's swinging. That's not a verbal altercation when somebody says someone's wallowing. Like it's not. Like, yeah. People have to pay attention to what they say. And then also that receptionist Sierra said she was in the middle of both of them. She said, she says she saw hands, like hands flying or whatever, or swinging, or she saw something with the hands. So the whole stories are not being told. And yeah, don't forget, like I said, the doctor has an interest in protecting their pockets. Look at Cardi. Look what she said and understand. Cardi's like, I'm a patient and the security in the building is attacking me. I'm a patient in the building. I'm a patient. And who is she a patient of? Yeah, exactly. The doctor. And the doctor doesn't want his practice to be sued. So, you know, he has an interest, not just Cardi, in disappearing any surveillance. Oh, ain't no surveillance because you ain't finna get me sued. Oh my gosh. Listen, that was my doctor's office. Y'all can take y'all shenanigans somewhere else, and all y'all hoorah and ruckus and all that shit y'all doing. And don't ask me for no surveillance because there ain't no surveillance because none of y'all bitches ain't suing me. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? And that's on period. And then I'm gonna open my doors up tomorrow. and next patient in line, please. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all evidence so y'all can turn around and sue me. So I'm just saying the doctor has an interest too, not just Cardi, and making sure that if he did have surveillance, you ain't getting it to sue him. And he's too flabbergasted to respond. I ain't giving y'all shit if that was my practice and my doctor's office. I ain't giving y'all nothing. Ain't what surveillance? Ain't no footage. Especially when somebody's calling me talking about, I'm a patient, and I'm a celebrity, and I was attacked by your employee at that building. So I'm like, oh, this person might want to sue me. You got some footage just so I can have as evidence of this altercation? No, I don't. I'm afraid not, ma'am. Oh, that sucks. I was hoping to have that as evidence of me being attacked at your law firm. I'm at your doctor's office.
What reputable doctor's office does not have?
Your arm's disabled. The reason I'm asking is I want us to make it very clear for everybody that your arms can go up and down, and they could go up and down now, and they could go up and down on that day as well. You agree to this?
Objection, argumentative, ask an answer in a different way. And I guess that's fine.
I'll let you can answer this once. Please don't ask it again.
If my arms were disabled? No, my arms weren't disabled. No.
Can you raise your arms up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you? You don't have to do it physically. I'm saying, are you able to do it?
Yes.
And on that day, you were able to do it as well, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
That's all that's. Aside from your disability of being 3 to 4 months pregnant, did you have any other disabilities?
No, no.
Do you have a disabled placard? Are you legally disabled in any way?
Why don't you want
you should have worked on these questions. This is not, what are you trying to say that she should be able to fight back, or she should fight? Like, this is like your line of questioning is not going to go anywhere.
And the hoodie that you had on, what color was it? Was it black, white, yellow, purple, pink?
I really don't remember.
Like, was the hoodie over your head, or
yes?
No? You wore it for what reason over your head? To protect your identity?
It could be I don't really want people to recognize me. My hair not done, my makeup not done, my body just woke up. A lot of reasons.
And when you went there in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m., had you just woken up at that moment? Well, shortly before 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday? When you went to the building at 1:30 p.m., were you?
Yeah, I mean, some of those buildings have like a bunch of suites, and then I gotta look at the building up. They have a bunch of suites, and then there's someone that owns the building, the landlord, and then the landlord will probably have a security for the actual building itself that monitors, that does for the whole building. Either way it goes, it still happened in the doctor's office. So if a patient is attacked at the doctor's office, then they can still sue. That the doctor can still be sued And even anyone could possibly, even if building periods, anyone could possibly be sued. So there's a lot of people look at it as this is all to protect Cardi B, but I'm just saying that other people have a vested interest in protecting their own pockets, even from Cardi B or even from that former Emani Ellis.
Fasting, or you had eaten something before you went to see the doctor? Now, when you saw Miss Emani Ellis and you got out of the elevator,
Why did Emani Ellis call the police? Why didn't she call the police on Cardi B, and then the police could investigate it and then there?
I'm not asking who did what. I'm asking, was there any contact between you and her of any kind? What that means is fingers to fingers, shoes to shoes, knees to knees. Any contact between you and Emani Ellis of any kind. Was there? Yes or no?
No.
So she didn't touch you, correct?
No.
So if somebody comes here and testifies that she did do something to you physically, you disagree with that testimony, or you will, correct?
She didn't touch me. She didn't get to touch me. No. She was going to touch me, but she didn't get to touch
When
me.
you say she was going to touch you, how do you know that? You
Because
assume?
we were chest to chest at one point.
So then your chest did touch, right?
I would say that, but you did say when I got off the elevator,
Okay.
we
Let's-
we walked a little bit. That's when we got chest to chest. When we got off the elevator, we didn't do no contact.
I understand. So here's how we're going to do this. The date of the incident is February 24th of 2018. You agree?
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the whole day. Not just the minute you got off the elevator. When I say the whole day, from the moment you got off the elevator, you saw Emani Ellis, you had your fight with her, whether it was verbal or not. At some point, she went away and you went away.
Mm-hmm.
During that segment of time of your life, which was how many minutes in your opinion? 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
It was probably like a minute 45. It was so quick. It was really quick.
So from during the 1 minute and 45 seconds.
No. I didn't say 1 minute.
We haven't had a question yet. Please face one that's intelligible.
During the few minutes or 1 minute or whatever minutes it was that you were with Emani Ellis, during that period of time of your life and her life, during that segment, just hold us now, during that time period, at some point, you were chest to chest. You agree?
Yes.
There was physical contact between her chest and your chest, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had the chest-to-chest contact, at that moment, were you angry?
I was mostly nervous.
Were you angry?
Yes, I was angry.
How angry were you?
Depends on the level of angry, to be honest with you.
Let's talk about the levels. I'm going to go from a scale of 1 to 10. On the scale of 1 to 10, what was the level of your anger when you were chest to chest with this person? On the day of the incident. Sorry. You were at a high level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern. Very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello. Hello, I'm here. So when she was going to beat you, like just testify, what did she do to have you believe that she was going to beat you? What did she do?
She was on my face, chest to chest, and while we arguing, she's backing me. So we're practically arguing, and I'm backing, and she's like walking forward.
Right. And she's, you said she's bigger than you, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking, I don't agree with that. What is your basis? Are you saying she's physically bigger, she's taller?
I mean, you have her medical records,
I don't
right?
have anything. I'm asking you the question.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
So she's overweight, right? In your opinion?
Objection. No.
She's a little.
You don't need to answer that.
Okay. Did you make fun of her that she was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
Bitch?
Yes.
You think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection.
Is that how you talk to everybody?
Objection.
Now you said you felt, I don't know the words, let's go back to it. Did you feel scared, threatened, afraid at the moment your chest was touching?
Absolutely.
You were scared?
Absolutely.
And you had your cell phone on you, right?
I did, but she's in my face.
That's fine. Did you
focus on the question?
Did you use your cell phone to call Karan Newton, your security guard, who was downstairs, or the police? Did you call anybody for help? Over.
When I got inside the doctor's office and I said like on the little bed thing, I told him, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened. Meet me downstairs when I leave. I'm gonna call you when I leave.
If you were really scared and really afraid, isn't it true that you could have called your security guards to come upstairs and help you? Or you could have called the police. That was a possibility because you had your phone in your hand, correct?
Actually, compound mischaracterizes the testimony that the phone was in my hand.
And why you can say the same thing for Emani Ellis as to why she never called the police on Cardi. If the injury she sustained was so impactful and harmful and hurtful and painful to have these long devastating effects, why did she go immediately to the doctor and then also immediately like call the police or do anything herself?
You had your phone in your pocket on the date of the incident?
Definitely love this.
Can we agree that you didn't call your security guard to help you after the incident, correct? To help you. You did call him, but you didn't call him to come upstairs.
I apologize. I thought you said mischaracterizes the testimony.
Over.
I didn't call him to help me. It was already done. It was done.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingernails. Okay?
So the issue is now is that in the complaint, Emani Ellis, the plaintiff, says that the security guard is a part of assaulting her and put hands on her, a part of assaulting her. So if the security guard never was even up there, then that puts a big hole in her story. It does.
Well, I want to show a couple of things about the fingernails. So this side of the ruler, okay, is 2 centimeters. You need to bring it closer. You can see it from it.
Objection, Your Honor. You went over this yesterday.
I'm sorry.
2 centimeters. Do you know the size of 2 centimeters? How big it is?
That's an answer.
I have like an understanding of how it would be. Yeah.
2 centimeters. It's a little bit less than an inch. Okay? Now, Miss Emani Ellis had a scar to her face of 2 centimeters long, and she received plastic surgery for that. And my question to you is, did you at any time see a scar on Miss Emani Ellis's face, or a cut, or a scrape, at any time during the time of the incident?
No. And she couldn't get a scratch from me because I didn't touch her.
I understand that's what you're saying. I get it. Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's left cheek at any time during the incident? Did you specifically look for that because you thought there might be a scar on her face? Or did you not look? Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's face when you were arguing with her at the time of the incident?
I was looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like, she got a pimple on her face? No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
So if she had a scar on her face or cut, you wouldn't be able to know because you weren't focusing on it, right?
Actually, calls right for testimony relevance.
She the fact witness. She didn't see a scar. 121. Yes, right.
You testified yesterday that when you
So another thing they were trying to actually imply is anyway that it could have been some other involvement as to if she had a scar, because there was other people intervening and getting in between. So if, let's say, the receptionist Sierra says that Emani was swinging and wallowing or whatever, but now Cardi said wallowing. If the receptionist said she was in between and that she got a scratch on her head and that hands were flying, whose hands were flying? And also, was if Emani scratched the receptionist on her forehead, what is the receptionist doing with her hands? How is she trying to stop Emani? How is she protecting her? Is she swinging? Is she been putting her hands up in defensive mode? Is she trying to stop her arms from, how is she protecting? People ask questions about how is Tiara protecting Cardi B? Because who's to say that, based on Cardi B's affirmative statement she has made, she's trying to insinuate or imply that one defense, affirmative defense, is that maybe the intervening staff or workers there, like the doctor or even Tiara, the receptionist, they are the ones that possibly got in the middle of it and then trying to stop her. They could have did something. They could have injured Emani. Because now you bring in other people, now you bring in other possible people that could have actually injured her and not Cardi B. So as as Cardi B's attorney, that's a good way to try to say, well, hey, what if you if wanted to stop it? That's why they put it in the actual lawsuit. That there's no real way to tell who it came from, because it could actually be a third party that tried to intervene and break it up. Let's say if you're at the nightclub and security breaks up you and someone else from fighting, and while the security is trying to break it up, the security injures a party. And someone can say, well, oh, you did it. And you can say, no, security probably did it while security is breaking us up. So that's another possibility. That's why it was added as affirmative defense or affirmative.
Your nails done. You tell your nail person to be careful not to make your nails too sharp. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Do you tell them that every time you go to get your nails done?
It's the same.
Did you tell your nail person that before you had your nails done, just before this incident?
I didn't have to because of the shape. So the shape that I had that week, it wasn't like a shape that is like harming. It was like a square coffin shape. So it didn't have like no points or like sharp edges and stuff like that. I mean, there's pictures of me of that week everywhere. So
You have a picture now with you? Do your attorneys have it?
yes.
The nails that you have on now, are they sharp and pointy?
I don't consider them that. No.
Do you consider them pointy?
No.
Can those nails that you have on now, can they become sharp to the point where they could cut somebody if you were to scratch them? Did you see any skin or any blood underneath your fingernail after the incident? Any of your fingernails?
There was no physical incident for me to even see nothing like that.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if you saw anything.
No.
Okay. Did any of your fingernails break after the incident?
No.
All 10 of them were in perfect condition?
Yes.
When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finke, did he look at your fingernails? Did he go over that with you?
No.
Did you even bring it up to him?
No, I just told him like, it's like, this is your security? This is your security?
Besides your chest to chest touching, did anything else touch?
No.
Okay, and you're a firstborn child?
To my mother, yes.
Okay, and you have other siblings, other brothers and sisters? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, and as you testified yesterday that the baby in your stomach that was 4 months or 3 to 4 months old was your first child, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you've had other children, correct?
After? Yes.
The only relatives. Okay.
Oh, I forgot to give the shout out. Let me give a shout out real quick. Shout out to Natasha. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Super, super again. Shout out to Natasha. I appreciate the fan funding. Y'all, something y'all. And also shout out to my girl Judy Coles in the building. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you are getting a membership from Judy Coles, please say thank you for the gift of membership. Again, say please say thank you for the gift of membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Now, back to the words. I asked you yesterday if you used the N-word, if you called Miss Emani Ellis the N-word. You said you did not, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you've said that word before in your lifetime, correct? And in your music, you actually say it many times, correct? Do you know what the word ghetto means?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did Miss Emani Ellis call you ghetto?
I don't remember.
If someone called you ghetto, would that make you angry?
Objection, relevance.
Me? If somebody calls me ghetto? It depends on how you're using it, but I don't really feel offended if you call me ghetto.
Did Emani Ellis tell you that you're stupid?
Your Honor, relevance.
I really don't remember. She did. She was cursing at me though.
What were the words that she used?
You're gonna get the fuck out of my building. You're gonna get the fuck out of my building. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And then it's like when I was telling her, it's like, why you recording me? She's like, it's my fucking phone. It's my phone. You're in my building. That's what she was telling me. And she was like, oh yeah. She also was saying like, cause I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are.
And you remember her telling you that?
I remember that.
Those exact words?
Yes.
And did that make you angry?
Yes. Absolutely.
When you get angry, you black out and maybe not realize what happens next.
No.
Do you know if you blacked out on the date of the incident? At any time?
I think
All right. And when you were yelling back and forth, and you were speaking and yelling and screaming, you were, correct?
See?
You were yelling and screaming at each other,
Yes.
correct? And we're doing that. Did your spit come out of your mouth and go onto Emani Ellis?
I don't think so. No.
But it's possible, right? Because when you're speaking, sometimes you use many, many words, the spit comes out, correct? You agree with this?
I'm sorry, what's the objections?
Well, relevant, sure.
You can answer.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be happening. I don't know.
Could it be that Miss Emani Ellis was not recording you with her phone? Is that a possibility?
Speculation.
Aside from what you've just told us now about the recording, is there anything else that you have? Any other testimony about how you know Miss Emani Ellis was recording you with her phone?
She told me when I told her, why are you recording me? She said, oh, my bad. She practically apologized.
Did she apologize to you?
If you say, oh, my bad, when I'm telling you why you're recording me, to me, that means you're recording me. And it's right there, right now. It's on my face.
Well,
not on my face, literally on my face. I'm trying to be as detailed as
So again, Emani is saying she wasn't recording. Cardi is saying she was recording. I mean, she was acting like a fan, and that's Cardi B, and she's wanting, you know, who most people probably would try to record someone, especially if they saw a celebrity. They probably would want to record or take a picture or do something as proof or evidence, because he was like, oh, I saw Cardi B, and people like, yeah, right. You know, but if she has evidence like a picture or, you know, or video, then yes. But again, without receipts, without evidence, it's just going to be hearsay. So this whole trial is a trial of he say, she say. Not good.
it's possible, but she had it right here on her chest, like this.
And when Miss Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, you refused to leave, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were trespassing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where did you go? Did you leave the building? Did you go to your doctor's office? Where did you go next?
To my doctor's office.
And where did Miss Emani Ellis go?
I don't know.
Did she see you walk into the doctor's office?
Objection, called for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you see Miss Emani Ellis when you walked into your doctor's office?
Did I saw her?
Right.
We was arguing. The receptionist came out. She got in between us. They were like, kind of like, she was like trying to calm her down. The doctor was already coming out. He's like, go to my office. So I'm like, after that, I just went to his office and I never seen her again.
And when this, how long after, from the moment you saw Miss Emani Ellis, how long after did the doctor think you come out of his office? Was it in the middle, towards the end? Can you give us an estimate of time? Sure. So, just for argument's sake, I'm going to estimate the time was 2 minutes. I'm not saying it was. It could have been half a minute. Just for argument. So during the 2 minutes that you and her were outside in the hallway, screaming at each other, whatever you're doing, for those 2 minutes, how long after the 2 minutes, or sorry, how long from the beginning of the 2 minutes to the end did Dr. Finke come in? So he could have came in at 59 seconds, 119 seconds, 1 second. Do you understand my question?
But it wasn't 2 minutes though.
Sorry, go ahead.
It wasn't.
I'll withdraw the question. All right. Let's do it again. How many seconds, I need to know this, how many seconds were you and Miss Emani Ellis in the hallway? Let's just pick a time. You pick.
I'll say from like the beginning all the way to like walking down, it had to be like a minute or less.
Okay. And you say walking down, you mean walking into Dr. Finke's office or leaving the building?
Excuse me?
When you say walking down where?
Remember, I got off the elevator, so I'm walking, trying to find the room, the office. So in between that was like the minute there. Like I like the verbal dispute, it had to be like 20 seconds of that.
Fine. When did Dr. Finke come out of his office?
At the end.
when it was all done, correct?
Well, when Tiara was calming down, she was still like screaming and like trying to explain herself to Tiara. I just walked away.
All right. When you got off the elevator, was there anyone else in that hallway or in that vicinity?
No.
And how long did it take before Tiara came out?
How long did it take?
And that's Tiara Malcolm.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
What's your best estimate?
Like 40 seconds at most, or like 50 seconds, like around there. I don't know.
So you and Miss Emani Ellis were alone for approximately 40 to 50 seconds before anybody came out into the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And in those 40 to 50 seconds, anything could have happened.
Objection.
Right? You could have scratched her face, you could have cut her face in those 40 seconds.
We're not going to engage in speculation. If you have fact questions, ask her.
So Wilshire, guess what? The attorneys for the plaintiff Emani they are actually on that same road, that same boulevard. Ron Rosen, Jan Feza, Esquire. The law offices of Ron A. Rosen, Jan Feza. Attorney for plaintiff Emani Ellis. So, you know, she found in Beverly Hills. Let me look them up really quickly too, but hold on. So in about 3 minutes, we're gonna actually switch over from this to closing arguments, okay?
When you had the fingernails on that day, what color were the fingernails? Do you remember?
They were like
Green?
No, they were like orangey.
And you said that there were some kind of flat stones on them?
Yes.
Were those flat stones on all 10 fingernails?
Most likely, yes.
Were the 10 fingernails all the same size and had the same exact stones on them?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was one stone,
yes.
If there was one stone, it would be 1 stone times 10, or is one might have 3 stones, another one may have 1 stone. Do the stones change?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous culture speculation.
What do you call them? The things that you said yesterday. What did you call them that were on your finger?
Flat rhinestone.
Flat rhinestones. Were any of them sharp?
Not if they're flat, they're not sharp. If they're like 3D, like popping up, they sharp. But if they're flat, they're not sharp.
Okay. And do you ever wear the ones that are 3D?
Objection.
Were you wearing the ones that were 3D on the day of the incident?
No.
At any time?
No.
And how do you know that those rhinestones that are 3D, how do you know they're sharp? Why did you just tell us that?
Why are we talking about things that she didn't testify she was wearing?
Do you remember how many rhinestones were on each fingernail? If it was 1, 2, or 3?
Objection. That's the answer.
Aside from that day, the date of the incident, which was February 24th of 2018, aside from that day, have you ever seen Miss Emani Ellis either before or after that?
No. Honest truth, I wouldn't even recognize. Like I totally forgot how she looked until I came here again. Like.
Well, isn't everything you just told us the honest truth?
Yes.
Now, when Miss Tiara Malcolm came outside, she came outside about 40 to 50 seconds, and she came out first, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long after that?
Yes.
How long after that piece did the doctor come out? Because he came out after her, right? They didn't come out together, did they?
Tiara?
I would draw piece of time. Right? Anyway, when Tiara Malcolm came outside, did she come by herself or with the doctor or someone else?
She came out by herself.
So how long after she came out did the doctor come out?
He came out like 4 to 5 seconds later, 3 seconds later.
When Tiara Malcolm came outside, how did she get between the two of you if you were chest to chest?
She literally, she was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on? What's going on?" And then she was like, "This bitch just fucking hit me. This bitch just hit me. I'm gonna fuck her up." And I'm just like, I was so confused because it's like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't hit you. And then that's when like Finky came out, and he's like, what's going on? Go to my office. So I just like went to his office and stuff like that. Like that's it. Done.
Right, but you testified that Tiara Malcolm at some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
You got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was a hamburger, and the two of you were the buns, correct?
Yeah.
Right. How did the hamburger get inside the bun?
I'm not sure if I gave her space or one of us gave her space. She wasn't like really like in. She was just like, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And then she just got in the middle because she just was like going crazy. I don't know where she just turned up like.
And you just testified now that Emani Ellis was yelling that you hit her, right?
Yes.
She was saying it. And you didn't hit her?
No.
Did you take a swing at her?
No.
When Miss Tiara Woods was in between the two of you, did you try to take a swing over Miss Tiara Woods?
No.
How tall are you?
I don't know who Tiara Woods is, but
Tiara Malcolm, I call her. Tiara Malcolm. How tall are you? How tall are you?
How tall I am? 5'3".
Okay, how about on that day of the incident when you had your shoes on? Were they flats? Were they heels?
Slightly flats.
So, and do you know how tall Miss Emani Ellis is?
No.
When you were standing face to face, were your eyes like the same level, or did she look taller? Did she look shorter? What is your recollection?
We was face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just much taller, but she was practically like my height. But she is like
what?
So she's saying they're the same height, but I guess you were just saying she's bigger.
Hey.
Security heavy.
What does security heavy mean? Just tell us. No harm. What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she could protect the building. Type big. You know what I'm saying? She just looks more developed than me.
And aren't security guards to be more developed than you? Did you at any time tell Miss Emani Ellis that you were pregnant?
No.
That building, you agree, is not Cedars-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Also, this was covered.
I withdraw the The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
Yeah, the questions are not really helping in any way. And the complaint is also not helping because the complaint places one of the defendants actually in the whole altercation in the incident as attacking and assaulting the plaintiff. So, I mean, that's a big part of the law. The whole complaint keeps on naming Doe 1, security guard also assaulted me. So, you know, if that's not the case, then that whole complaint is like, it's garbage. It is. Because now it brings into your whole incident, like, what happened with this incident? Because you said one person that assaulted you for sure was the security guard, and the security guard was not involved, and other people had to act as your security. So it's weird. So Emani Ellis is not looking good on that security guard angle. She's not.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that are in the building, right? Do you know if there were other tenants that had offices in that building? You were on the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you were walking down the hall, there were other doors there, correct? It wasn't just Dr. Finke. There was other different offices there, correct? When you were getting angry, did you believe that your anger would harm your baby? When you went to see Dr. Finke, did you tell him, I got so angry right now, you know, something happened, whatever you told him, is it harmful to my baby? Did you ask him? Earlier, well, I'll withdraw that. Did you post anything about the incident of February 24, 2018 on the internet?
I think I said something because around that time she did went live and said something, and my fans caught it, and she was just practically saying like all of these lies about me and stuff like that. And I was like, I did not touch that girl at all. I've never really got into details about it.
And when she was posting things, she was telling other people that you assaulted her or hit her or did something physical, correct?
Yes.
And then you replied and posted things as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you posted?
I don't think I posted.
So Emani said she never posted anything on as y'all listen. It's just like, here's the whole thing, y'all. It's he say, she say. One side is saying I didn't do this. The other side say, yeah, we saw it. Now here's the thing. So if the fans saw it, no one recorded it. No one screen recorded. A lot of people record things like they like, oh, okay. They quickly start recording. Now, I can't say all the time because not everyone thinks about recording. There are some times that people will record stuff for me, and there are other times when no one has an actual screenshot recorded. And there are some times where a lot of people have a recording of something. But for Cardi B, with a big, large fan base, you know, and it also depends on how many people are following her, the plaintiff.
It's something. I'm not even sure if it was a comment or like if I did like a live or something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here, trying to get some money.
What was that?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
How do you know that?
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Did you sue her?
No.
Could you have sued her? Sued her? Objection. Did you ever apologize on those internet or emails or whatever you posted? Did you ever on the posts apologize for anything that you did that day? Do you feel by using all those words you should have apologized? Are you aware that your security guard spoke to Emani Ellis in the lobby shortly after this incident? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. He didn't tell me he talked to her.
Are you aware that your security guard, Karan Newton, on the day of the incident, apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf?
Objection.
Did your security guard tell you that he apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf at any time?
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative.
Have you ever been assaulted and battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of questions, you can ask questions.
Did you know that by your actions, you took away the feeling of safety for Emani Ellis?
All right. Counsel?
What in the world?
I have a few more questions.
Oh my God, this is so cringe. This is so cringe. If I feel secondhand embarrassment, I have no connection to this. Yeah.
Have to be fact-based?
Yes, sir. And do you agree that this incident, which we're talking about, why we're all here today, is occurred 7.5 years ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
That's 2,741 days ago, based on my math. How do you remember all of these details that you gave us from 2,741 days ago?
Objection. That's 2 days.
Over.
Yeah.
Now y'all know Emani was over there eating some oodles of noodles and some bologna sandwich without no bread, just mustard and bologna, okay? And you know, and she watching Cardi with all that money, flexing and shit. And she said she wants some of that money. So she started saying, my neck, my back. Like, I want $24 million. She out there, she got free plastic surgeries, free services, everybody hooking her up. She on that stand, like, I'm about to be rich. And she got on the stand, she all of a sudden forgot stuff like, I don't know. She's scared to answer questions because she don't want to fuck up her bag. And then she lost her job too. Remember, she was fired. Emani is thinking about it. She got y'all know good and well. Y'all get into any altercation with a celebrity, people probably even gonna be telling you, "Oh, you should sue. You should sue." People gonna be all in your ear and saying, "Sue, sue, sue. Get some money. Get some money. Get some money." That's your once in a lifetime lottery ticket. Chris Brown snatched my phone. Snatched my phone, Chris Brown. People be thinking about that. Like, let a celebrity hit me. They want to be like, oh, it's because a celebrity hit me. They be thinking about, they want to sue somebody. So when you're a celebrity, you got to keep your hands to yourself. You got to be careful because anybody looking for any reason to get some of your money. And that's unreal. It's for real. And people are being honest.
I mean, I remember like the basics. I don't remember like the whole, I remember the basics. Like it was, but it's not really much to remember. It was a in and out thing.
Okay, now the closing arguments have started, so I'm gonna see if they're underway. Because sometimes it takes people, we have Black people time, but sometimes there's also white people time. Sometimes they be late too. Okay, let's be honest here.
Special instruction number 8, there are just 2 differences from the Casey instruction.
To be honest, this is the snooze part when they're giving They're talking outside of the jury's presence and going over certain things that they need to discuss. So we'll come back when they get to, the meat and potatoes. We're here for the, closing arguments.
Paragraph 4 is to include provocation as part of the jury.
Now, in all honesty, if you actually have time to actually see what they say outside of the jury's presence, you actually get some information, some tea, and some understanding of why they are moving in a certain way, and things they're probably going to avoid saying, or things they're going to add or remove. You're going to actually get an understanding of how behind the scenes. So I definitely, during a daily trial, I did actually read everything in the transcript for the most part, as much as I could, even the boring part, so we could get more understanding and information. But right now, during this live, I'm just sticking to the actual meat and potatoes, okay? As you see, I've already been live for 5 hours. So let's go ahead and continue on with Cardi finishing up her testimony. And by the time we're done with this in like 9 minutes, they should be done with this and bring the jury in, okay? Hold on.
When they're considering punitive damages.
All right, and have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite, have you ever done that before?
Yeah.
Did you have any jewelry on you?
Cardi B is recognizing from the room, and she's reading the room, and she sees the judge has already been fussing at the lawyer. People are expressing frustration, and everyone's looking side-eyed at each other like, what's going on here with these questions? So now she's actually, reflecting that off, with rolling her eyes like, yeah, like, what's this guy doing? It's not looking too good at all for the plaintiff side. It's not.
The time of the incident, whether it was on your hands or your neck.
And yawning, yeah.
When you were in the hallway, did you block Miss Ellis from leaving? Even if it was for 1 second?
No.
Did she block you from leaving?
Yes. She blocked me from moving. She was right in my face. She was right in my face.
Okay. And when you were standing there, were you facing Dr. Finke's office or a different side? You understand the question? I withdraw the question. When this whole thing happened, did you start to move around in a circle, or were you standing physically in the same spot the whole time? Objection, that's the answer. I think you heard this. When you say that she was blocking you, were you facing towards Dr. Finke's office? Yes.
Now y'all know that Emani has already been planning how she gonna spend this money. She got her whole legal notepad, college rule notebook paper. she been planning a lot of stuff, like how she gonna live lifestyles of the rich and famous, child. And these lawyers, giving her, like, helping her get this free stuff. They are pretty much saying, yeah, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get that. She even got these lawyers probably working like for free, for hoping that they'll get a payout. Beverly Hills lawyer, she's already feeling like she's at the top. Even on the stand, she's looking like she Hasa Diddy, like she the big man on campus.
Karan Newton, how long was he your security guard as of the day of the incident? For how long? Would you consider yourself a peaceful person?
Yeah, I could have came up with better questions and did a better cross-examination than this. I'm being honest. This is not it.
And after you saw Dr. Finke, you spent about 15 minutes with him, you left the building, correct?
Yes.
When you left the building, did you see Emani Ellis as you were exiting?
No.
Did you see your security guard downstairs?
Yes.
And he was in the lobby area waiting for you?
That's the answer.
Okay. And when you left the building, you went to the parking lot, or was the car waiting for you outside?
That's your
Aside from Tiara Malcolm and Dr. Finke and Emani Ellis, who were in that hallway, were there any other people there?
No.
Did any other doctors come up to that floor?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
How are you sure?
It's the same.
When you were in the 5th floor, did anybody come from the stairwell up to hear what happened? Did you know? Do you know if anybody did? I'll withdraw it. I will ask it differently. When you were up there outside the hallway with Emani Ellis, did you see anyone else, whether it was a security guard, another doctor, or someone else, come up from the stairwell, which was close to the elevator area?
Objection. That's the answer.
It's the same.
I forgot to ask you one thing about when you were chest to chest. Did you ever touch Emani Ellis's face or nose with your finger?
No.
You never touch her nose like this?
No.
Why would she admit it? If y'all don't have no camera footage, why would she admit to touching her at all? What? No, you know, if where's the pics? No video, no pic, it didn't happen. You know, people say don't lie, but when the court of law, your lawyers or anyone would say don't deny everything. Okay, it's their job to prove that you're guilty. It's not your job to convict yourself or incriminate yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take our morning recess. I'm going to start back up at 10:50. Anytime you cannot discuss with anyone, if you have a jurors, no problem, please, or do your research. We'll see you at 10:50.
Okay, so there are more testimonies, but that's what we saw so far today. So let's go ahead and get to now to where there's going to be the closing arguments for today. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. My decision as the first.
Can you actually fuss at him again, get your belt out and whoop his ass? That was hilarious. That judge has not got time to play, okay?
Yeah, I already did give 30 minutes.
We're gonna go with their version of that?
It's straight from the case.
Okay, now that we pretty much watched a lot of stuff to try to get caught up on a little bit. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get to watch all the testimonies. We didn't have time, but we did get to a lot of the main ones. So now, closing arguments, you know, it's going to be towards the end of a case where they open the statements, they open up with their arguments. Closing, they're going to give you a summary of each side to try to, you know, bring it home. So we'll see how their closing arguments are. And then, you know, after that, we'll be waiting for the final answer as to who will surrender. And again, this is a civil case, not a criminal case. So there's not going to be some, oh, you're like a sentencing, like, or anything like that. It's going to be like a judgment order. People could possibly try to settle, but I don't think that Cardi B is trying to settle anything. She's trying to get this thrown out. Okay. Yeah. And I don't really see a reason for her to try to settle, because I don't really see how she could possibly even win based on this whole thing. But let's listen to the closing arguments, because again, we did not listen to all the testimonies. So please understand, since we did not listen to all the testimonies, we still need to go. We still have to listen to it. I just showed y'all the whole witness list. We did not listen to all those witnesses. So we still got more work to do. Okay, now I don't know if I'm gonna go live and listen to all of them, but I'm just saying there's still way more testimonies for those who are interested in really understanding the full case. You have to watch all the testimonies first, okay? Yeah, hold on.
3905, I think I already did.
Yeah, have you heard on that?
Go ahead.
So the one that I've submitted today has all of the different types of physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. Their version doesn't really cover everything at all. It just has a small amount. It's missing an entire paragraph, at least a portion of it. So I would request that plaintiff's version be read.
Right. I just looked. I did not give 3905 on Wednesday. And plaintiffs is straight from the case.
Yes, sir.
And defendant had a different one.
I think theirs is 3905A, so maybe that's why. But I would like 3905.
Your Honor, I believe the difference is at 3905.
So I'll give the word form.
So I've never seen. It's also something that was just created as a form that doesn't really reflect.
So while we're actually waiting for them to bring the jury in, I'm just gonna go ahead and put on another testimonies. Anti mo. Let's put on another court. Okay. Let's watch another testimony instead.
A special verdict that's really I've seen in any case before. I'm not sure what that is. So the one that I've done, Your Honor, I've done two different ones. The distinctions of the two that I've submitted is page 7 is added with respect to punitive damages. And the other version does not have the punitive damages. Question number 19. That is the only distinction between the two versions that I've filed with the court. I did give a courtesy copy to counsel. It was filed today at 12:19 a.m. with two different verdict forms. I did submit it to the court this morning without the caption of the attorneys, just so it would be somewhat of a neutral form. And I request that one of these be used because the one that we've provided doesn't really follow the usual method. I don't think it even has a signature line. Let me see. No, I withdraw that, but it doesn't really cover it the way that's usually done in what I've seen. Thank you.
All right, so I noticed the plaintiff's version has damages for each cause of action, which is duplicative multiple times over. It also doesn't include self-defense, and it also doesn't include what was the other affirmative defense?
Contributory negligence.
Oh, comparative.
Yeah.
Contrib went away one time.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right.
I can modify it.
Okay, let's go. Let's just watch Emani's mother. Security guard's mother, grandmother noticed changes after Cardi B.
Yeah, Schmidt.
So for this case, her mother and grandmother took the stand, the plaintiff Emani. Okay, so let's listen to that, and I'll be watching for. And by the way, while I was playing that, I did scroll through Cardi B's IG, and guess what, y'all? Once you go down all of her IG, it takes forever to do. You go to May 18th, and guess what? May something 2018. It skips and goes back to 2015. So that whole chunk of time from 2015 to 2018 to May something 2018 is missing. Cardi B. Now, could there be other pictures elsewhere? Yeah, but like why we're from 2015 and then it skips all the way until May 2018, but the February 24, 2018, I don't see. Now, it could be she used other social media like Facebook, so maybe Facebook might have some posts, or Twitter might have some posts. So I will check those another time, but yeah, I scroll all the way down IG and that's what I found, okay? But Twitter and Facebook can also be checked, but not right now.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Leanne Schmidt, Leanne. Last name SHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take this seat. Please watch your seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt.
Good morning.
You are Emani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
She's not adopted?
No, she's not.
Okay. And
now I'm confusion. You're claiming civil rights at. I'm not even gonna get into that, but girl, y'all might be the same thing. I'm just kidding. Girl, you see your mama and your girl. If you don't go on somewhere, y'all, this ain't making no sense. Child. Well, I don't know, because what her daddy is. What's Emani Ellis' daddy? Child, y'all, if y'all don't get, y'all need to stop.
How many kids do you have?
I have a total of 5 kids.
She's the first?
Emani is the eldest.
I'm so done.
Did she live with you up until a certain period of time?
She lived with me from the time she was born until she was age 19.
Did Emani Ellis, during her time with you from 0 to 19, ever have one fight in her life?
Never.
Did she ever assault and battery?
Never.
Did she ever hit anybody?
Oh my gosh, y'all on here lying. So this top flight security mall called Kung Fu Fighting Panda security guard never been in a fight her whole life. Look how she look at how she approaching people with aggression. You sound like she never been in a fight her whole life. You know you need to stop. No, I'm not saying she had like any charges. I had a police record, but to say she never been in a fight. Oh shit.
Never. Never.
Oh my god.
Never.
Just want to know a little bit more about you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed phlebotomist, currently working for Keck Medicine of USC.
And what is a phlebotomist, for those that don't know what it
The phlebotomist is a Greek word meaning a person who extracts blood from a vein via tube to vein.
is? And do you work in a medical center or hospital?
I work at Keck USC School of Medicine. It's an outpatient laboratory.
You work for the university?
Yes.
As far as, are you aware of the facts of this?
Yes, I am.
What is your understanding? Why are we here today? Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Emani Ellis?
Unless she was there.
Were you there?
I was not.
Were you there in spirit?
Of course.
Okay. What is your understanding about your daughter's profession in 2018? What was her profession, to your understanding?
I'm not sure what's going on.
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
How do you know that? You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
And how do you know that?
I was there when she went on her interview, not physically there, but she did notify me of the interview and she notified me of her hire date.
Yeah. Was her plan to continue in security and law enforcement?
Why don't we move on to what she knows, not what she was told?
Do you know if Emani Ellis was interested in being a police officer in the future?
It's the same.
Did you notice some changes in Emani Ellis after this incident of February 24th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
What were the changes that you noticed?
I noticed changes in terms of a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, and just her general well-being has changed dramatically.
Were you advised?
Child, now here's the thing about causation and other things. Who's to say that other things in her life or other factors didn't lead to this whole depression? And also, who's to say she wasn't depressed before this time period? So the problem is, y'all have to prove that what happened that day caused all her current issues or all her issues. And that's going to be hard to prove.
Did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face?
I did.
And where was the scar?
The scar was located on the left side of her face.
And after she left your home when she was 19, when the incident occurred, she was approximately 25 years old, correct?
She was, yes, correct.
So in those 6 years where she didn't live with you full time, how far away was she, and did you see her on a regular basis?
I would see her probably maybe 2 to 3 times a week. We would visit frequently, yes.
And in those 25 years, did Miss Emani Ellis ever, to your knowledge, sustain a scar on her left or anywhere on her face?
Yes, she did sustain that scar. I visibly saw it myself.
No, I understand. But my question is, aside from the incident, I guess the question what I want to know is, do you have knowledge if Miss Emani Ellis, your daughter, sustained this scar from somewhere else? Something else outside of this incident?
No.
Do you have any information for that? So your understanding is that the scar to her face was caused from this incident?
Objection. Explanation.
How do you know that the scar was to your daughter's face was caused by this incident?
Objection.
You can answer.
She did notify me and called me right after the incident, telling me that she had been scratched in the face and spit on.
How long after the incident did you go and see your daughter?
She
Did she come to you?
She actually came to visit me, I believe, later that day.
Okay. Did she look upset? Was she crying? What happened?
She was hysterical, upset, crying, just upset throughout the whole situation.
And was your daughter a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Absolutely.
Were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Yes, I was.
Are you a fan of Cardi B?
Child, all I know is that its story is different. Everyone has a different story, and people can believe that Cardi didn't do anything at all. I don't believe that anyone had clean hands. I don't know, y'all. I don't, do I think that Cardi actually harmed her in the way that she said that she was harmed? No way. But do I think Cardi's completely innocent as far as not trying to hit back or do something? Like swing, child, swing. And then the person in the middle also was trying to, she said hands were flying as in plural. Okay. So yeah. I believe that no side is being 100% honest because there's no cameras and no side wants to admit to fault because they could lose or it can impact their chances of winning or losing, should I say.
When you said that your daughter was spit on, did your daughter tell you that? Did you see that? How did you manage it? Aside from, were you aware if your daughter had any car accidents? I withdraw the question. Were you advised that your daughter had a car accident in 2021 and 2023? Do you know if your daughter sustained injuries in any car accidents?
Oh, guess what? I did, when I was looking up the case, I did see that Emani Ellis, I have to see if it's the same person. That was some sort of accident. Maybe I should get, y'all want me to get it? I think it was some sort of accident that happened. I seen it. So I think they're trying to bring that up. That she was inside, it was some sort of accident case.
Earlier, you testified that your daughter had contacted you after the incident. Did she call you over the telephone?
She did.
If the incident occurred around 1:30 p.m., how long after the incident do you believe she called you?
I would say about 30 minutes after she called.
Could it have been a shorter time? Objection. Could it have been a longer time? Objection. How did you come up with 30 minutes?
Based on around the time that she called, it was like a little bit after, right away after the incident. And so my speculation is 30 minutes.
And when she called you,
Was she crying? Was she yelling? What was she doing?
She was hysterically crying, upset, just overall just could barely get it out. She was so upset over the ordeal.
And what did she tell?
In my opinion, the police were not called because it's a scratch. She probably had a scratch on her face, and the other girl had a scratch on her forehead. And if she did really have a scratch on her chin, I believe it was probably from Tiara. Tiara, the receptionist, said she got in the middle and hands were flying, and she was just trying to protect. She said she was about it. She was about it. The thuggish ruggers bone, thug life. You know, she got in the middle without no hesitation of the security guard and Cardi, and she said Cardi was behind her, and she said she was there to look out and protect Cardi. She got a scratch on her head, and she didn't realize she that tough child. She didn't realize she got a scratch on her forehead. And they said it was like a gap. So who was to say that she didn't give what's her name a run for her money? She could have scratched what's her name, Emani. She could have scratched. So I'm just being honest, okay? You see her, right? And I don't know if she was that same size before or not, but she could have went toe to toe with the security. Because why would she? If she ain't afraid of the security for her to get in the middle, and she said hands were flying, people was cursing. She got right in the middle. Like, what's up? What's up? Hold on. And she said that she didn't want to get no involvement because she feel like Cardi, that Emani is the problem and unprofessional. So she might be protecting herself, like, you ain't gonna sue me. So yeah.
Just so we're clear, your daughter is now 32.
Correct.
In these 32 years, have you seen your daughter fight physically with anybody?
Not one fight, not even in school.
Okay. Would you consider her a peacemaker?
You're not at her school though.
Absolutely.
Why is
that? Emani is a very compassionate person. I believe that she has very good. She has very good character in terms of having a sense of sensitivity to others and how they feel.
Do you know what Emani Ellis does with her time now as far as work? Do you ever speak with Emani Ellis about her current profession?
No, not really.
And she's currently somewhere in the medical field, is that correct? Earlier, you testified that Emani Ellis was spit on. Where did you learn that information? Sorry. Have you ever seen Cardi B before today?
On television.
How many times?
Too many to count.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 50? When you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long? If you look at the defendant now, do you see her fingernails?
Yes.
Would you consider those short, long, or medium fingernails?
Short.
When you saw Cardi B, did she ever have fingernails that size?
No, they were always very long.
How long?
2 to 3 inches long.
So what you see now is not normal, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. All right.
So no further questions. So I guess it's gonna be Cross. Hold on. Let's see what's happening over here.
Ms. Almanzar stated that that the photo was taken on the date of the NBA All-Star Game, which was the date of the accident, the date of the incident of February 24, 2018, about 6:30 p.m. She testified that that's when the photograph was taken, and her nails looked like that on that date. There's no question that the All-Star Game was on February 18th of 2018, so it's just a clarification. so that the jury is clear of when the game is. This is common knowledge. There's no question about it. I've given different exhibits confirming that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018, and that's why I found this.
All right, and for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. What Mr. Rosen is saying is absolutely false. I'd like to read what my client testified to. Cardi, I'm going to put this in front of you. Cardi, can you please look at this photograph and tell me, do you recognize this? Answer, yes. Question, what's this photograph? Answer, that is me out here in LA at the All-Star Weekend NBA game. Question, does this picture refresh your recollection about what your hair color was that week? Answer, yes. What color was it? Answer, I'll say like...
More slowly.
Sure. Answer, I'll say like an ashy, dirty blonde. Question, can you see your nails in that photo? Answer, yes. Question, were you wearing acrylic nails or some other type? Answer, acrylic. Question, I think you testified yesterday that acrylic nails can last you up to 2 weeks. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, are those the nails you had the entire time you were in LA? Answer, yes. And I can continue reading, Your Honor, but nowhere does my client say that this was taken on February 24, 2018. She doesn't reference a date. And Mr. Rosen represented this to you twice last Wednesday, that the court was advised and everybody was advised that it was on February 24th of 2018. He later said she testified that she got this picture taken on the same day. She testified under oath that at 6 p.m., he just said 6:30, on February 24th, 2018, that this picture was taken. That's absolutely false, Your Honor. I'd be happy to provide a copy of the transcript to the court.
Okay.
And one other thing, Your Honor, may I?
Go ahead.
My understanding under California law is that you can't take judicial notice of the truth of the contents of a website. And there is case law on point I could refer the court to.
Well, I'm not.
So they're trying to find a picture of her on that day with how her nails look. Let me show y'all this real quick before it refreshes again, so you can see what I'm saying. This is actually her actual IG. I am Cardi B. And this is like, if you scroll all the way down the bottom, which I have done, this is the last thing that, like the first thing posted, it says July 14, 2015, throwback Cardi. Child, throwback Cardi before she got the veneers, child.
No. Bitches want to go out to dinner no more. Bitches want to go out shopping. You heard? Listen, if you took a stripper or a bartender, one of these.
And then pay attention. That was 2015.
See, my mama lived my room the same way I live.
The same way I lived. My mama lived my room. Now look, this May 20th, 2018. Cardi, that's May 20th. Where is February, Cardi? Cardi. Where is February? Why that's July right there and then that's May 2018? Where is February? May 2018.
See, my mama lived my room.
So there's no February, March, and April. Just gets to May. Cardi B, bring your ass to the front of the classroom. Cardi B, bring your ass to the front of the class. So I scrolled all the way down. I was getting so happy. I'm like, oh, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm going to see February. I'm going to see February. And then boom, February. Yeah. So anyways, it could also be Twitter or Facebook. I'll check it out another day. Not right now. But child, yeah, you got me, girl. You ain't.
I don't think that there was any representations of the date it was taken. She did just reference it generally, but the substance of the testimony was that she had those nails for the entire time that she was here. So whether it was taken on one day or a different day, I don't think that's material.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
So they're trying to say that the picture that she was saying that of how her nails look, that it was actually for February 18th and not the 24th. And I actually showed y'all a February 18th video. So I guess they're just pulling February 18th. They want the exact date. And here's the thing: did y'all actually collect evidence before filing a lawsuit? Because if you file the lawsuit first, I can guarantee you they probably don't wipe the pages, wipe the social media. So before you file a lawsuit, you make sure you get your evidence first.
Purpose of this is really not to make anybody.
Not really. Most people, I could probably find it, but I'm just tired right now, so I'm not gonna be looking right now. But I'm sure I could probably find a picture of that day. Okay. But my advice is before you sue someone, make sure you actually capture evidence. Don't sue them because they're gonna actually go delete evidence.
Purpose of judicial notice is you have testimony all over the place about the fact that this photograph was taken on the same date of the All-Star game and the same date of the incident. What was the error there is that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018, and the court said that we didn't have credible evidence at that time about it, so that's why the judicial notice was prepared so that the court can see for itself that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018.
Okay, I'm going to deny the request for judicial notice. All right, are we otherwise ready?
The judge is done with this, y'all. The judge does not wants to get this case over with.
Okay. You have that?
Yes, I do. I did give the court. It would say plaintiff testified that she treated with John Scher, MD, in relation to this case in 2018. It is undisputed that Dr. Scher died on March 5th, 2021.
After a lot of back and forth, what we agreed to, what I agreed to, was that the court could instruct the jury that it is undisputed that Dr. Scher died, period. This March 5th, 2021 date, it's not in evidence. Plaintiff didn't testify to that. She said she understood he died sometime in 2021. She also testified, and we launched the transcripts. I can cite to where in the transcript she says it. Page 148, lines 12 through 149, line 15. She says that she went to see a Dr. Scher, and he told her not to have any treatment. So this assertion that plaintiff testified that she treated with John Scher is not supported by the evidence. It is the March 5, 2021 date is not supported by the evidence. The only portion of this that is actually what I agreed to was it is undisputed that Dr. Scher died, period.
Have you heard? So
Ciao, Emani. So, okay, so the doctor died, and she said she went to initially in early, I guess 2018, and the doctor died, but was he the only one running the practice? There's no one that can actually access any medical history or medical records from that doctor. So he dies, and all the records are, there's no way, there's nothing to recover records or medical history or records. One thing I dislike is when people involve deceased people in their stuff. Like, sometimes people will have a scam or a hustle, and they're always talking about someone that's deceased. Just like with the Kim Porter book with Courtney Burgess and Chris Todd. You know, using Kim Porter to sell a book because she's no longer here. So it looks like there is a case of a doctor that's no longer here that Emani Ellis was supposed to have seen way back in 2018, and now that doctor is deceased as of, I guess, I don't know.
But this is what I would propose reading. Plaintiff testified that she treated with John Scher, MD, does not dispute that Dr. Scher has passed away.
Your Honor, she did not testify she treated with Dr. Scher. She sought medical treatment. This is page 148, line 12 through 14. Around that time, unclear when that is, did you also seek medical treatment from Dr. John Scher? I did. And then at line 22, and when you saw him, did he advise you that you needed to wait at least 1 year? He did. So
Okay.
And that goes on page 149.
So I will read plaintiff sought treatment with John Scher. It does not dispute that he's passed away.
Well, plaintiff testified she saw it.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What will it read, Your Honor?
Plaintiff testified that she sought treatment with John Scher, MD. It does not dispute that he has passed away.
Thank you.
Okay. Now are you ready?
Well, there's a couple things. In my closing argument, I need the verdict form. So I can't start without
We're working on that.
in hand. The other thing I wanted to say, Your Honor, is Your Honor did allow me to argue and clarify the NBA All-Star game when it was, the photograph. I want to be very clear that I intend to argue that in a closing.
It's not in evidence. I think what you said was they didn't provide the date. And you're fine, you can argue that they didn't properly authenticate the photograph in terms of the date.
Your Honor, the court said that I could argue this in my closing.
You could argue it. You could argue that they didn't establish what the date was.
And also that the All-Star game was on February 18, 2018, the week before. But a week before the incident, I don't see the harm in that. They can.
Okay, you need to get yourself together and get to these closing arguments. Okay, get to it. Chop, 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 chop.
Object to that. They can say their version. That's part of my closing, Your Honor. And this photograph, by the way, this photograph was sprung at the last minute. He's never produced this
Okay.
stuff.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, a couple of questions. First, as if you remember, counsel violated a motion to eliminate order. And now he's talking about arguing things that are not evidence, which is completely improper. I don't want to object every 5 minutes to this closing argument. I would ask.
This judge is doing hella shade. Hella shade. I don't want to object every 5 minutes to this closing argument. Like, yeah, I want you to do your closing argument without me saying objection, objection, objection every second. So the judge is frustrated. This lawyer is Cardi B is frustrated. Everyone is getting frustrated with this other lawyer. Not good.
At least let me say, if the court doesn't want to tell him that he has to follow the rules. He can't argue out things that aren't in evidence. He can't violate the motions to eliminate.
I think it's readily apparent that you can't argue facts that aren't in evidence. I think plaintiff's counsel knows that. I think he knows that he would be violating the rules of professional responsibility by intentionally arguing facts that are outside the evidence that was presented in court. If he wants to present that and you want to object, then that's how we'll proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And
And
the same. Are you done?
then two procedural questions. Does the second monitor work and can it be facing the jury so they can clearly see it?
I don't think so. We're in the middle of a transition and I don't know.
Okay. And
we can see it's not.
Your Honor's preference, we have demonstratives, we have things we're going to show, intend to show. Do we need permission to publish admitted exhibits?
No.
And do we need permission to publish demonstratives? They have been provided to plaintiff's counsel.
No. And it's argument.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else from plaintiff's counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel that what counsel has just stated is really below the belt and disrespectful to my side. I would never argue things that are outside of the evidence.
I think you just said you were going to.
No, I didn't say I was going to.
Y'all need to stop. Like, come on now, y'all. Y'all got to get to the closing arguments, all this bickering back and forth. Come on. Poor child. So now he feels like people are being condescending and disrespectful towards his side of like, treating them like they're like dumb. I mean, to be honest, to be fair, y'all are acting stupid. I hate to say it, but y'all are acting stupid. Maybe y'all need to go on a replay and watch yourself. It's very much so cringe, okay? Yeah. Y'all need to stop bickering because I want to get the closing arguments done. Come on, let's get to it.
The court told me that I can argue the issue of the photograph, that it wasn't taken on the day.
Correct. Your position on Wednesday was that they didn't establish the right date. And you can make that argument.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready to move to the jury?
I must have the verdict form before I start.
All right.
They're being printed right now.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately, YouTube only gives people 3 notifications per 24 hours. And I had already used up my 3 notifications by sharing my Discord and sharing other stuff. So all my notifications ran out. So yeah, a lot of people did not get notifications for this live. Okay. So you ain't the only one. Hold on. They should give more than 3, but yeah. That's why I said I was gonna stop sharing my Discord link so it won't take up notification.
Folks, we thank you for your patience. We did have a few procedural issues that we.
Oh my gosh! Finally, oh my gosh, we finally getting started. Procedural. He says procedural issues. Yeah, issues. All right. Y'all need to get it together.
To address prior to bringing you in, we are now ready to proceed with the last batch of jury instructions. I'll try to give context to these to the extent that it's necessary. I will put them into the package where they belong, but I do need to give these to you. And we're gonna relieve the court reporter of her obligations to report these by stipulation of the parties. Okay, here we go. Words alone, however threatening, do not amount to an assault. Aggressive and threatening actions do not constitute an assault unless they were intended to cause immediate, harmful, or offensive contact. If you decide that Ms. Almanzar assaulted or battered Ms. Ellis, you should fine for Ms. Almanzar if you decide that Ms. Almanzar was acting in self-defense. To succeed, Ms. Almanzar must prove both of the following by a preponderance of evidence: that Ms. Almanzar reasonably believed that Ms. Ellis was going to harm her, and that Ms. Almanzar used only the amount of force that was reasonably necessary to protect herself. Ms. Almanzar claims that Ms. Ellis's own negligence caused or contributed to Ms. Ellis's claimed harm. To succeed on this claim, Ms. Almanzar must prove both of the following: that Ms. Ellis was negligent and that Ms. Ellis's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. If Ms. Almanzar proves the above, Ms. Ellis's damages are reduced by your determination of the percentage of Ms. Ellis's responsibility. I will calculate the actual reduction. Ms. Ellis may only establish her claim for negligence if she proves that Ms. Almanzar engaged in negligent conduct that caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical injuries. If Ms. Ellis can prove that Ms. Almanzar caused her to suffer only emotional injuries, and this is under the negligence cause of action, Ms. Ellis cannot establish her claim for negligence. Emotional distress includes suffering, anguish, fright, horror, nervousness, grief, anxiety, worry, shock, humiliation, or shame. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar assaulted her. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that Ms. Almanzar acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact, that Ms. Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner, that Ms. Ellis did not consent to the conduct, that Ms. Ellis was harmed, and that Ms. Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. A touching is offensive if it offends a reasonable sense of personal dignity. Words alone do not amount to an assault. Outrageous conduct is so extreme that it goes beyond all possible bounds of decency. Conduct is outrageous if a reasonable person would regard the conduct as intolerable in a civilized society. Outrageous conduct does not include insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, petty oppressions, bad manners, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. Outrageous conduct also does not extend to profanity, obscenity, or abusive language without circumstances of aggravation. In deciding whether defendant's conduct was outrageous, you may consider, among other factors, the following: whether defendant abused a position of authority or a relationship that gave her real or apparent power to affect plaintiff's interests, whether defendant knew that plaintiff was particularly vulnerable to emotional distress, and whether Ms. Almanzar knew that her conduct would likely result in harm due to mental distress. Under Factor A, which is the position of authority, examples of positions of authority or relationships of power include an employer to his employee, an insurer to its insured, a landlord to his or her tenant, a hospital to its patients, an attorney to his or her client, or a religious institution to its members. Ms. Almanzar acted with reckless disregard in causing Ms. Ellis's emotional distress if Ms. Almanzar knew that emotional distress would probably result from her conduct, or Ms. Almanzar gave little or no thought to the probable effects of her conduct. If you decide that Emani Ellis suffered damages that will continue for the rest of her life, you must determine how long she will probably live. According to the National Vital Statistics Report, a 32-year-old female is expected to live another 50 years. This is the average life expectancy. Some people live longer, others die sooner. The published information is evidence of how long a person is likely to live, but is not conclusive. In deciding a person's life expectancy, you should also consider, among other factors, that person's health, habits, activities, lifestyle, and occupation. Ms. Ellis seeks damages from Ms. Almanzar under more than one legal theory. However, each item of damages may be awarded only once, regardless of the number of legal theories alleged. You will be asked to decide whether Ms. Almanzar is liable to Ms. Ellis under the following legal theories: battery, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligence. Ms. Ellis's claimed damages are recoverable only once under all of the above legal theories, and the verdict form breaks that down for you. The following are specific items of non-economic damages claimed by Emani Ellis: physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. No fixed standard exists for deciding the amount of these non-economic damages. You must use your judgment to decide a reasonable amount based on the evidence and your common sense. To recover for future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, humiliation, emotional distress, Emani Ellis must prove that they are reasonably certain to suffer that harm. For future physical pain, actually, I think, okay, no, we're fine. For future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, humiliation, and emotional distress, determine the amount in current dollars paid at the time of the judgment that will compensate Emani Ellis for that future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, and humiliation, and emotional distress. If you decide that Ms. Almanzar's conduct caused Ms. Ellis's harm, you must decide whether that conduct justifies an award of punitive damages against Ms. Almanzar. The amount of punitive damages, if any, will be decided later. You may award punitive damages against the defendant only if the plaintiff proves by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Almanzar engaged in that conduct with malice, oppression, or fraud. If you define that defendant accidentally harmed plaintiff, punitive damages are not appropriate and should not be awarded. In deciding whether or not to award punitive damages against the defendant, you may consider whether defendant's acts were the consequence of a sudden heat of passion that was provoked by plaintiff. Malice means that defendant acted with intent to cause injury, or that a defendant's conduct was despicable and was done with a willful and knowing disregard of the rights or safety of another. A defendant acts with knowing disregard when a defendant is aware of the probable dangerous consequences of her conduct and deliberately fails to avoid those consequences. Oppression means that a defendant's conduct was despicable and subjected the plaintiff to cruel and unjust hardship in knowing disregard of the plaintiff's rights. Despicable conduct is conduct that is so vile, base, or contemptible that it would be looked down on and despised by reasonable people. Fraud means that the defendant intentionally misrepresented or concealed a material fact and did so intending to harm the plaintiff. During the trial, plaintiff testified that she sought treatment from John Scher, MD. It is not in dispute that Dr. Scher has passed away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the additional jury instruction, and we're back on the record with court reporter. That concludes the additional jury instructions that We are adding to those instructions that I previously read. At this point in time, it is the time for the attorneys to give you their closing arguments. Please keep in mind my instructions regarding the facts in this case. You are the ones who are to determine the facts. And to the extent that the attorneys argue facts that you do not believe were proven during the trial, please rely on your own finding of what the facts are. And similarly, to the extent that the attorneys argue law that is contrary to the law that I've just given you, please rely on the law that I gave you. And with that, is plaintiff prepared to give your closing argument?
Just ask for a quick sidebar for a moment, please.
Why is there a sidebar? Let's get to the closing arguments. You need a sidebar again? Like, he already did the jury instructions. The thing about it, people make jokes about this sort of thing. People make jokes all the time about
Sidebar, and now is
about getting into some sort of something with a celebrity so they can sue for buku amounts of money. Y'all know if somebody actually bumped shoulders with a celebrity, they're like, oh, my shoulder. Oh, my shoulder. They're gonna think about, oh, my shoulder. Like, dang, that's good. $100,000.
And just for any members of the gallery, if you are not a member of the press and you don't have a sheriff's badge as well, you're not allowed to use any electronic devices or phones. Thank you for that.
Well, I mean, the jury get a copy of the instructions, so they get read to them, and they also get a copy.
At this point, both sides will be giving our closing argument, basically a summation of everything you've heard, just so you can jot down things, take notes if you feel comfortable. So you all heard all of the evidence in this case, and the distinction between a civil case and a criminal case are different. And what that means is, in a civil case, our proof, what has to be in the box, is greater than 50%. Touch more than 50%, maybe a featherweight more than 50%. 51%. It's not 100%. The standard is a little bit more than 50%. In this case, you've heard lots and lots of testimony. We've had the plaintiff who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's mother who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's grandmother who's testified. Those three witnesses explained their recollection about the scar. There was testimony that the scar or the cut came from this incident. That's a very, very important fact. There's really nothing to contradict that. If anything, our expert witness, Dr. Mulliken, you remember he came to court. He's a very well-respected doctor that specializes in plastic surgery. And his testimony was that, in his opinion, as an expert, that when the way that this scar, the way that this cut happened was from fingernails, and that there were 3 different scrapes, 3 different scratches, and that the middle one was the deepest one, and that's really the one that he worked on. Now, the issue in this case is, well, before I go to that, is the photograph that you saw, okay, which is in evidence. There's a photograph of the scar, which is a 2-centimeter scar. The photograph, because of the skin color, it does not show well in photos. The cut that was on the face does not show up as well. So you may have to really look at it
deeper than just had it been someone else. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here, used all of this foul language. This is a court of law. You cannot speak this way in court. I have never seen this before. And for her to use all of those words, F word, B word, all these different words, it's a disrespect to us. It's a disrespect to the judge. It's disrespect to this courthouse. You cannot come to court and say these.
They told her that she could use language because everything has been said in here. What the world? Oh my gosh. She even asked and she say bitch, and it was like people have been. Well, I don't think it was her. I can't remember, but everyone has been using those words.
Kind of words. It's just disrespectful. And just because Miss Almanzar, also known as Cardi B, is a celebrity, doesn't mean that she could just say and do whatever she wants and attack people. Okay, if you recall, just to give you a little bit of background about Miss Ellis. When she was 19 years old, she moved out of her house. She went to college. She's a college graduate. She has a bachelor's. She went on to become a security guard for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018. She did whatever she needed to do to become a licensed security guard. And she did that job. And when this incident happened in 2018, that was cut off. She lost her future in security work, in something further, whether it's FBI, police, attorney, whatever she wanted to do. This incident cut it off. No more. Because of the trauma that she sustained. And I get it. There were doctors who gave their opinions. For example, the defense brought Dr. Rosenberg. Nice guy, gentleman. He complimented me. Maybe he's doing that because he's a psychiatrist and he knows what to say to twist everything. But the point is, he got $40,000 to come here and basically tell us that the plaintiff didn't suffer any emotional injury. That's not the facts. The facts are, Emani Ellis was working as security guard. There was a change. Okay, it's very, very traumatic to be assaulted and battered. I can only imagine the embarrassment, the emotions, the pain.
Who was laughing or whatever? Child, y'all need to. They all clowning him. The whole courthouse is just like courtroom is just clowning this guy. Like, it's so embarrassing.
Miss Emani Ellis suffered. Now, in this case, there was overwhelming testimony that Miss Ellis was working as a security guard at the time of the incident. There's no question. She was in full uniform. She had a badge on. Even the defendant admitted, yes, I understood that this person was a security guard. And there has to be some level of respect. These are not doormen or doorwomen. The defendant, when she came to the building, instead of listening to the plaintiff, to listening to her commands, you got to do this, you got to do that, please leave the building, different commands were given to her, which none were followed. They were all ignored. Instead, the defendant thought that, Miss Ellis was on her phone. She was telling people that I'm here. These were the thoughts that were going through her head at the time, and she's testified to those. However, that's not the case. Miss Ellis testified that she's never had a fight before. She's never done anything to harm anybody. She's never had any fight with anybody. And her mother and her grandmother also testified. She's a model citizen. She's a hardworking person, and she simply, her whole goal of doing this, to be here and sit here and go through this, is so she could move on with her life. Sometimes people have to be heard. So by you all being here and hearing everything that's gone on, you have given her a sense of closure where she can move on and go on to the next step and the next phase. She's only 32 years old, and she has plans. She has plans to do other things in her life. So we're very thankful that you gave us that opportunity. Each and every one of you, we're very thankful. The other thing I wanted to mention is the phone. It would be impossible for someone to be videotaping someone and be on a phone call at the same time. I tried it myself. And the error message that you would get if you tried it is recording video is not available while on the call. So it couldn't be, the two of them couldn't be done at the same time. Miss Ellis told Cardi B multiple times, I am not recording you. I am not telling anybody that you are here. I'm simply doing my job. And instead of maybe agreeing or investigating further, Miss Almanzar, Cardi B got angry and started yelling and cursing and spitting.
Here's the thing. Why is there even a need to confront her, stop her, approach her, do anything to her? Security should only get involved if there's a need to get involved. What was the point of even speaking to her, talking to her, doing anything with Cardi? And she's you know, she's going one way, she's going another, and then you proceed to say, oh, I decided to go follow her so I could clear up the confusion. Now your job as a security is being professional and to de-escalate. You're supposed to de-escalate. So if Cardi says she's headed one way and you're headed another, why do you change your direction now? You're following her. It's weird. So with that being said, there's unprofessionalism, and there was no need to actually have any situation or confrontation, nothing with Cardi B.
Being on Miss Ellis and calling her different words, using the N-word to disrespect her, calling her the B-word, calling her fat, anything to try to trigger her and make her upset and embarrass her. Sometimes words are more painful than the physical.
Yeah, that's like when you're at a school patrol or someone is a new police officer, they get a power trip. Maybe she was a security guard with a power trip. Oh, Cardi B is in this building. I'm the security. I'm the mall cop. I'm the boss around here. So she felt like she's security top dog. She could boss and control someone in the building. No, you're supposed to be there to secure and protect the building, not to like, oh, I'm the boss and the celebrity has to talk to me. Okay, sit down, mall cop. Don't get too excited.
And to add insult to injury, she then cut her face and caused a scar on her face. And what happened then? Miss Ellis had to go see different doctors. The court did read about Dr. Scher, a sentence that basically that it's undisputed Dr. Scher died. And Miss Ellis basically testified that initially, a couple months after the incident, she saw Dr. McKenzie, a psychologist, through her workers' compensation. She was given that. She got 7 visits with that doctor. During that time, she also saw Dr. Scher, who was another plastic surgeon. Unfortunately, we don't have him here. We don't have his records because he passed away. So that's why that was read to you in open court, so that it's some sense of fairness. Why there's no records from Dr. Scher.
Objection, Your Honor.
Then we learned throughout the case that when Cardi B came to the building, she caused a disturbance. She caused a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs, going crazy, yelling and screaming to the point where.
But you're saying she caused a disturbance, but how did, no, she was approached. Y'all, anyways, now I'm gonna wait till I get to the Cardi part too. Now again, I don't think anyone in this situation has clean hands, and I believe that both sides are playing, like, hiding things and not being completely honest. Now on the oath, you're supposed to be honest, but since there's no footage and no, it's he say, she say, I don't believe people are telling the full truth on either side. I don't.
2 other witnesses, Miss Malcolm, which was the secretary of the doctor, and Dr. David Finke, was so loud that those 2 people came out after about 40 to 50 seconds. Now, the issue with that is those 2 witnesses didn't see the 4 things that happened before that, which happened in the 40 to 50 seconds before. So yes, they're witnesses, but they're not witnesses to that first part, that first segment, which would include taking a swing at Miss Ellis, spitting on Miss Ellis, calling her the N-word, and ultimately cutting her face. None of that was seen by those 2 witnesses. So yeah, they're witnesses, but they're witnesses to the aftermath. They're witnesses to what happened afterwards. They're not eyewitnesses. They don't know what really happened. And when they arrived, Miss Ellis was so upset. Can you imagine all those 4 things happening, being disrespected, embarrassed, who knows what else happened. All of that was done to her, and she still was able to contain herself to a certain degree. But yeah, sure. I mean, naturally, she was angry, she was emotional. So when these 2 witnesses come out of their offices, they can only see an angry person. They didn't see what led up to that, and they had assumed that it's her fault, maybe, or that she did something wrong. But again, those 2 witnesses didn't really see much. They saw something after the fact. And then you have Miss Malcolm, who decided on her own, this was her choice, to squeeze herself in between the 2 people. Well, that's a risk that she took. And if she somehow got a cut to her face or a scratch or something, well, we don't know who did that. We really don't know. She didn't even know. Miss Malcolm testified that she did not know who scratched her face. She has no idea. What does that mean? It could be from either one. It could be from the commotion that's going on. These things happen so fast, we have no real idea as to what really happened. Unfortunately, there was no video camera. There was no other witnesses that actually saw it. So it really comes down to one thing. Do you believe Miss Ellis? Why not? You should. She's a hard-working security guard. She was doing her job with no prior anything. At some point during the trial, the defendant showed you Exhibit 232. Y'all remember this photograph?
Exactly, Joe. To see, I'm like, why are you even saying that the scratch could be from anyone? I thought for a second that I was listening to the freaking defense. Like, is it you're helping the defense? Cardi B been yawning and doing all this, like, yo. But yeah, so he's helping the defense by trying to leave doubt about who could have scratched her. Like, you should be saying Cardi did it, not it's open for debate.
Exhibit 232, this is a photograph. Now, the issue with this photograph is there's really no way to know the date that this photograph was taken. There's no way to know. We don't know when it was taken. There is no proof of when this photograph was taken. It could have been taken at any time, before or after the incident. It could have been, and in this case, the defendant testified that this photograph was taken on the date of the incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
That was her testimony.
Y'all have to remember, one of the most embarrassing parts is that the judge was going back and forth with him over the whole, him trying to impeach and start over because he wanted the security guard on the stand. So this lawyer is not, let's be honest here. He passed the bar. Well, the one that's coming up is showing 2004. So the thing is, that complaint is saying that the security guard assaulted Emani, the plaintiff. And now when everyone's saying the security guard is not involved, he already knows this case is down the toilet. It's not in the right direction. So once you know something is already like not heading in the right direction, you can start to fumble and mess up even more because you're like, oh, this is like not good. This is not good. Like, how can I actually win this? And then you can actually lose confidence because why would you still have high confidence when you know the biggest part is that the security that's highly trained was also involved in this assault? And now it's not coming out that way, and it's not a good look. It's embarrassing. It's like now you're like, your client is a liar, but you still want that money. So and you came too far, so you got to keep it going.
Where's the proof? Do you really believe that a celebrity can't prove when this photograph was taken? She testified that this photograph was taken at the NBA All-Star game. There's no proof of that anywhere. That's just false. There is proof of when this photograph was taken. It just wasn't given to us. It wasn't provided to us. So we can't rely on this photograph because there's no date on this photograph. The next thing that Miss Ellis did is she made an incident report. 2 days after the incident, Miss Ellis wrote an email to her boss and followed what she was supposed to do to explain all of the details of what happened to her. And she did follow company policy and did what they asked her to do. She called her supervisor, made an incident report, and did everything possible to document all of the different things that happened to her on that date of February 24th, 2018. The other important issue is Cardi B testified that she came to the building, at least downstairs at the building, she had a security guard with her, Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, that's her security guard. He didn't testify in this case. Why not? Where is he? Disappeared? Miss Ellis testified that when she saw this security guard downstairs in the lobby, she met with him there, Mr. Newton apologized for what happened. Mr. Newton should have testified in this case and could have testified in this case, but he didn't. And there is a jury instruction, KC Jury Instruction 203, which deals with a party having power to produce better evidence. The jury instruction states, you may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. That's what the law is. So where is Mr. Newton? I don't know. He was on the witness list. He should have came here and testified. Another important fact is, if a witness is not...
He is so hung up on the whole security aspect because he knows that's a big hole in the story. So he's trying to create doubt about he's trying to create doubt about that security guard by saying he should be here. He should be here because there was something that happened between those two, but we won't really know what really happened because they didn't add him to the witness list. The security guy is involved. So he's still trying to like make the jury think, the jurors think that the security guard is involved to cover that big old hole they have in the story. But do I think it's working? Do y'all think it's working? I don't think it's working.
Credible on one point, you can disregard their entire testimony. When you go back into the jury room, you will have all of these different jury instructions. And each jury instruction will be there for you where you can read and understand what the law is and how it applies to this case. And as I told you before, testimony is evidence, and you can rely on testimony alone to come up with your verdict. KC 107 states, do not make any decision simply because there were more witnesses on one side than on the other side. If you believe it to be true, the testimony of a single witness is enough to prove a fact. So in this case, you've heard from different witnesses. Just because one side may have more witnesses or less, that's not how it works. One witness is sufficient to prove a fact. You initially heard that Ms. Ellis saw Dr. Nicole McKenzie. Dr. McKenzie testified she's a psychologist. She treated the patient in her office, between her and other providers in her office, a total of 7 visits for a period of 8 months. Ms. Ellis did see.
So now that would be an interesting one to actually watch as well, is that testimony, okay?
Psychological care and received it.
Take the poll, take the poll. How long do you think it will take for the jury to deliberate and come back with the decision? And also, based on that, when they do, who do you think will actually win? Take the poll.
She also, as I said, went to Dr. Scher. Dr. Scher advised her that he could not do the plastic surgery for a couple of reasons. One is you have to wait at least a year. You have to wait at least 1 year, 1 to 2 years to determine if the scar will become a keloid. I'm sorry, if the cut will become a keloid, if it will become a scar. Sometimes it may go away on its own. In this case, it did not go away. After that time period, if we all remember that in April of 2020, the pandemic occurred. We had this pandemic outbreak where everything was closed. You can't just go and have elective surgery. So the case was delayed. Medical treatment was delayed. That's why Ms. Ellis waited Another factor is affordability. She had to find a doctor. We had to help her find a doctor that was willing to work on a lien basis. Dr. Mulliken testified that he would agree to that he treated her on a lien basis. What that means is she still owes the money. However, in a court case, what happens is the doctor will agree to treat the patient and delay payment. They delay getting paid. That's what Dr. Mulliken did. Dr. Mulliken testified that he fully examined Ms. Ellis. He then decided, with his expertise as a board-certified plastic surgeon, that it would be beneficial for Ms. Ellis to have plastic surgery and have this done in a surgery center. 2 different surgeries were done over a period of 3 to 4 months so that Ms. Ellis could, there were 2 issues. She had hypersensitivity, a little bit of hypersensitivity, and also as a woman, she doesn't want to have a scar to her face. And all the time, every day, waking up in the morning, looking in the mirror, remembering the event, it reminded her. It does remind. Now, the defendant had the ability to hire their own plastic surgeon.
So yeah, there was some sort of car accident or something. So let me actually look that up, like I said, because I think they were trying to bring that up, try to insinuate or imply that her injuries could have been sustained from some sort of car accident, right? I mean, if someone was in the car, because there isn't proof of her getting any having a scar in 2018, and now that doctor is no longer here and deceased, right? So what happens if she didn't have a scar at all back then, but now she got one after a car accident, and then she didn't like that scar on her face after the car accident, so then now she's trying to get it treated as if it's from Cardi B when it's from a car accident. So that's what they're trying to bring up, with some sort of car accident. Now I did see one under Emani Ellis, but is that the same Emani Ellis in this case? Out of Cali, could be. Let me see.
And have their own expert witness. And in this case, the defendant decided not to hire one. So what does that mean? What that means is you really got to take what Dr. Mulliken says with a lot of importance, a lot of truth. There is no other doctor from the defense side. They could have spent money and hired somebody and had them testify here and tell us, yeah, Dr. Mulliken's work is no good, or she could have done something different, but we don't have that here. You have one doctor on the plaintiff's side basically explaining all of his expert opinions. And he's a board-certified plastic surgeon for 30 years. He's affiliated with UCLA, and even testified that he, in his career currently, does teach medical students at UCLA to help them in their careers of becoming plastic surgeons themselves. Now, when you go back into the jury room, you will see Dr. Mulliken's records and bills that are part of this case. They've been admitted into evidence, and you will see his medical report, and you will see his medical bills. Those are admitted into evidence. You'll have that in the jury room, so you can see it for yourselves. And if you remember, even Dr. Rosenberg had testified that he has seen Dr. Mulliken in other cases. He's been an expert in other cases, working alongside Dr. Mulliken. And
yeah, he is not confident in his case, and it's showing. Like, even if you feel like you don't have a shot, and you feel like, well, you need to still sound confident and try to just try it. You just have to try whatever you can try. Right now, it looks like you've given up already, and it's not a good look.
This is a very well-respected doctor. He went to Yale Medical School. Even Dr. Rosenberg testified that he had impressive credentials. He acknowledged that fact. And the other thing that I wanted to discuss would be the fingernails. The Cardi B testified that most of the time she had she would have long fingernails of 3 inches. That's her style. That's what she did. And in this case, not only did she have these long, sharp fingernails, she also had rhinestones. If you remember Dr. Finke, he was a fingernail, that was his thing. And he basically said he remembers the rhinestones, that they were protruding, they were raised. When Cardi B testified, she acknowledged that she refused to listen to Miss Ellis, who was a security guard on duty at the time. There was also testimony by Cardi B that the two of them were chest to chest touching. This was a touching that Miss Ellis didn't want. Miss Ellis didn't want to be connected to Cardi B physically, but Cardi B made that happen. And that's an unlawful touching. That alone, aside from the rest, that alone, Cardi B admitted to that fact. She said, that is what I did. I was chest to chest with Miss Ellis.
Here's the thing. So Cardi saying that chest to chest wasn't a good idea. That shows that was some sort of close connection. I hate to say it, but I really don't know anyone that grew up a certain way that's gonna be chest to chest and that is gonna stay just talking. And that one lady, Tiara, the receptionist, says hands were flying. Okay, so it was more stuff going on. And don't forget, people are forgetting one of the big things here. The receptionist Tiara said when she walked away, the nurse said that she had a cut or like a something, a gap or something on her, a scratch or something on her head, like a little gap there, a scratch. So how would she get a scratch on her head if Emani was not swinging and doing something with her hands? I am not stupid. She cannot say she got a scratch on the middle of her forehead and that somebody was swinging. And y'all want to tell me that Emani swinging and hit that receptionist in her forehead, and that receptionist or Cardi B ain't doing something too? Yeah. That Sierra person don't strike me as somebody that's sitting there getting swung on, you know, and not neither do Cardi B. Now, do I believe that Cardi B caused a lot of damage to her to where that for $24 million? No, I believe that it's like a simple little small altercation and then it's nothing to sue anyone over because both people are guilty. And to be honest, the RoboCop, Mall Cop, is the antagonist because she antagonized and started and provoked the situation. And then go to Cardi B's complaint. Cardi B says in her her answer to the complaint, she said her affirmative defense is, one is self-defense. Another one is that provocation, that she was provoked. She's saying these are some affirmative defenses. You are not, why would you be actually saying anything about self-defense, provocation, someone provoked you, anything else, or clean hands? Clean hands means that someone is coming after you, but their hands are not clean. They're just as guilty or involved in a certain situation as you. So all I'm saying is Cardi B is not going to incriminate herself and say anything. But if I believe for 1 minute that Cardi B, pregnant or not, just stood there while somebody swung on her, and when she swung, when that Emani person swung one time, she hit the lady in the middle, the receptionist. But let's be clear, ain't nobody that I see from Cardi B to Sierra, the receptionist, to Emani, just stood there and get swung on. And all these people keep on lying besides Cardi said that they never been in a fight before. Y'all need to stop lying, okay? So yeah, nobody gonna tell on themselves. Like, you think Cardi gonna snitch on herself? You listen to her songs. I'm not saying lyrics means life, but Cardi, some of the stuff is actually herself. She ain't gonna snitch on herself. Like, what? That's a dumb person. Okay. And she also ain't gonna be here like, oh, I'm about that life, I'm gonna beat your ass and all that. She gonna be like, oh, I'm pregnant, I wouldn't do nothing. And people say, why she didn't call the police? Why she didn't do that? Because she wasn't scared. Cardi B was not scared like that to where she was like, oh, I'm really scared of her. That's why she said that she forgot. She went once it was separated, and then she went straight to her appointment, got her cooter cat checked, and then left. She wasn't all like, oh my gosh, I'm scared to leave it. Like she said it was done once it was separated. So she went on about her day. Okay. So that's just my perspective. But again, take the poll. Nobody in this whole thing is telling the full truth. They're all protecting themselves in some way. And even Sierra, I believe that she was in the middle. And how was she protecting Cardi B in the middle? She was in the middle of both of them because she was protecting Cardi B. And to be honest, she on Team Cardi B, she's gonna be looking out for Cardi B against Emani, the unprofessional security guard. And Sierra's the receptionist ain't afraid of that security guard. And I hate to say it, but in the lawsuit, as one of the affirmative defenses, there's causation and other things that kind of put the finger at the doctor and the receptionist as possibly being third parties that could have actually caused an injury. So you think Cardi is not going to actually think about Sierra and the doctor? And the doctor knows that he's not stupid. He's a fucking doctor. He knows, he's smart. He can figure things out. He's not flabbergasted. He realizes that his practice can be involved in some shit. So he's looking out for his own ass. It ain't no flabbergasted. This whole thing is crazy.
Cardi B even testified that she was yelling and screaming so much that she acknowledged that it was possible that her spit went on to Miss Ellis. That was in the testimony. When Miss Ellis told Cardi B to leave the building, she should have left the building. Miss Ellis was hired by the owner of the building to keep the building secure and safe for tenants and other patients and visitors. Cardi B refused to listen to the security guard who was working there. At some point, Cardi B caused such a disturbance that what she was doing was trespassing. You cannot be on the property when the owner or an extension of the owner tells you you have to leave, you have to leave. Miss Ellis's mother, Leanne Schmidt, testified. She testified that Miss Ellis obtained the scar to her left cheek as a result of this incident. Miss Ellis's mother testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident. Miss Ellis's mother testified that she saw changes in her daughter after this incident. Same with Miss Ellis's grandmother, Diane Schmidt. She also testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident and that she noticed a marked difference in Miss Ellis after the incident. That's her granddaughter. The defense put on a Dr. Rosenberg, who was a hired gun, received $40,000 for this case and makes millions of dollars in this type of work. He criticized the Kaiser Hospital for not writing down that Miss Ellis had emotional injuries when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge in 2022. Dr. Rosenberg testified that there was an inconsistency when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser and didn't tell them about her emotional injuries. Why I'm bringing this up is very simple. When someone goes to an orthopedic surgeon, they don't talk about dental injuries. When someone goes to a gynecologist, they don't talk about emotional injuries. What really happens is when someone goes to a psychologist or psychiatrist, they tell them about their emotional injuries. When someone goes to a dentist, they tell them about their broken teeth. When someone goes to an orthopedic surgeon, they tell them about their neck pain, their back pain, their left foot pain, left ankle pain. This idea that every time you go to a doctor, no matter what specialty, you have to cover all these things is not real. It's not real life. Some of the doctors will even say, don't tell me, I don't want to know. I'm not writing it down. We've all gone to doctors and we all know when we go to a specialist, we'll focus on why we're there. Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital for vaginal discharge in 2022 and different things throughout her time there. She didn't go there for emotional injuries. She didn't go to the psychiatric care there. She didn't get any psychological care there. None of that. So for Dr. Rosenberg to sit there and tell us there's inconsistencies because in Kaiser, she didn't tell him about the emotional injuries, it just doesn't make sense. I want to talk a little bit more about Miss Malcolm. So I just want to remind you that when Miss Malcolm came out, 40 to 50 seconds had already transpired. She came to the aftermath. I know I've already said that, but I really want to hammer this home that she is not a witness to what happened before. It's like a car accident. There's two cars, they have an accident. If a third car comes down the road a minute later and hits them, it's completely different. It has nothing to do with it. So that was inserted into this case, in a sense, to muddy the waters, to kind of cloud what really happened. What really happened here in this case is Miss Ellis was working as a security guard. She had to be there. She was working as a security guard. And Cardi B came along and thought she's above the law. She could do and say whatever she wants and attack Miss Ellis emotionally, physically, and do whatever she wants in a building, which is inappropriate. We all know that when we go to a building, you got to be respectful, especially to security guards that are working there. These are not just doormen or doorwomen opening the door for you. You have to follow along with what they say. Next, we heard from Dr. Finke. Want to talk about inconsistencies? There was an inconsistency between Malcolm and Finke. Malcolm said, I don't know how I got this scratch on my forehead. I don't know. Dr. Finke comes out and says that Malcolm told him that Ellis had scratched her face. That's not true. That was never said. So this, if you remember, this is a 7.5-year-old incident, and that's a few thousand days ago. It takes a lot of time has passed, and an incident can be perceived differently by different people. So Miss Malcolm could have perceived it one way, and Dr. Finke could have perceived it one way. But again, same problem with him is when he came, everything already been done. The whole incident already happened. The injury was already complete. And really, this comes down to believing Miss Ellis. She gave you no reason not to. She's been truthful through me and through herself and through her witnesses to give you whatever is there, to provide for you all that she could with the things that she has available to her, so that you could give her the peace of mind, the closure. And yes, she is asking to be compensated for the loss that she sustained. She lost something, and by you compensating her with money damages, you're then evening the playing field. You're giving her what she lost back. So she's not trying to gain something that she's not entitled to. Unfortunately, she was abused, she was harmed, she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B, and Cardi B needs to pay for that and needs to be accountable. We need to hold her accountable. We should not just let her walk away and say, oh, everything you did was okay, and yeah, do it again.
Oh my gosh, why do I feel like he's one of those students that's going to keep everybody in class way past even when the bell is already rung? Like, okay, tighten up, get to the points, and come on.
Now, in addition to seeing the two plastic surgeons and Dr. McKinsey, Miss Ellis also received another 12 visits of she testified that she saw the psychologist, Dr. Avila, and other people in his office. Move on. The other thing that Cardi B failed to do, or could have done, is she could have filed a cross complaint. All right. And then I want to go over a little bit about the medical bills. So you don't have to get it exact, it doesn't have to be an exact number, but there was testimony in this case that Miss Ellis had $17,500 in medical bills from Dr. Mulliken, the plastic surgeon, and another $18,000 in psychological care through her work comp and other things. There was also testimony from Dr. Mulliken that he believed.
Y'all, listen, I'm going to tell y'all in just a second. what I just found is crazy, but hold on.
Miss Ellis could benefit from one more surgical procedure, another one to make it better. The cost of that was $15,000.
Objection here.
The $15,000 that would be paid for that would, in Dr. Mulliken's expert opinion, it would make the scar better, meaning it would reduce, it would, basically what I'm saying is there's still some scar on her face. And if you want to look at it, you're more than welcome. You can have her walk around, you can look at it for yourself. There is still some scar on her face. It's still there. It still bothers her. So that's why I'm asking that not only you give her the $17,500 in her past medical bills for the scar, that you give her another $15,000 for the future scar revision treatment. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be scratched and cut and spit on and all these things. All of the things that happened to Miss Ellis are they're wrong.
I don't think they want to give any money or any settlement, because to settle, they don't want to settle. Like, if they feel like they're innocent and that the person has the doctrine of clean hands, the person has unclean hands, they don't, would you settle with someone if you feel like it's mutual, or if you feel like it's mutual? Not really. Or if you feel like you're innocent and the other person is more guilty in the situation, you're not going to really settle or give that person any money. You're going to fight it.
And we want to make this wrong right. And how can we do that? For each one of you. You have the power to make this wrong right and close the books for Miss Ellis so she can move on with her life as much as she possibly could. And yes, the only way to do that right now for today's purposes is to reimburse her for the losses that she sustained. Those are the medical bills, the past, and the future. The other thing that is an important way of compensating Miss Ellis is for her pain and suffering. In every case where there's medical bills and there's medical damages, a component of that is pain and suffering. There is really no way, there's no exact math to that. So for instance, if you said, I want to give her the $17,500, I want to give her the $15,000, and I want to give her another $250,000 for pain and suffering, you are allowed to do that. It is a number that you can come up with. During the 7.5 years that she's been suffering, you may say, I would like to give her $100 a day. For 1 year, that's $36,000. And for 7 years, that comes up to $270,000. We're not looking for millions of dollars like the defendant said. That's not what we're looking for. We're really looking for a simple amount of money that can make her whole, give her something that's fair so she can get some form of compensation, some form of closure, and move on with her life. That is all we're asking you to do. So when you go into the jury room, you'll be given a verdict form. And the verdict form will basically state, it covers all of the different areas of this case. The first section A is the assault and battery. They are in a sense separate because the assault is the swing and the battery is the scratch and the cut to her face. However, it's very clear. Did plaintiff Emani Ellis prove all of the following elements of battery? And then it goes down, it breaks it down. Defendant Velcalis Marlenis Almanzar touched Miss Ellis with the intent to harm or offend Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis did not consent to being touched. Miss Ellis was harmed or offended by Miss Almanzar's conduct. A reasonable person in Miss Ellis's situation would have been offended by the touching. I would say that yes, all four of those have been done here. So when you get to that question, there is going to be on the right side. It's not broken down into 4 parts. It's all as a whole.
Oh my gosh, I got a feeling he's actually going to use up as much time as he can. Like, he's going to use up every second of time.
So if you want to give money damages to Miss Ellis, you would check yes. Okay, and then you go to the next question. Did Miss Did Miss Ellis prove all of the following elements of assault? And again, it breaks down for you the five different parts. Miss Ellis acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or offensive manner. Miss Ellis did not consent to Miss Almanzar's conduct. Miss Ellis was harmed, and Miss Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis's harm. Again, if you want to give her money damages, you would check yes. That would be page 2, both of those. Then you have question number 3. Did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of self-defense? So the defense is trying to argue that all the things that Miss Almanzar did were in self-defense. There is no testimony of self-defense here. In fact, Miss Almanzar herself, her position was, I didn't touch anybody and nobody touched me. So self-defense, no. You would say no. Then you can go, then question number 4 speaks about the damages that you suffered. Past medical expenses. That's where you would put in an amount of money through the testimony that you heard and through all of the exhibits. You would put an amount of money that you believe Miss Ellis incurred in this incident. So you will have in the jury room exhibit number 4. You'll have exhibit number 4 in marked at the bottom right corner. You will have exhibit 4-1 through exhibit 4-6, and then it will skip over and you will go to the bills, which will be 4-13, 4-14, and 4-15. You combine all of these bills, you will get $16,500. So past medical expenses would be $16,500. That would be what you would write there if you want to give her the cost of all the plastic surgery she had to go through up until now. The future economic loss is the future plastic surgery. Dr. Mulligan stated that Miss Ellis would benefit from a future plastic surgery of $15,000. So you'd write $15,000 in that box. Pain and suffering. Again, there's past pain and suffering and future pain and suffering. The court read.
Shout out to Candid. Thank you so much for the fan fund. He said, thank you for covering this case. You're welcome. Woo, child. You listen, y'all. This guy right here is just really trying to, he is trying to bring it home and taking a long time to land the plane. However, he's thinking about all the money he can get from this. He definitely does not want to lose. However, take the poll. Do you think he has a chance? Do you think that Cardi is going to lose or win? Take the poll, and we'll see at the end of the live what you think.
A time frame for you of how many more years Miss Ellis will live, and the jury instruction life expectancy.
And also keep in mind, everyone else, please support my channel for free just by hitting that like button.
3932 basically states that Miss Ellis will live for another 50 years. This is an estimate. It's not 100% certain, but it's the best estimate that we have based on all kinds of statistics. She has 50 more years to live. So if you feel that she's going to suffer from this point forward, then you can award her money damages for the future. And if you feel that she sustained pain and suffering in the past, then you can award her money for the 7.5-year time period. And again, you'll all have the jury instructions in the back when you go into the jury room. And the jury instruction on pain and suffering covers a whole bunch of different things. Very important, very important. So I would take a look at that one because it covers all of the different things. Embarrassment, pain and suffering, disfigurement, all of those. So if you look at 3905, it talks about physical pain, mental suffering, and or emotional distress. And it basically says that there's no fixed standard for deciding the amount of these damages. This is a number that you will come up with. It won't be based on chance or a flip of a coin, but it will be a number that you come up with. If you decide you want to give her $500,000, you can do that. If you want to give her more, you can do that.
Give her money. Show her the money. Give her the money. He really wants her. He wants to listen, please give her some money. His neck is on the line because he has reached out to people to give her plastic surgery, psychological services, some free services. It's a lien on it, child. So he probably has tried to work with these people and say, well, it's gonna be a big payout. He been over promises, and he probably gonna under deliver. So child, his neck is on the line because she ain't got the money.
So for past non-economic loss, you should put a number there, because if you don't, the award will be thrown out. You gotta have at least $1 there. You gotta award some kind of pain and suffering. It's required. Now the amount would be up to you. A lot of times, some people say, well, 3 times medical bills, 10 times medical bills. This is an assault and battery. It's just not a simple car accident where it's just some bumps and bruises. This is a serious injury, very serious. And Miss Ellis has been suffering for the last 7.5 years. What kind of weight do we put to that? What kind of number do we attach to that? I don't know what number you're going to attach to that. But for purposes of now, for example, you could write $250,000 for the past pain and suffering. This was a violent attack. She was violated. She has a scar to her face now. She's gone through all kinds of medical treatment that she didn't have to go to. So much life was lost from her time-wise. You can't get it back. All this time that she's lost and feeling embarrassed and all of that. What is the value of life? It's significant. We all went through the pandemic. And we realized that after the pandemic, the value of life is much greater because we realized what life is really about. Future non-economic loss. Again, that's going to be for the 50 years going forward. You could pick what number you feel. Maybe you feel she's recovered. Maybe you feel she deserves another 10 years. Maybe the whole 50 years. I don't know what it is. But you as individual judges will work together as a team to come up with a number for the future non-economic loss. Then it goes into intentional infliction of emotional distress. Did Miss Ellis prove all the following elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress? Number 1, Miss Almanzar engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct beyond mere insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. Miss Almanzar intended to cause Miss Ellis emotional distress. Miss Ellis suffered severe emotional distress, and Miss Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. If you believe that Miss Ellis sustains emotional distress, then you would, on number 5, you would say yes.
Poor child. So he's going over the jury instructions and stuff, trying to get or convince them to give some money. Like, please just give some money. The thing about civil cases is it really a win if they give some money and it's just out of, sympathy, like a sympathy. They feel a little empathetic and then they just give her some money. They kind of not let her get too much, but don't walk away with nothing. So is it still a win if, let's say, she only gets like the smallest amount of money and that's it? Would y'all still consider that a win, or is it only a win if she gets like the money that she wants?
Then number 6, again, it says, did Ms. Almanzar prove all of the following elements of the privileged conduct defense? So again, it's similar to a self-defense of this, and it goes through a whole laundry list of different ways and finding excuses why the conduct was okay. So you would put no there if you believe that the conduct caused intentional infliction of emotional distress. Then number 7 has its own damages component. However, we've agreed and conceded to the fact that we don't want you to award damages for the same thing twice. It's not what our goal is. The goal is, if you feel there should be separate damages, aside from the assault and battery, for the emotional distress, then this is where you can give that amount of money. It'll be a separate and apart damage area for you to award more damages. Same breakdown. You can give past medical expenses, obviously, past and future medical expenses. And this, if you're...
Let's see. Shout out to Lisa. Lisa that says, thanks for getting me through work. You're welcome. Again, shout out to Lisa for the fan funding super sticker. Y'all, something y'all. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So Lisa also says that she would give her something, because let me go back to your comment. What was it? You said a win is a win. If I'm on jury, I'm giving her something. Both have unclean hands. However, what would you say if both have unclean hands? Wouldn't that be equal? That is equal in that situation. So why would one have to pay and not the other if it's equal or mutual? Because unclean hands mean that there is mutual. Usually it's mutual combat, mutual communication, mutual attacks. So if it's mutual, then it should be mutual punishment, right? So do you agree with that, or do you saying that Cardi should pay even though they both have unclean hands? And then also, why would you say that? And for some people, do you think it's like if the security guard, which she is the one that initiated contact and spoke to Cardi first and initiated this whole altercation. By initiate, that means that if she had not spoken to Cardi, approached her, or did anything, would this have happened? Do you consider the security guard an aggressor, or do you feel like her just speaking and her just talking should not warrant anything, hostility at all, or anything, even though Cardi is going to see a doctor, and the building is shut down for her to see her gynecologist, and she is going to a doctor and wants privacy, and someone's like, Cardi. So everyone will have a difference of opinion, just posing questions, okay? So what do you think about that part? So I guess you would say both have unclean hands, but who is the actual antagonist? Who antagonized the situation, or who is the actual aggressor in the situation? If two people get into a bar fight, some people will say, yeah, it's mutual because you're both fighting each other, but who is the actual antagonist or aggressor in the situation? Who started it will be the question. Or provoked it, yeah.
If you award in the first box, then you would say, 0 and 0, because we're not double dipping here. That's not our goal. However, pain and suffering. If you want to give separate pain and suffering for the emotional distress, separate pain and suffering for the emotional distress from the past and the future, this is where you could do it. You could say, okay, well, we're going to give 50,000 additional for the past, 50,000 additional for the future, and then we're going to move on to the last part, which is negligence and contributory negligence. And again, this is all from the form that you're all going to see when you go into the jury. And I'll close with this. Did Miss Ellis prove all of the following elements of negligence? Miss Almanzar was negligent. Miss Almanzar's negligence caused Miss Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress, and Miss Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis' harm. So what that means is, for example, was Cardi B negligent in thinking that the plaintiff was disseminating her privacy to others, photographing her, videotaping her? If you believe that Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, was mistaken, then that would be negligence. She was negligent. She negligently thought that all these things were happening. And then again, it asks for the damages. Same thing, 0 and 0 for the past and future medical expenses if you have given it in the first phase. So there's different areas. Maybe you'll say, well, I don't really believe there was this, but I believe there was that. So anywhere on the form, we would ask that you award Miss Ellis her medical bills of $16,500 for the past and $15,000 for the future, and in different boxes in different areas of this form to award her the pain and suffering that you feel is fair for all the things she went through, the assault, the battery, the emotional distress, all that she should be compensated for. And then there's a box, did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of contributory negligence? Miss Ellis was negligent. Miss Ellis' negligence was a substantial factor in causing her own harm. Well, Cardi B's testified that Miss Ellis.
Now, in general, I would say the one thing that keeps crossing my mind is the security issue, because when I read the complaint at the start of the live, like I said, they kept mentioning Doe 1, the defendant, and the security guard being highly trained individual, a part of the assault of the plaintiff. And that's why he spent a great amount of time trying to bring up the security guard. And even the judge chimed in and was like, the security guard was in the lobby. So it's like, without the security guard, now that complaint is, again, that's a big thing, a big part of the complaint. That being a lie and not true, that kind of tanks that whole thing to me. Because now it's like, Emani, what's going on? Like, you should know the difference between like Sierra and the doctor, gynecologist intervening and her security guard that people said were not there. And again, if the security guard were there, there would be no need for the receptionist Sierra or the gynecologist to step in. So it makes sense that the security guard wasn't there, as stated. And I'm not saying wasn't in the building. I'm saying wasn't at that area where the incident occurred.
Didn't touch her, didn't do anything. There was no physical contact. That was the testimony of Cardi B. So how can she say that there was contributory negligence? What did the security do wrong? So the answer would be no. And then it goes to number 11. What percentage of responsibility for Miss Ellis's harm do you assign to Miss Almanzar? Say 100%. And Miss Ellis, 0. And the final page deals with punitive damages. Did you answer question 4 or 7? You look back, and if you did, just the damages.
Shout out to Cece. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Y'all, I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to Cece for the super sticker. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
And you put yes. And then it says, did Miss Ellis prove by clear and convincing proof that Miss Almanzar engaged in conduct with malice, oppression, or fraud? And then you would look at the case as a whole and kind of come up with your opinion. Did all of these things combined, did all of this thing that Miss Ellis went through? And remember, it's or, so it's either malice, oppression, or fraud. So if you agree that there was, then you would say yes here. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my counterpart. They will obviously contradict everything I will say, I've told you, and then I'll have a chance to come back and rebuttal and basically clean up anything that was said. At this point, I'm basically Miss Ellis's mouthpiece, and I worked with her as best I could to convey all of the things that she wants you to know. I worked with her personally to tell you all what she went through, and I did the best that I could with what I have. And we really, no matter what happens, whatever is supposed to happen will happen, because that's what's supposed to happen. And we want to thank you each individually for being here. Each of you as individual judges, we're thanking you very much. Thank you so much for hearing the story as to what Miss Emani Ellis went through, and I'm asking you to award Miss Ellis an amount of money that you think is fair that will make her whole for the losses that she suffered in this case. Thank you very much.
You okay?
Yeah, so you are not that confident in your own case at all. So let's look at the poll and let me see what y'all think so far. Yeah, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise be. I'm glad he is done, child. Woo. Lord have mercy. Let me see. Who will win 61 votes? 85% says Cardi, 5% says Emani, and 10% says still thinking about it. So it looks like a lot of people are not feeling like the plaintiff side, is actually proving their case, and they're feeling like Cardi is for the win. And to be honest, Cardi's team doesn't have to work that hard. It's not like Cardi's lawyers are not putting in a lot of work. They're kind of laid back, and they're not, I guess they feel like they don't have a good opponent, so they're not really like, yeah, we're just chilling. So I think they're feeling confident that they're going to win. The judge is frustrated with this whole thing, and people are wanting to push this forward. So anyway, let's get to the defense.
You okay? Okay, all right. Proceed. Does anyone want a break? We got started late. Okay, why don't we take a short break?
No breaks. No breaks. I've been here for 7 hours. No. Okay, fine.
At 10:25. All right, 11:25.
Hold on. The good news is that I'm behind, so I can skip forward. So I'm gonna skip. But it looks like they're having some sidebars while the jury is out, or while there's a break.
We can discuss. Well, let me do this. I will give further instruction to the jury about that the argument counsel is not evidence, and that they should disregard any comments that were not supported by the evidence. I will give that instruction. We can discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC after the trial for any alleged conduct.
Okay.
Your may I please say one thing?
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I just want to note that you advised Mr. Rosen that if he were to argue to the jury that Cardi said that photograph was taken on February 24th, that would be a knowing violation of professional rules. And that's exactly what he did.
Okay. Well, why don't we?
Now y'all know that he was going to do it. I've seen people do that before, like advise not to say something, but if they feel like it's something that will help their case or help them to win, lawyers will still sometimes try to throw that in there. I even seen that during a daily trial. People know they're not supposed to be doing that. So now they're trying to get him like, child, penalized. Like, yeah, he went ahead and did it anyway. He was like, I don't give two fucks. I think that he felt like that was something that could help him win this money. Okay.
I don't want to do it now.
Well, I have to say something about it.
You don't. I said we'll discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC and we can address it then. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Child, the man already gonna try. He already feels like he losing. Now y'all trying to get the man in trouble. Hey, y'all keep on trying to get him in trouble. That man, he got Emani done sat there and lied to him. Oh, let me show y'all what Emani been up to. Child, let me show y'all this. Where is that? There are some people that become sue happy where they sue one person, they start wanting to sue everybody. I'm gonna sue you, I'm gonna sue you. You get a lawsuit, you get a lawsuit. And in California, plaintiff Emani Ellis brings the action and seeks monetary damages against defendant Michelle Cohen and those 1 through 20, collectively known as defendants, for physical injuries and emotional distress she suffered due to defendant's negligence, and in support states as follows. That's jurisdiction information. This is the parties. We can skip that. So right here it says this action arises from a motor vehicle collision which occurred on or about November 21st, 2023 near 342 West Pico Boulevard, Los Angeles. It's Pico or Pico Boulevard, Los Angeles, California 90015. And it says on November 21st, 2023, plaintiff was at a complete stop when her vehicle was rear-ended by Cohen. As a direct and proximate result of Cohen's negligence, plaintiff has been in pain since the date of aforementioned incident. Ma'am, Emani Ellis, get your ass to the front of the classroom, bitch. Bring your ass here. How you gonna be in one case saying you will have injuries for the rest of your life for what happened there, and now you in this case got injuries for getting rear-ended? And you're suing somebody else. She's suing somebody for some car accident that occurred on November 21st, 2023. On information believed, Cohen was traveling in excess of reasonable speed and or without due care. And when did she file this? I guess that Cardi B lawsuit was taking too long, and all the money that she thought she was going to get in was taking too long to come. So she thought about doing a quick lawsuit to get some more money, child. She filed this in 2024. August 1st, 2024. So she got 2 lawsuits, and this one right here is scheduled for jury trial this year, I think. And a couple of months, I think. So Miss Emani out here busy. Now here's the thing. You done fucked up because listen, if I were the lawyer in this case for representing Cohen, I will actually say that you are actually been injured, or all your injuries were sustained from Cardi B incident. Because you said you got all these injuries and stuff from Cardi B. So now, I would say, nah, this ain't from no car accident. That's all from Cardi B. She been had these permanent disabilities and injuries. That's if they know about your previous case. I'm sure they probably looked you up. And she got a totally different lawyer representing her in that case, August 1st, 2024. And demand for a jury trial. So Emani, I said Emani. Well, that could be her new name. To be honest, her name is Emani. E-Money. We could just say E, like she's thinking about that money. So, she's trying to get to the money. So now Child, this is gonna be one of those people that now she got a taste of having these lawsuits and feel like she got get some free stuff coming, free plastic surgery, free this, free that. Now she out for to sue everybody. She's gonna be going to the stores, grocery stores, swirling some soap on the floor, trying to slip over a banana peel. She's gonna be trying to go everywhere and anywhere, trying to figure out how she can sue somebody. Like she's gonna be on a vexatious litigant suit list, I bet, in about the next 10 years, along with no nuts. Okay, let me fast forward a little bit and see if they came back. They did try to throw that in here. They tried to throw in something about a car accident, but they were not allowed to do it or bring it up. But to be honest, I mean, I have not watched all the testimonies. There was a bunch of witnesses I did not watch yet to see everything on the stand. So I'll let y'all know in a few days of whatever. But I know one thing, I'm sure that other people already probably investigated her and seen that she has this case right here. So yeah, this case right here can impact the other one. The 2023 one. Oh, hold on, y'all. I thought I had the tab on. My bad. Hold on. My bad. I apologize. I forgot to switch tabs. Hold on. So now it's the defense turn. My bad. Hold on. My bad. It's been 7 hours and 38 minutes. I mean, 7 hours.
Okay.
Hold
All
on.
right. With that, defense, can you give their closing?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for taking the time to participate as jurors. This is how our system works, and it wouldn't work without jurors. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of both Cardi, my colleagues, and myself. I'd like to just mention quickly that counsel argued that Cardi swore and used profanities in the courtroom and it was disrespectful. Actually, all she was doing was repeating under oath what was said. In fact, Ms. Ellis, plaintiff, used profanities to describe what she heard. Counsel used profanities, and I have to admit I used profanities, but just to tell you what was supposedly said. Cardi has never gratuitously sworn at any point in this courtroom, and the suggestion that you should be prejudiced against her because of that is just unfounded and offensive. Last Monday, it seems like it's a lot longer ago, but last Monday in the opening statements, I told you what I expected the evidence would be, and I told you that you can treat my statements and counsel's statements as promises of what they were going to show, and that I would ask you at some point today to decide who kept their promises and who didn't. I also told you that I would have a second chance to talk to you directly after all the evidence is in. The evidence is in. Witnesses have testified that exhibits have been admitted. And if you remember, the judge told you the first day that the way trials work is that bits and pieces of evidence come in. This is my opportunity to tell you how we think those bits and pieces come together and how they establish that you should decide in Cardi's favor. First, there's a couple of things I ask that you keep in mind throughout the rest of the trial. If you remember, Judge Fusselman told you last Monday morning that the reason we have juries is because they have diverse backgrounds and they have common sense. He reiterated how important common sense was when he said, we just need you to exercise common sense and evaluate, is this witness being consistent? Is this witness saying things, something that doesn't seem true? And does this piece of evidence fit in with all the other pieces that have been presented in this case? I respectfully suggest to you that using your common sense, there's only one possible outcome in this case, and that is a decision in favor of Cardi. Now, you'll be instructed that plaintiff bears the burden of proof of establishing her claim. She must convince you that the evidence shows that by 50% or more, her claims are valid. Now, there's another way of putting it is, and you'll see this in the jury instructions that you get from the judge, if plaintiff fails to prove that her version of what happened is more likely than not what did in fact happen, you must decide the case in Cardi's favor. The concept of a preponderance of the evidence can be demonstrated on this slide. That's 50-50. That's where the plaintiff has put on as much evidence as the defendant of a fact, and you'll see that that's where people talk about the 51%. But it is crucial to keep in mind that plaintiff doesn't start at 50%, she starts at 0. She has to raise that needle from 0 to 50% and more. She has to go beyond 50%, or you have to find for Cardi. Third, there is no dispute that there was yelling and some curse words in the hallway at the medical building around 1:30 p.m. on February 24th, 2018. But the judge will provide you with the jury instructions. In fact, he already has. That arguing, yelling, even using profanity is not something you can sue over. That's just part of normal life, and that is what we're supposed to bear. In fact, that would be crazy that someone could sue if they caused someone else to use profanity. The question really is whether Cardi ever struck plaintiff, and who caused this confrontation? Who caused the incident? And the answer is that the evidence in this case overwhelmingly proves that Cardi did not strike plaintiff.
Wait, press 1 if you can hear, press 2 if you can. I hope people are not telling me that there's no sound after I played this for like 5 or 10 minutes. Press 1 if you can actually hear if there's sound. Okay, so there is sound. I was like, please don't tell me that. Okay, so people can actually hear.
And Cardi did not cause this encounter. As a result, plaintiff has failed to establish by the evidence you heard last week that by preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, that Cardi was the cause. The way, I'm going to try and do this in a very organized fashion, and the way I'm going to do it is going to be demonstrated by this chart. And so we have on the left-hand side plaintiff's evidence, and then on the right-hand side defendant's evidence. Now, plaintiff started with her own testimony. Last Monday, she testified under oath. Importantly, though, in plaintiff's evidence, she never called as a witness either Tiara Malcolm or Dr. Finke, both of whom were present.
Objection, Your Honor.
Both of whom were present at this very time of the incident. Now, plaintiff's evidence, plaintiff's testimony, and we should keep in mind that just because plaintiff says something doesn't make it true. Okay? She has her version, but the fact that she alone says it does not actually make it true. And this later this morning, maybe stretch into afternoon, I'll tell you, or I'll identify the many inconsistencies in plaintiff's story over the course of this litigation, actually going back to February 26, 2018, when she did her incident report. In the meantime, plaintiff claims that she was assaulted and scratched or cut on February 24, 2018. The plaintiff did not see a doctor. She didn't go to an emergency room. She didn't call the police or make a police report. And she actually testified she did not know if the scratch that has supposedly ruined her life was even bleeding. She also testified last week that she didn't even put a Band-Aid on the scratch. What?
Now, not putting a Band-Aid on something. So it's like something that calls a base scar, but it's not something that you need even a Band-Aid for. Huh? It better be some sort of gas that's like you need to put a Band-Aid on, so you need to do something with it. Huh? Y'all listen. Like, girl, I know what you're trying to do. You sick of them oodles of noodles and peanut butter sandwiches, but girl, you should have just said, like, you should have just kept it to some broke people prices. You should have said, like, you wanted $20,000 or $25,000, and it just went. But you try to go away. You try to become a millionaire off a scratch. Oh shit! You try to become a millionaire off a scratch. You should have kept it like low, like just take a little something in your pocket. But damn, you just child.
What did she do? She claims that Cardi mauled her, basically cut her face, and this woman went home, and what did she do? She took a nap. That was her own testimony. She took a nap. The fact that on February
Cardi can't help but laugh. Cardi cannot help but laugh at that. She took a nap. Like, y'all need to stop, okay?
2018, plaintiff just went home and took a nap is corroborated by plaintiff's own T-Bell cell phone records for that day. As you'll see, and this was an admitted exhibit, you'll be able to see it. It's exhibit 200. She gets calls and she makes calls from 11:20 a.m. all the way to 3:35 p.m. and then nothing until 9:08. That's when she took her nap. That's what she did. She didn't call a doctor. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't put a Band-Aid on her face. She took a nap. Now, importantly, when plaintiff testified as her own first witness in her case, she admitted that in 2021, she hit her head in a car accident. She's put on no proof that that wasn't the source of the scar.
So in 2021, she was in a car accident. So that's not, so, and also now there's another one for this 2023. So this, girl, I'm trying to think, does someone really rear end you? You just want to know people to try to like drive slow. Like you try to drive fast, somebody on your ass a little bit, and you try to push on your brakes, somebody hit you from behind, like, oh, I'm still at you now. You don't try to get hit from behind on purpose. You try to get So the one I pulled up is not even the one from 2021. Child. So that could have been it. She could have gotten some, I gotta watch all the videos because she could have gotten some other incident and got a scar or something on her face. Like, dang, I want some money to get this done. What can I do to get some surgery, some free cosmetic surgery? Oh, I know. Let me pretend like this came from Cardi B. She got all that money.
Which is a pretty obvious reason that she would have a scar if she had one. And importantly, 2021, a car accident in 2021 is after plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April 2018 that Cardi almost touched her with a fingernail. Not touched her with a fingernail, and I'll talk more about that later, but almost touched her. So after The plaintiff tells Dr. McKenna, her workers' comp physician or psychologist, that Cardi almost touched her. Plaintiff was then in a car accident, hit her head, and that's when she went to Dr. Mulligan. She went to plastic surgery 4 years later after being in a car accident.
Objection on this case.
Plaintiff also testified, by the way, that she was in another accident in 2023 and filed another lawsuit over that one. Plaintiff has argued, and he said again.
Okay, so she already know. So not she. Well, he just mentioned this other lawsuit. So they have already mentioned this lawsuit already. The one I just pulled up. Okay. Again, I need to watch all the videos on this. Okay, so shout out to RC117. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Says Cash App says. Let's see what it says. Go back up. Says for thank you for helping my work day go by you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the fan funding. I'm glad I'm helping out with that. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
And today that plaintiff's counsel has argued and said again today that plaintiff has some special status as a security guard. But she testified she became a security guard by having her fingerprints taken and sent to California. That's it. That doesn't make her a policeman. Also importantly, when testifying last Monday, plaintiff admitted that she knew on February 24, 2018, that Cardi was in the medical building because Cardi was going to a medical appointment. Plaintiff's own testimony establishes that at 1:30 p.m. on that Saturday, plaintiff could have been at that security guard booth that counsel showed you a photograph of. She could have been on her rounds, going through the whole building. She could have been in parking, checking, because that's what security guards do. But plaintiff, who has testified she was a fan, just happened to be outside Dr. Finke's office when Cardi B was showing up to see an obstetrician.
Y'all know good and well that, Lord, it's just like I really just try to be like, I look at both sides. It's just crazy because I guarantee if I go to see a doctor and they have security at the building, that's the last person I expect to get in any confrontation with. That's who I need to call if I need help. So if you can't even call security because security is, I'm telling y'all, that is crazy. Like, that is crazy. And then you got the receptionist. You have to go from being a receptionist, answering phones and taking appointments, to now being a fucking security guard in the middle of a security guard and a patient. This is some ratchet shit, okay? And then you got the judge arguing with the lawyer. This is like a Jerry Springer episode. This is crazy.
From those facts alone, you can infer that she was actually laying in wait. She wanted to photograph and videotape Cardi. She would then be able to post it on YouTube, maybe start a new career, be a follower. I don't know. But
you say she tried to clout chase. Okay, you call her a clout chaser.
From the facts you've seen in this and heard in this case, she very well could have done that on purpose. But even if we assume the plaintiff just
that's a good point. I'm the bitch that beat up Cardi B. Now, if she actually went live and tried to I know Cardi B, maybe it was like she was trying to be cool with Cardi B, but once Cardi B rejected her, the other side could have came out like, oh, you ain't gonna reject me, you get the fuck out of this building. Y'all know how some people be. Once they nice at first, once you reject, then the other side come out. Okay, get it. Okay. Oh, it's Cardi. I love Cardi. And then Cardi's like not friendly, like stay away from me. And then the person goes hostile. They go mall cop on the person. Okay, hold on.
Happened to run into Cardi B in a 5-story building that afternoon. Plaintiff testified that she knew Cardi thought that plaintiff was using plaintiff's phone to tell someone that Cardi was there and to videotape her. What would a reasonable person do at that point? by her own testimony, plaintiff had the chance to be professional and avoid all of this by putting her phone away. That's all she had to do. But the evidence is she kept that phone in her hand all the way through as she advanced on Cardi B and forced her into a corner in the hallway where Tiara Malcolm found her. Plaintiff also testified that after she was fired as a security guard, she got a new job that paid more money. That's why you don't hear any claim for lost wages or anything like that. She was better off. That summarizes what plaintiff testified to, and I'll talk later about the inconsistencies in it. But let's talk about her second and third witnesses, plaintiff's mother and grandmother. Both very charming. But her mother and her grandmother weren't in the hallway that afternoon. Her mother and her grandmother were not witnesses. And they testified that because plaintiff is the mother's daughter or the grandmother's grandchild, that they believe her. They don't need evidence. They just hear what she says. And that's understandable, of course. We all have relatives and we hope our parents believe us and and our grandparents. But remember what Judge Fusselman said at the very beginning, common sense. Okay. We all know that parents are not with their children every minute of the day. We all know that children don't always tell their parents everything. And they especially do not tell their parents that they're embarrassed or guilty about what got them fired.
And also, what kid goes home and tells their parent, unless they're getting bullied or something, that they got into a fight at the bus stop or at school? Okay? Some people might, but most people don't.
That's what plaintiff left out when she talked to her mother and her grandmother. Is anyone surprised that plaintiff did not tell her mother and grandmother that plaintiff cursed and yelled at a pregnant Cardi half her size, that plaintiff cornered Cardi in a medical building hallway, and that plaintiff knew she was probably going to get fired? Is that the kind of thing you'd say? Guess what, Mom? Guess what I did today? So it's completely understandable, using common sense, that the mother and grandmother would not know actually what happened. In fact, plaintiff didn't tell them that she had apologized in her incident report to Allied and the building for her own behavior. She left that out because I asked both the mother and the grandmother, did your daughter or granddaughter, tell you that? And they said no. So we know that plaintiff left that part out. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said that plaintiff is a peacemaker. Okay. Well, that sure doesn't square with the testimony of Tiara Malcolm, Dr. Finke, or Cardi, and I'll discuss that later. And maybe what we take from that is she's a peacemaker when she gets her own way. We know what she's like. We've heard testimony what she's like when she doesn't get her own way. But there's another word for that other than peacemaker. It's a bully. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said they saw a scar on plaintiff's cheek. But on February 26, 2018, 2 days after the incident, plaintiff emailed her incident report to her supervisor, Jasmine, stating that Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. So how is it that the mother and grandmother are saying that, well, when this happened or around that time, our daughter said that Cardi had scratched her cheek? But in plaintiff's own incident report, she said she told her supervisor Cardi scratched her nose. A nose is not a cheek is not a nose, and there is something wrong about what's going on because, again, apply common sense. Plaintiff's mother testified that she saw a scar, but she didn't testify when she saw it. Counsel asked her, did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face? Answer, I did. When did she notice that? 2018, 2019, 2020? We don't know. And in response to one of your questions, because the judge was kind enough to allow jurors to ask questions, which doesn't happen all the time. You were lucky in that regard.
So there's no definite date of when they knew the scar was there or anyone saw a scar?
One of your questions, the judge read, and in response, plaintiff's grandmother said she spoke with plaintiff right after the incident. Right after the incident, she spoke with plaintiff. But plaintiff testified last Monday. Question, you didn't call your grandmother though, did you? Answer, no. Okay. So again, common sense tells you something is very wrong here. Now, plaintiff's mother and grandmother testified that plaintiff became depressed. If so, there could have been many different reasons for it. And for example, it could have been because she got fired. And as we'll see in a few minutes, she felt guilty. That's what plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April. On April 26, 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenna that she feels guilty. Ultimately, the testimony of plaintiff's mother and grandmother just doesn't move the needle for plaintiff. They weren't there, and they relied on what plaintiff told them. Now, plaintiff's third group of witnesses is Dr. Mulligan. And that's what she offered to support the claim. Of course, Dr. Mulligan also wasn't there on February 24, 2018. He didn't witness what happened. Dr. Mulligan testified that plaintiff came to him in November 2022, or more than 4 years after the alleged incident. Dr. Mulligan is a plastic surgeon, not a psychiatrist. So counsel pointed out that Dr. Mulligan testified that plaintiff told him she has post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, and headache. But Dr. Mulligan said, that's what she told me. I did not make a diagnosis to that effect. That's just what she told me. Now, Dr. Mulligan, and I hope he's not insulted, but his testimony was confusing and inconsistent. He testified that in November of 2022, plaintiff had a scar, had 2 to 3 scars, had 3 scars, and even plaintiff doesn't claim that she had more than 1 scar. But Dr. Mulligan thought there was as many as possibly 3. Somehow the no scar from the beginning turned into 2 scars and then 3 scars. Also, though, Dr. Mulligan's own photograph, Exhibit 228, which he testified was taken with a digital camera before any treatment, sure doesn't appear to show a scar. That is you'll have a copy of the actual photo. It's admitted as exhibit. You can look at it and you can decide. Counsel actually challenged you, look at the photograph, and we invite you to. If you see a scar, that's news to us. And this is before she was treated. Importantly, Dr. Mulligan testified at his deposition. You've all heard about depositions. They're under oath. It's just like a trial, except there's no judge. And that the claim scar was about an inch long and most likely made by a right-handed person who scraped or clawed downward with 3 fingers. Okay? That's what he testified to. That's what was in his deposition, and that's what he testified to here. But plaintiff herself claimed in her deposition that Cardi jabbed her with a straightened index finger, like this. That's not a scrape. Your Honor, I don't think I need to ask for permission, but we'd like to show we'll show, this was played for the jury before. It's Cardi's testimony, excuse me, plaintiff's testimony, as to how she was supposedly cut by Cardi.
When you say like this, she put her finger?
Pointing, yes, so like this, pointing her finger in my face, yes.
That is directly and irreconcilably in conflict with Dr. Mulligan's testimony that it was a right-handed person who scraped with an index finger and 2 other fingers downward. Those are completely different things. They don't correlate. The testimony is clear that plaintiff and her plastic surgeon have completely different explanations for the same claim.
There's a lot of inconsistencies and discrepancies with Emani's whole thing. It is, and even once you got to understand, yeah. But there's also it's on both sides. But yeah, so I don't know, y'all. Take the poll. Do you think that she's gonna walk away with any money? And would you actually consider $5,000? Let's say they gave her only $20,000, $15,000, $20,000, and way far from the other amounts. Would you still consider that a win?
Sure. And once again, common sense. Something's wrong here. Something is very, very wrong. Now, maybe the scar that Dr. Mulligan says he saw and his explanation, maybe it was a car accident. I don't know. But it is irreconcilable with plaintiff's own testimony that she was jabbed with a straightened finger. And to add to that, Cardi is not right-handed. I want to say that again. It's very important. Dr. Mulligan says that in his professional opinion, and counsel talked about how well-respected he is, that it was a right-handed person who scraped 3 fingers downward across plaintiff's face. But Cardi is left-handed. She is not a right-handed person and could not have done that. Plaintiff's counsel tried to get Dr. Mulligan to testify that a left-handed person might have made the claim scar, but that's not his opinion. He admitted that it would be hard, in fact testified it would be hard for a left-handed person to reach across and strike the person on the opposite them on the left side of the face. Now, here's another important thing. Dr. Mulligan testified that he can't say when plaintiff got the claim scar. He testified there's no way of knowing the age of the scar. That's important because plaintiff admits that she hit her head in a car accident in 2021, almost 2 years before the November 2022 appointment with Dr. Mulliken. And Dr. Mulliken also testified that he can't say whether the claimed scar was caused by an intervening accident or some other cause.
Objection, that was stated.
You rely on your recollection of the evidence and rely on your own recollection to the extent that it differs from counsel representation.
And Your Honor, we also have a cite to the reporter's transcript. There are other odd things about Dr. Mulliken's testimony. For example, he calls a 3-minute long session of outpatient microneedling a small part of plaintiff's cheek, which serves well as reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. A 3-minute microneedling session in his mind is reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. Now let's talk about why he would say that. He has a broad version of surgery that enables him to charge an additional $11,000 for an operating room. He testified surgery is anything that includes a doctor, a nurse, a scrub technician, and an operating room. No matter what you're doing, even if it's microneedling, even if it's pulling a splinter out, you go into that room and he charges $11,000. Dr. Mulliken testified he is the sole owner of the surgery center with that operating room. So he has a strong financial incentive to use and charge for that operating room, whether he's doing real reconstructive surgery or microneedling. Now, perhaps because his photograph doesn't seem to show the claimed 1-inch scar, Dr. Mulliken also provided confusing testimony about hidden scars under the skin. I don't know if you remember that. It had my head spinning. But he never testified. There's no testimony from Cardi, from Dr. Mulliken, or anyone.
And that's even if we don't even know what the doctor said or what happened, because now that doctor is deceased, and the first one that is, and you say she should not get anything. It's a frivolous lawsuit that Cardi is already having to pay lawyers and take time away from work. She's asking for calls. Cardi's asking for calls and attorney's fees. So I mean, Cardi B wig is fire. Because I can't see Cardi paying anything.
Else that plaintiff has a hidden scar. In fact, it's supposed to be this really big embarrassment that she has this terrible scar on her face that you can decide whether you've seen her. If you've walked by her. If you see a scar, well, no one else. A lot of us know, I should say. Dr. Mulliken also testified that he charged $17,500 on a lien basis, which means he gets paid only if plaintiff wins or if plaintiff pays him. But plaintiff testified under counsel's own examination on Monday that she couldn't afford a $15,000 or $20,000 plastic surgery bill. So we know she's not going to pay Dr. Mulliken. Dr. Mulliken knows that he is going to get paid, if at all, this. Which keeps disappearing. And it pales in comparison to Cardi's side. So, of course, Cardi's evidence starts with Cardi's testimony, which will appear shortly. Thank you. Cardi is one of the 3 eyewitnesses who directly contradict plaintiff's story about what happened that day. Cardi testified that in February 2018 she was pregnant. You may remember in this trial that plaintiff's counsel asked Cardi, "Why does that matter? You're pregnant." No one knows, but why does that matter? Well, it did matter, and Cardi testified, and you should consider, and I hope you remember Cardi's response. She felt her privacy was completely being violated, and that her medical issues are not anyone's business. Quote, especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy, it's yours. No one knew she was pregnant. Her parents didn't know. And she shows up for an appointment, and this woman is photographing, filming her, and then getting belligerent. Now, I mentioned that Cardi testified her parents didn't know she was pregnant at the time, and it's common sense that no daughter would want their parent to find out that she's pregnant by social media. This was a secret. There were special arrangements made so that she could see an obstetrician while in LA on a Saturday. Now, Cardi testified that she came to Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend, and concerned, she made an appointment with the obstetrician for Saturday afternoon. I'll get to the photograph in a minute. Cardi testified that she got off the elevator to go to the doctor's office at about 1:30 on the 5th floor of that building, and plaintiff started filming and photographing her. Cardi objected, and plaintiff apologized at first, saying, "Oh, my bad," which is effectively an admission that she was doing what Cardi thought she was doing. Cardi testified that plaintiff wouldn't stop and just kept following her with her camera, with her phone out. Cardi testified that she was very concerned and nervous and confused by plaintiff's conduct. That is understandable. Cardi testified that she was concerned about her unborn child. Cardi referred to plaintiff as security heavy. She's a large woman. She's almost twice the size of Cardi. Cardi's pregnant, early in her pregnancy, and this person comes up to her in black boots and starts yelling at her. Cardi was concerned about her, and scared, frankly, about what she might do to her unborn baby. Cardi also testified she was confused. Why is this going on? Why is a security guard doing this? Why is she filming me? Why is she following me? Cardi also told plaintiff specifically that plaintiff was invading her privacy. But when Cardi told plaintiff to leave her alone, plaintiff went berserk. She yelled, it was plaintiff's phone. Plaintiff said, "That's my phone. This is my building. You can't tell me what to do." That's what Cardi testified, and it's consistent with what Tierra Malcolm and Dr. Finke testified. But plaintiff advanced on Cardi, screaming and yelling and forcing Cardi backwards down to the hall to a corner, coming chest to chest with Cardi, yelling at Cardi about how, this is her building. She can do whatever she wants. Now, hearing the yelling, the doctor's receptionist, Tierra Malcolm, and then the doctor intervened and tried to get plaintiffs to stop and leave. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, Cardi testified that she and plaintiff yelled and used curse words, but neither struck the other. Cardi did not strike plaintiff. Plaintiff tried but did not strike Cardi. Cardi testified.
I don't want to interrupt. We're coming up on a break. If there's a logical place to stop, please.
I can stop there.
So it is going to be wrapping up soon. So it is going to be wrapping up, and then we're going to be waiting for the results soon. Yay! Yes. Now, will I be waiting for the verdict? No, I most likely won't be online when there's a verdict. Well, we'll live still. I just said, look at my title. I said I'm going to do up until the closing arguments. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Why don't we stop there, folks? We're going to resume back at 1:30. In the meantime, please not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
Oh, I thought they were wrapping up completely. They're actually just waiting. They're gonna take a break. Hold on. So one thing we're gonna do while we're waiting for them to come back, we're going to actually take a look at the scars. I'm not gonna play the full video again. This is just a quick one while they're on break.
He first came in on November 4th of 22.
Well, I don't take the photographs, but my staff does.
Did you take photographs of the patient when she first came in on November 4th of 22?
Well, I don't take the photographs, but my staff does.
In reviewing your medical records and bills and reports, did you confirm that Miss Emani Ellis had photographs taken in your office when she came in on November 4th of 22?
Yes.
And each time she came back, for example, on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, you also took photographs, correct?
Yes.
And because she's a grade 5 as far as the coloration of her skin, the photographs don't do much justice, meaning they don't really show much, correct?
Objection, leading less listening.
Isn't it true that when you saw Emani Ellis on those 3 occasions, you could see the scar a lot better than in photographs? Objection, leading.
Actually, if in a detailed photograph, you see it very well. So I remember during the deposition, the defense attorney showed me a very detailed picture, and you could see everything.
If you can go to Exhibit 6 in your exhibit book.
Okay.
There's a total.
Okay, pay attention to some of these photos and see what you think about these photos that are on this show. Okay, hold on.
of 12 photographs, right?
Yes.
These are the photographs that you took in your medical office?
Well, these are so low resolution copies of the photographs, yes.
And it's hard to see the scar in these photographs, right?
Well, you can still see it, but it's, you don't see detail.
Is it common practice to take photographs of your patients when they come in before they do procedures?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, to document what their current status is, and also to document any improvement. And because memory is fallible. So if you have a photograph, I don't always operate on patients right away. Sometimes it's months later. And then I like to have an accurate photograph.
Your Honor, if I may show the doctor some of these photographs in Exhibit 6 on the Elmo.
I don't know that there's any foundation. Those are the photographs that you took.
I can ask you, Your Honor. Will counsel stipulate to the photographs?
Which one? Well, why don't we not propose stipulations in front of the jury?
Sorry. Can you look at the blue exhibit book in front of you? Defendant's exhibit.
Yeah.
Defendant exhibit 228.
Okay.
Request to publish, Your Honor.
I don't know that he's identified. Do you know
Okay. If you look at this photograph, color one, is this a better photograph of Emani Ellis' scar?
Yes.
And this is a photograph that was taken in your office on November 4th of 22 by your office staff, correct?
Yes.
And you maintain your photographs in your office as part of your business records?
Yes.
Your Honor,
I really don't like to give my opinion because a lot of times my opinion can, well, I've pretty much been giving my opinion the whole life. If I was a juror, I would not award anything. I'm sorry, I would not. She was unprofessional as a security guard. I think that's very unprofessional. I don't care if your favorite celebrity came in there. Your job is to be security, not to be a fan. Okay, you can be like, oh, you could be what? Keep it inside. You have to maintain your composure. Be on your job and do your job. Okay, and you don't. Cardi B was like getting off the elevator, and she was getting on the elevator or something. It was like they were going in opposite directions. So then once she realizes Cardi B, she changes directions, and now she says that she wants to talk to Cardi B to clear, like, to fix things or clarify or fix miscommunication or whatever. No, you could have just kept going about your day, but no, you have to have a big ego and your pride, and you have this power trip as a mall cop, RoboCop that you are. So now you're like, this is my building, this is my building. I believe that she was making those kinds of statements. And now you're the celebrity that you're a fan of is rejecting you. Some people don't like rejection. So now you have turned from a security guard to a fan stand, and you're acting inappropriate. Even if someone starts cursing at you and yelling at you and said, leave me alone, you're security. De-escalate the situation, not escalate it. You don't start swinging, you don't start doing this, you don't start doing that. So she's out of line, out of place. Now, on the flip side, do I believe that Cardi B and they was chest to chest and she just stood there and she ain't do nothing to try to defend herself at all, and she didn't raise her hand, you're pregnant, you're not gonna raise your hand up to defend yourself and your child? You think Cardi B just stood there defenseless and not actually before any, like, you know, I don't believe that. I believe, and then Cardi B put, what did she put? Yeah, I'm getting tired. I went over it earlier though. Her defenses is she put down different defenses. And one of the defenses was provocation, like being provoked, self-defense, different things. A lot of times people don't really add that unless they're just trying to put that out there as a possible, you know, thing. Affirmative defenses, yeah. So with that being said, I would not award any money for her. And then on top of that, she got these other lawsuits out here. She's out for money. There's a scratch and she didn't even need a Band-Aid. And if she said that blood, like she needed a Band-Aid, she needed this or needed that, but for something that didn't even need a Band-Aid, that means that it didn't even slice you enough or go deep enough to make blood pour out to need a Band-Aid to keep it or anything. So with that being said, to me, it's just a money grab. Somebody wanted money, and she only thought about suing later when she probably wanted some money, and now she's too happy. So I wouldn't award nothing. And also, I would say in your complaint, you say the security guard attacked you, but now everyone said the security guard was nowhere near you and was somewhere else. Even the judge said, "Oh, the security guard alive," and nobody's mentioning the security guard. And then you can say, well, the security guard was there. Well, wait, if the security guard was there, why did the receptionist and why did the doctor have to, the gynecologist have to intervene and get in the middle? The security guard would have handled her, and there would be no need for intervention of the doctor or Sierra, the receptionist. So the security guard was not there to protect her. That's why she needed outsiders and the business people there, the employees at the building, to protect her. So that being said, and then on top of that, Emani was evading questions. There was questioning her and said, "Oh, I don't know. Did you write this email?" She was acting like she didn't know about her own shit. Like, bitch, you know what you did. Look, I know what Emani doing. Like, we ain't gonna play stupid, Emani. We know you trying to get that bag. We see this other lawsuit. This girl, that's Cardi B, and everybody know that if a celebrity if a celebrity was to trip you while you was walking, you're like, oh, okay, bet Justin Bieber. You wanna trip me, Justin Bieber? Oh shit, my neck, my back, my neck, my back, everything hurt. I can barely even move. I don't lost. I think I got a permanent neck pain. You know, I'm just being honest, and I'm gonna be out there rolling. Yeah. And nobody gonna be like, oh, you know, she probably didn't think about like doing anything like that because she know it wasn't nothing serious or nothing that she could really sue for. But then later on, her mind just start like, oh, she done Jaguar Right, the soul of Jaguar Right just popped into her body. And she said, my, I can get some money from Cardi B. I just gotta say, her and her security guard jumped me. Woo. Yeah. Anyway, that's just my opinion. So I would have wore her nothing. That's my vote. Now that's what I would do if I was a juror. However, based on some of the jurors I saw, they might be a little sympathetic and empathetic. They might not know the game and the hustle of the situation. They might not know the hustle and peep game. I peep game. I see you. Because I see you and I see what you're trying to do. Trying to, you know, come up. But somebody on there, they might not see games and peep game. They might feel a little sorry for her and give her a little bit of change. They might not give her no 24 million, but they might give her 24,000. So I mean, I wouldn't give her shit because I know you playing games. But I mean, some people might not. They might fall for the game and give her a little something in her pocket. So that's my opinion. Okay. But let me take this poll down. I'll put up a new poll. Who would win? 84% says Cardi B. 5% says Emani. And her name gotta be Emani. Okay, and then 11% says Emani wants some money. 11% says still thinking about it, and she even got another lawsuit with a new jury trial coming up in about November. She got another lawsuit lined up because somebody rear end her in a motor vehicle accident. She got pain for the rest of her life in that one too. And something happened in 2021, child. I don't know what she's doing, child. Anyway, I mind my business, child. But I know in about 2 years, I might check the vexatious litigant list and she might be on it. Okay? But I don't know. It depends if she wins or loses. We'll see. Let's get back to this scar.
I'm requesting to show the witness exhibit 228 on the Elmo so he can confirm details about this photograph.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to use the pen, and if you can tell me where on the face you see the scar.
Counsel, there's a pointer there. If you just want him to get down, you can use the pointer on the screen.
There's a pointer there behind you. And if you could just show us where the scar is located. All right, let's see.
Okay, where the scar at, y'all? Where's
So
y'all
this
see
is
the
a
scar?
terrible
Where is that?
picture, sort of one. Oh, there you go. That's better. No, it's not good. Okay, there's the main scar here. And this entire area here shows differences in the skin, sort of a general area that's very different from the rest of the skin.
Hold on,
And there's
y'all.
a little linear mark here. There's another one over
Oh
here.
shit, y'all.
So those are the three
Y'all
marks
got
that
my
I was talking
face.
about. This is the main
Y'all
scar
got-
down the center. And this is another
Hold
mark
on, maybe
to the side here, another mark on this side. So those are the scars, and this is the whole area that's affected. So it has a little bit different, the pores are of different size, and they're a little washed out and a little, they've lost some of the normal undulations of skin, which are called bead pegs. But that's not a problem, it's fine.
Okay, and if
Oh,
you look at this, this photograph, can you tell that in the photograph, Emani
Y'all
Ellis was
got
wearing
some
some
weird.
makeup?
Now y'all could have got an AI
It
photo.
appears she is.
Y'all could have AI the
She's
scar on
lipstick, and
or something.
it appears she's wearing something.
So she gonna need about 15 more thousand. How much more money does she need to fix this?
And If
Stop laughing.
on the Fitzpatrick scale, she was a 1, would the scar be much more visible than it is in this photograph?
Objection, cultural speculation, that's foundation.
Oh, I didn't say. I'm trying to take this. Oh, I got time. Take this down.
In your medical opinion, did this type of injury cause Miss Ellis to suffer pain or discomfort?
Objection, lacks foundation, non-justification.
Did Miss Emani Ellis advise you in your examination of the patient that she suffered pain from this injury?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
Y'all need to stop playing. Get out that judge courtroom with this foolishness. I'm gonna get my grandma. Look, y'all get out this courtroom. All y'all go to y'all room. Get out this courtroom. Y'all playing around, wasting time. Lord, what are y'all in here doing? Like I gotta go back. Maybe let me look at it some more. Hold on. I took my damn watermark thing down. Hold on.
This photograph, can you tell that in the photograph, Emani Ellis was wearing some makeup?
It appears she is, yes. She has lipstick, and it appears she's wearing something.
I think some highlighter. I thought that was gonna point to that.
And if on the Fitzpatrick scale, she was a 1, would the scar be much more visible than it is in this photograph?
Objection, cultural speculation, that's foundation.
He throwing shade, said be more visible. If you can barely see it, then what the new surgery for? And how much money is it again? Oh, y'all gotta stop playing, okay? I'm done. I can't, and I won't tolerate such foolishness.
In your medical opinion, did this type of injury cause Miss Ellis to suffer pain or discomfort?
Objection, lacks foundation, non-justification.
Did Miss Emani Ellis advise you in your examination of the patient that she suffered pain from this injury?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
And if you could just tell us again a little bit about the hypersensitivity, is that associated with any pain?
Yes. It's a dysesthesia, meaning an abnormal sensation that's unpleasant. A dysesthesia.
The procedure that you did it take the hypersensitivity away to your nose?
It reduced it. It did not take it away.
Do you know approximately by what percentage?
Objection, lacks foundation, cultural speculation.
Hearsay.
When you say it reduced it, is that's your expert opinion, correct?
Objection, legal, lacks foundation, cultural speculation, and it's hearsay.
And then I just want to ask you a little bit more about whether the type of injury from fingernails would cause a break in the skin or cause there to be blood. Do you have an opinion about that?
Objection, lacks foundation, cultural speculation.
Would you have expected Emani Ellis, in the type of injury that you see here, to have suffered any blood loss?
Objection, cultural speculation, lacks foundation.
And patients in Fitzpatrick 5, do they have more of a tendency to do their scars become keloids?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Once you start foundation.
Do you have experience with keloids?
Yes.
What is a keloid?
The keloid.
After cross-examination of Dr. Mulligan, and sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
All right.
Did plaintiff come to you for evaluation or treatment in 2018?
No.
The first time you saw plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022.
Your voice is very soft. Very good. Sorry.
No problem. The first time that you saw the plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photo that we looked at, Trial Exhibit 228, that was taken in your office before any treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that was a photo taken before any treatment. I'm done. I am done. That's before any treatment. I'm done. Y'all listen. Shut down the internet. It's over and done with. You gonna tell me that's before 80? Before the doctor did anything. That's not an after photo. That's supposed to be a before photo, and I ain't seen shit. Yeah, I'm done. Emani, you could have came up with something. You should have got with Jag to try to do something, child. Or yeah, like somebody said, Ada Santiago, girl. Anyway, people doing like, they're on lunch, right? So let's look at some videos of people people talking about Cardi coming out the courthouse on lunch. Okay, hold on 1 second. Shout out to you. Thank you for saying that.
Hey Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
No, not.
Stop disrespecting me. Don't disrespect me.
I got it.
Is that why I found like? Is that why it sound like No Nuts crazy ass? There's No Nuts out there, the Cardi. Don't tell me I can't never get away from that nigga. Excuse me. Why is somebody that's No Nuts crazy ass? Oh Lord. Oh. No. Why? Lord, I can never get away from him. Why that sound like him? Hold on. Cause this is California.
How are you feeling? Cardi, your court look is amazing. Who
You're amazing, Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at me.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? Do you see women asking those questions to me?
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions?
Why you out there? Oh my God. I'm done. I'm so done. Listen. Look, it's time foolery and people acting crazy inside. Now you outside back to harassing folks. You ain't learned a lesson. You just came out of jail. You just came out of jail. And you over there, you call chasing off my name, and you over there tagging me the fuck out of me, got my name everywhere with the bio robots, and now you over here got mixed up with Cardi B. That sound like him. Is that him or that somebody else? Because it could be somebody else with a similar squeaky voice.
Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you, respect women.
Yeah. Lord have mercy. Somebody sent me that. So Cardi done minding her business, going out there, probably think about she gonna win this whole thing, and then she run into the same blue jacket. Oh my gosh, I'm done. Oh shit. Hold on. I gotta go find some more videos at different angles. Cause my guy, he got that blue jacket on. I promise. Hold on. He just trying to get him a watch out. He's a vexatious litigant. Warning. Vexatious litigant alert. He already got one lawsuit. He trying to do it now against YouTube. He's a vexatious litigant. He sued everybody. Tried to sue me before. So with that being said, Cardi, he tried to get into conversation. He could try to sue you now. Oh, she threw something at me. Lord, you gonna go from one lawsuit to the next.
Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me. Don't disrespect me.
Ciao.
I got
How you feeling?
Cardi, your court look is amazing. Who are
You're
you
amazing,
wearing?
Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at me.
I don't care. You disrespect.
Oh, here we go. She Cardi B threw something at me. I'm suing her. Oh no. Cardi, you ain't learned from this lawsuit right here, girl. You outside throwing something. What you threw? I'm done. Let me find some more angles of this.
Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? Do you see women asking those questions to me?
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions? Act like you're some
Can I pause one second? That's not a man. That's a thing. Cause that's Bart Simpson reincarnated.
manner. And your mama taught you respect women.
Good.
I got newsflash for you. He don't respect women, so you asking the wrong person to do the wrong thing. Ciao. Anyway, let me find some more angles of that foolery. Now, don't make this into the Diddy trial where y'all out there acting the fool and the donkey outside the damn courthouse in California. A mess. So let me find some more. Now, y'all know I be reporting on the outside the courtroom messy drama because y'all know I'm messy myself. Not that kind of messy he be doing though. He be doing that's unhinged. That's called unhinged. Yeah, shout out to Jody for sending it to me. But now I'm about to go look for some more videos of outside courtroom drama and mess. Oh
You're
shit!
taking the first time that you saw Miss Ellis.
Correct.
Could you please open the white binder to Exhibit 4? And looking at the first page.
Yes.
Thank you. This is your medical evaluation document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Everything on the first page of this document was reported to you or your staff by Miss Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, you're not diagnosing Miss Ellis with headaches or depression.
So yes, that is no nuts. He's uploading his own shit, but the one I have is not from him. I guess that's from somebody else that's out there recording, and he's in the background because you know when other people are recording their videos, he has to overtalk and be the one that steals the spotlight and talks over everybody so that he could be in there. Everybody's recording, and try to go viral. So he once he knew that was down there at that Cardi trial, he done made his way down there to try to, you know, to get a moment. He needs a moment. He needs a moment as big. He made sure he got a moment. But now he gonna be playing that. Oh, I talked to Cardi B and she talked to me. He gonna be shy. Y'all done blew that nigga head up. Y'all gassed him up now. He gonna never stop talking about his encounter with Cardi B, even though it was negative. It wasn't a positive experience. It was negative. But he ain't gonna, he gonna, child. Hold on. He did the same thing to Diddy's mom. He was saying things, oh, I want to drink your bath water.
Correct.
Okay, and Also, according to this medical evaluation document, plaintiff told you or your staff that the scar was caused by another individual who placed their long fingernails with sharp objects in her face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Ellis about other possible causes of the scar?
No.
At the time of your evaluation, were you aware that Ms. Ellis had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021?
I'm not sure if I knew then. I don't think I knew that.
At the time of your evaluation, did you know what Ms. Ellis was doing for a living after she was terminated from her job as a security guard?
No.
Do you recall answering my questions in your deposition in this case?
Yes.
You were under an oath to tell the truth in that deposition, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that, based on your examination, the most plausible explanation for plaintiff's scar is that a right-handed person struck downward on plaintiff's left cheek with both the index finger and the middle finger?
Objection to the state's testimony is approved.
Yes, roughly. I still believe that to be true.
Hold on, I gotta push pause. So I don't. That video didn't show him, but yeah, he he permed his hair. Hold on, wait. Let's switch to something else now, because I was trying to just show y'all that because I wanted y'all to see the scar. Well, apparently y'all didn't see the scar because the scar is damn near invisible even before surgery. Yeah, people playing. People out here playing. People are online playing. So this is Cardi B arriving to court.
Can we get the shot clean? Can we get a shot? Yeah.
Cardi, one look this way. Cardi right here. Cardi right over here. Cardi, one look this way. Cardi right here.
Cardi.
Cardi, are you pregnant? Are you having twins, Cardi?
So this is her arriving, and then now that she went to lunch, she was going to lunch. And y'all know Donuts had to confront her. Let's see if we see a stank blue jacket.
That's the woman there, right, Cardi?
So I didn't know people was pulling up like the Diddy. Now let's see if we have some other. Hold on.
We really don't know. She didn't even know. Miss
Cardi,
testified
girl, wake
that
up.
she did not know.
You can't stay up too late. You can't stay up all night and then think you're gonna wake up early in the morning and be
testified
full of energy.
that she did not know who scratched
Girl.
her. We really don't know. She didn't even know.
It's like she's trying to fall. She about to fall. It's like you fall asleep in
That
class.
she
You're
did
like,
not
nah.
know
Oh, I gotta stay awake.
Who scratched her? We really don't know. She.
Any thoughts on her character at this point? Now that you had some time to really look at it.
Cardi, ¿qué esperas hoy? ¿Qué esperas hoy, Cardi? Cardi, mira, te puedes firmar acá el chico.
Yeah, I gotta play music all the time. I just asked Cardi B if she's pregnant. She flipped me off. Let's see if she flips me off.
Can we get a shot? Yeah.
Cardi, one look this way. Cardi right here. Cardi right over here. Cardi, one look this way. Cardi right here.
Cardi.
Cardi, are you pregnant? Are you having twins, Cardi?
The rumors true? Are the rumors that you're pregnant true? Over the shoulder, please.
Yes.
Got it. You can't ask the woman.
Yeah, I like to see different angles.
Cardi, one look this way. Cardi right here. Cardi right over here. Cardi, one look this way.
Why
Cardi
you
right
in the
here.
hills?
Cardi,
You
there.
gotta fall in them hills.
Over the shoulder, please.
Okay, I seen it.
Got it.
Yeah, I saw her flip the bird from that angle.
Just because Miss Ellis, just because Miss Almanzar, also known as Cardi B, is a celebrity, doesn't mean that she could just say and do whatever she wants and attack people. Okay, if you recall, just to give you a little bit of background about Miss Ellis. When she was 19 years old, she moved out of her house.
Okay, I saw enough videos of her coming in. I need to see videos coming out. Come on out, come on out, come on out.
Hey, Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Oh, Cardi! Why you throwing a pin, Cardi? Cardi, you already. I know your lawyer is upset with you. Why you gonna throw a pin? Girl, you gonna go get a pen and throw a pen. Girl, you at a trial. You want to be pretend like you innocent. You're supposed to hide this type of behavior. Pretend like you're innocent and you so sweet. You out here, you still out there sure. Because if I ask you a question, now you over there throwing a pen as if you ain't getting sued. Jesus, fix it, Jesus, fix it, Jesus. Child, if you're gonna throw a pin at no nuts, can you at least know how to aim? Take target practice. Take a little bit of a pin target practice. So when you throw the pin at him, you land right in the middle of his forehead. If you ain't gonna throw a pin at him correctly, then just waste people's time. Anyways, I don't condone violence unless it's to no nuts and a pin to the middle of his forehead. Not to knock his eye out, just to, give him a little something the jog his, make something with that noggin start working. Okay, hold on. So Cardi, you done got caught on camera throwing a pin at somebody.
Don't disrespect me.
I got another
How you
marker.
feeling?
Your court look is amazing. Who are
You're
you
amazing,
wearing?
Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at me.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? Do you see women asking those questions to me?
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you got to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you respect women.
Good. Somebody hand me my marker. Right behind you.
That's right. All day.
I still love you, Cardi.
That's all. It sounds like no nuts to me. Well, who else are we saying that kind of stuff besides? Oh, No Nuts already posted it to his. He posted it to his social media. No Nuts again posted to his own social media with his watermark on it.
For the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me. Don't disrespect me.
I got
How
another
you
marker.
feeling?
Your court look is amazing. Who are
You're
you
amazing,
wearing?
Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at
I
me.
don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? Do you see women asking those questions to me?
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you got to ask me those type of questions?
Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you, respect women.
Yeah, that's no nuts. Yeah, oh shit. See, y'all listen, wait, pause. I was looking for the blue jacket. It's like, where's Waldo, but where's No Nuts? I was looking for the blue jacket, so that's why I missed him. But okay, and why somebody said muscle shirt? It's a bird chest shirt. It's a muscle shirt if somebody has muscles. If they don't have muscles, then it's a bird chest shirt. Okay, so it's a bird chest shirt, not a muscle shirt. Hold on.
Hey, Cardi.
Now, girl, why are you throwing a pen? You got it. You sure? Now you proving to people that you got a temper.
Bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me.
How
are you feeling?
That person wanted an autograph. They wanted an autograph. They gave a pen for an autograph, and she threw the pen instead. You done disrespected that person. They just wanted an autograph. So you ain't get an autograph. She threw your pen. She threw your pen and then even, give you no autograph if she threw the pen at No Nuts. Like, you just been a mean bitch. And you're kind of showing you got a little bit of temper. If somebody say something to you, you're showing that you'll like throw something at them or do something. Not a good look for a trial that's accusing you of a similar behavior. Not a good look for a trial that's accusing you of them saying something to you and then you getting hostile. You're literally at court for somebody saying Cardi, and then you getting hot, like they said you got hostile, allegedly. And now this person said something to you, No Nuts. It's disrespectful, but it's still words, and you got hostile. You threw something. Woo! A mess. Hold on.
You're amazing, Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at me.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? Do you see women asking those questions to me? Why do you feel as a man you got to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you, respect women.
He don't respect women, so no. There you go. Oh, he done braided. So there go your question, True Pace. He braided up his little picked out S curl. All he did was get an S curl. He picked it out and then put some foam rollers in, about 5 foam rollers, slept in it, woke up and took it out.
You're beautiful.
Thank you.
Hold on. So now he braided it up so he can hide it, the atrocity of it all. Anyways, that's that. Let's go back to, they should be coming back from lunch now to finish up this closing argument, go into deliberation. And I hope the jury just makes a quick verdict. Look, nobody walks away with nothing. Whatever y'all gonna do, just make the verdict, okay?
Sorry. Sorry.
In your previous answer, you testified that was roughly what your testimony was at your deposition. But that was your exact testimony, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the transcript here. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Could we please look at the deposition transcript from...
Y'all, I'm done, y'all. Listen. You should know what you're talking about, what you're doing. Well, I don't have the transcript. I don't know exactly what I said. Y'all just out here, child. Y'all out here looking crazy. Dollar bill, y'all. It's all about the Benjamins. It's all about the Benjamins.
Page 76, line 9 to page 77, line 3.
Do I have that anywhere? No.
It'll appear on the
Don't forget, Cardi B left for lunch. She left for lunch. That's when they did that. When Nonas did that. Guess what? She has to come back from lunch. So now we have to see her back from lunch break, and no telling what people are gonna be saying to her. So we'll see what's happening outside the courtroom when she comes back in the building for lunch. And I'm sure Nona's gonna be right there with his stink ass.
Yeah, I don't have the transcript. Yeah, I don't produce one. This one I don't have. It was, we tried to get it from their court reporter, but they didn't get it to us.
I haven't seen objections in the deposition, so go ahead.
Thank you.
In this action.
Okay, now I'm gonna go back to they should be coming back soon. So I want to go now back to the mother that we were watching the first time. Okay, what did I do with it? I might have closed it out. So the mother, grandmother, we were watching that one.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
How did you come up with 30 minutes?
Based on around the time.
Gone.
Just so we're clear, your daughter is now 32?
Correct.
In these 32 years, when you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long? Objection.
I believe her.
Okay. Were you aware that when she was, when this happened, 2 days after the alleged incident, that your daughter wrote her boss and admitted yelling and cursing, yelling at Cardi?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Objection, hearsay. Are you aware that your daughter, in an incident report to her boss 2 days after the alleged incident, admitted to her boss, to her supervisor, that she had gotten into a screaming match with Cardi and had yelled at Cardi?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware that your daughter apologized to Ally for her misconduct that day?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware of that, ma'am?
I was not involved in that conversation, so no, I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that in her report to her boss 2 days after the incident, she instead claimed that Cardi had scratched your daughter's nose?
Again, I was not a part of that conversation, nor email or text, so I do not know.
Okay. All the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I don't have any questions.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Child, Becca Lee's out here throwing a pen, child. She should be on her best behavior, not out here throwing pens.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Diane Schmidt.
So here comes Emani,
If she's not going to be recalled.
the grandmother.
What's that?
She might be recalled. Yes.
Then no.
Thank you. I will get her.
And I'm not trying to be whatever, but you claiming civil rights and this and that, and about someone calling you the N-word, and then you bring in your mama, and then your grandma. Yeah. Hold on. She should have ignored him, but to be honest, I also think, just like Tamar likes attention, I also think that Cardi B likes attention. I also believe that Cardi B likes attention too. You think that she don't see everybody filming her and like recording her? So I just think I think she likes attention. And she wants to appear tough. You want to appear tough, but you're going inside the courtroom saying that you know that you are like the security guard could have beat you up. The security guard could have beat you up, yeah. Because she's bigger or whatever.
Right next to the court reporter. That's fine.
Right there.
That's fine. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So have you got? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Diane Schmidt, D-I-A.
We know who the person was. Yeah, No Nuts intentionally said it to trigger her.
Watch your step.
Yeah, that's what No Nuts does. He expected a reaction. He said something nice at first, and then he throws in something nasty. That's what he does.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You're Emani Ellis' grandmother?
I am.
You live in Las Vegas?
I do.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I work for City National Bank
For how many
here
years?
in LA.
How many years?
Probably 12 years, 13 years. I retired from there.
Did you, you are, I'm sorry. On how many, what type of basis did you see Emani Ellis over the last 8 years?
She tries to come see me every month, unless business takes her other way, elsewhere. She's there almost every month.
What if we go a little further? When she was born in 1992 up until the present, you saw her regularly?
I saw her every week. In fact, when she came home from the hospital, she came to me. Her mother was sick. She was sick for a while, but she came to me every week, and her and her other sister.
And you were involved in her day-to-day activities, weekly activities?
Sometimes when she asked or whatever.
Did she ever get in any fights, to your knowledge?
Never. She was always the mediator. She always tried to keep things calm. She has 5 brothers and sisters. She tries always to keep it. She's the eldest, so.
Do you consider her a peacemaker?
Oh, definitely.
What is your understanding of how she got the scar to her face?
What is what?
Do you know how Emani Ellis got the scar to her face? Objection.
Emani, if y'all get your grandma and your mama, especially your grandma, off the stand, girl, that invisible scar on your damn cheek, girl, Lord have mercy. Girl, if you don't come get your grandma off the stand, you need to stop, girl. You do it. Child, a mess.
Are you aware that Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered in 2019?
Okay, focus on what she knows.
Do you know if Emani Ellis was ever assaulted?
Yes, I do. She called me almost after it.
What are some of the changes? Well, strike that. Did you notice a change in Emani Ellis in some point in her life?
Well, after this incident, she was depressed. she was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the incident, and she was shocked that she was reacted that way, and she just was depressed. And every time she relived it, listening to her music on the radio, and it was kind of she couldn't really avoid it. So it affected her because she couldn't make it right.
And the incident you were just telling us about, when approximately did it happen to your knowledge?
Well, it was right after my birthday, but it was, I don't know what the year was, but it was.
Girl, if you don't get your ass and get your grandma off here, your grandma don't even know a year it all happened. Girl, I know you're trying to get out the hood. You trying to make it out the hood. You sick of them oodles and noodles and them peanut butter sandwiches. I know. You sick of walking to the store and at the bus stop. I'm just kidding. I know you're sick, girl. I know you want that money. You want to be, you didn't make it on, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with Regis filming. So you try to make, come up off of Cardi B. But you need to get your grandma off the stand, because your grandma don't even know who, what, when, where, why, how. So how you gonna call your grandma as a witness, and your grandma don't know what she witnessing at what time, and what year it was? She just knows about sometime around her birthday, and she don't know what year. And every year she had a birthday, but she don't know when this was. But it was so devastating and so emotional and so traumatizing and so eventful and so damaging. It just put a big old gash in your face and so invisible. The grandma don't even remember what year this devastating thing happened to her granddaughter. And get your mama off the stand too. The price is right. Come on down. That's what the grandma want to do. Like, get me off the stand, let me go watch The Price is Right. Days of Our Lives and As the World Turns. Okay?
Long time ago.
When is your birthday?
February 16th.
If I told you the incident happened on February 24th of 2018, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, that sounds pretty clear. I don't know. You said 2018?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right.
And you noticed a change in your granddaughter after 2018?
Yeah.
Right after your birthday?
Yeah.
Did you see the scar to Emani Ellis's face after February 24th of 2018?
Objection, explanation,
You can answer.
I can't? Yeah, I did. She was, she's a pretty girl. She wants to maintain her face, and it was like it damaged her face, and she was trying to make that right.
All right. Now, let's take it from birth, 1992, up until February 24th of 2018.
Okay.
In that time period, did Emani Ellis, to your knowledge, ever sustain a scar to
Now, we're not going to have time for all those testimonies. I covered a lot in one day, but I really won't be able to cover all the testimonies. Okay? So I would suggest, if you're interested, to go back and watch those. Okay, hold on. But I did actually show the witness list earlier, so it can give you an idea of who you might want to watch and look up. Okay?
Not that I know.
Did you ever see a scar?
Right now, we're waiting for them to come back from lunch, and they should be back from lunch. But I don't see nothing. I don't see no activity yet.
During that
Never.
time. And after this incident on February 24th of 2018, you, with your own eyes, saw the scar to her face?
Oh, yeah. I saw it.
Okay. And when she got plastic surgery from Dr. Mulligan, did it improve?
Oh.
You can answer.
Yeah. He was actually a very good surgeon. He covered it very well.
And it is still present now, a little bit, correct?
Very slightly, but she's lucky.
No further questions. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, Ms. Schmidt.
Hello.
My name is Peter Anderson, and I just have a few questions for you. Thank you for coming in. I take it you love your granddaughter, correct?
Yeah.
And you're here to help her, right?
Well, if I can.
Thank you. And I apologize for objecting. It's one of the things that I have to do in order to be a lawyer.
I understand.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you don't need evidence to believe her. She's your granddaughter, right?
She either has it or she doesn't. I mean, you either see it or you don't.
Okay. You know she was employed as a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, but
that's a yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard for the court reporter if someone says
Okay.
Then, so you knew she was employed as a security guard, and you know that she was fired after the alleged incident with Cardi.
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Well, let me go back. You knew that she was employed as a security guard, right?
Yes.
And were you aware she was fired?
Objection calls for speculation.
Now, do I believe that she called her grandmother and mother about Cardi B and getting into some sort of confrontation or altercation with Cardi B? Yes, I do believe that she called them. So I don't think they're lying about a call, because she wants to gloat and actually brag about, I just had something with Cardi B. Like, you know, who wouldn't want to call someone and say, I just had an interaction with a celebrity, especially if they were a fan or a fan of the person, right? And yeah, so I can see her doing that. And also, some people, when they tell a story, they don't tell this. She could have told them a story, and the story could have just been her narrative or her side, and not the full truth. So that's what was pointed out as well, was that that's her mother and her grandmother. So they are going to believe what their daughter or granddaughter tells them. So that's just pretty much, it's not going to be, it's nothing true. It doesn't mean that it's true just because that she said it to them. Okay, it's like, yeah, like her calling them and saying what proves what. It's still just her word, and it's still right back to square one of being Cardi versus Emani, he say, she say. Yeah. Just calling to say you have some sort of confrontation. Cardi already admitted that there was some sort of confrontation. Now, what happened in that, no one's denying that there was some confrontation or something happened between you all. However, people are disputing what actually happened during that confrontation. So your grandmother and mother can confirm that you called them about some sort of confrontation, and even phone records might even show that. But what you said is just your narrative, and there's no proof because there's no video footage of who's right or wrong or who's lying.
But
you could answer the question. Were you aware that she was fired as a security guard?
It was my understanding she was told that she was going to be fired.
Okay.
By Cardi.
Were you aware that at the time, 2 days after
Well, I think you probably missed it because not everyone has been here the whole time, but I did show before pictures. And as far as author, I guess we see her on the stand. We see the author. But the before pictures, not what anyone would expect.
incident, she apologized to the security guard company for her own misconduct that day of the alleged incident.
I told you she's a person that tries to make sure everything is straightened out, so she apologized for what she saw as a disturbance, I think.
Were you aware that she apologized to the security company?
So shout out to Ladybug Trucker. Again, shout out to Ladybug Trucker for getting a membership. If you're getting a membership from Ladybug Trucker, please say thank you for the get the membership. I wonder what's taking so long for them to return from lunch. Yikes. But yeah, shout out to you. I appreciate the gifted membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
That employed her for her own misconduct.
Objection is also suspected. Did she ever tell you?
No, I didn't discuss that with her.
Did she ever tell you that she told the company that employed her that Cardi scratched her on her nose, not her cheek?
Objection misstates the document.
Over.
She didn't tell you that, did she?
What?
She didn't tell you
just that she was like, her finger was all over her face. So I mean, it could be land anywhere.
Okay, but you only saw a scar, you say,
On her cheek.
On her cheek. You never saw any scar on her nose, did you?
No, not on her nose. I didn't.
Did you notice the scar on her nose, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh.
And I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
Yes, Your Honor. Are you aware that in the incident report that counsel asked you about, your granddaughter expressed that the defendant pointed her 3-inch acrylic fingernail into her face?
Objection. Outside the scope.
Are you aware in the incident report which counsel represented that your granddaughter apologized? Are you aware that she apologized for being belittled?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection that this characterizes the document outside the scope.
Are you aware that she apologized for being called?
I'm sure to establish that she knows anything about that statement.
Do you know things about the statement, like the different words that were used against your granddaughter?
Objection. Hearsay. Argumentative.
Are you aware that your granddaughter was called the N-word?
Objection.
Can I have anything further?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Do you have anything further?
Yes. If your granddaughter apologized, could she have been apologizing for her part of the incident?
Objection.
Isn't it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their side.
She's a fact witness. Do you have any questions about facts?
Sorry, one moment. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, can you recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, questions from the jury? You want to write that out, please?
Do it.
So Cardi B has made her way back to the court. So let's see. So they should be coming back from lunch. Put on.
Cardi, can you sign them since you didn't get a chance to sign them earlier?
Ooh.
For real fans, Cardi?
She ain't signed no autograph. She said she ain't fucking with you guys. No autographs for y'all. Yeah. So Cardi B refused to sign autographs because she's mad at outside reporters, I guess.
Cardi, can you sign them since you didn't get a chance to sign them earlier? For real fans, Cardi? For real fans. We didn't say it.
Okay, so I don't know what happened, but they went past their their lunch. It looks like. Hold on.
Center, including coronary laser angioplasty research. I attended medical school for 4 years at UCLA. I then did an internship in primarily specialties of surgery and cancer medicine, including neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery. I then did a 3-year residency at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in psychiatry, and I did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland with a Dr. Philip Resnick.
Okay, and what licenses and board certifications do you hold?
So my license is to practice medicine in the state of California. I have a lifetime board certification in psychiatry. In 1996, I got my second board certification in forensic psychiatry, a subspecialty of psychiatry involving the legal system. That's every 10 years. I renewed it for another 10 years until 2016. And then due to a very bad experience I had in a criminal case, my wife and I decided I wouldn't renew it again and I would stop doing criminal work.
Okay, can you please briefly summarize your professional experience as a psychiatrist?
So after I completed my training and came back to my fellowship, I became assistant director of psychiatry at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center and ran the locked psychiatric intensive care unit at UCLA Teaching Service and was there for a few years. I was a member of the UCLA Medical School faculty for 16 years. After I left the VA, because my forensic consultation practice started to get busy, I always continued to see patients at least one day a week unrelated to any legal matter. Most recently, it was 22 years at a nonprofit community mental health clinic in Van Nuys, providing psychiatric evaluation treatment of homeless and low-income individuals. My forensic psychiatry practice, the first half of my career was primarily criminal cases, approximately 200 murders, mass murder, serial criminals, and other types of major crimes. The second half has been primarily civil litigation matters of brain injuries, catastrophic physical injuries with PTSD claims, and employment-related matters. I consulted over the years to the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C., on organized crime in the Eastern District of New York, the Medical Board, the Attorney General, and also for 8 years I was a consultant to the show Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 220 to the witness. Dr. Rosebrook is Exhibit 220 in the blue binder.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm at 220.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this looks like the first page of my resume or curriculum vitae.
And can you please flip through it and let me know if that's a true and correct copy of your receipt?
Yes, this is the most current version, last updated February 2023.
Thank you. Your Honor, defendant moves to admit Exhibit 220 minutes.
Hold on.
Have you been retained as an expert on behalf of defendant Cardi B in this case?
That's my understanding.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to conduct a psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Ellis's emotional injury claims related to the incident on February 24th, 2018.
Have you served as a retained expert in previous cases?
Yes, both criminal and civil matters, probably over my career, maybe 1,500 times.
Experts are paid for their time. What is your rate that you charge for the time that you spent working on this case?
So I charge, my base rate is $550 an hour, which is for reviewing records, my face-to-face examination of Ms. Ellis, scoring the psychological testing, and writing a report. My rate for testimony in deposition, which was taken in this case or trial like today, is $800 an hour, and there's a 4-hour blocks.
Does your fee depend in any way on whether your opinion is favorable to Cardi B?
No, that's never been the case. And for example, I've never worked on a lien, which does involve that type of interest from my non-attorney standpoint.
$800 an hour. Yeah.
Do you recall approximately how long you've been engaged on this matter?
I believe it's been since early 2023.
Okay, and how much have you charged in this matter over those 2.5 roughly years?
Well, for reviewing the records, which I've had to re-review, and additional records, examination, psych testing, my report, preparing for deposition, plaintiff's counsel, I think I've thus far charged something a little over $30,000.
Okay, and I believe you testified that you conducted a psychiatric evaluation of the plaintiff as part of your duties in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the psychiatric evaluation is, to me, a broader term that consists of the triad of reviewing records, conducting a face-to-face examination, and scoring and utilizing the psychological testing that was administered during that examination. So it's a matter of integrating and correlating and weighing the information from those 3 sources.
And can you please, in just a little more detail, explain what happened during that evaluation in this case?
Certainly. So I believe it was in July, maybe on July 21st, 2023. So it took about, I'd say roughly 6 hours. The entire examination was audio recorded. And the first half of the examination was the administration of the psychological testing, where using gold standard psychological tests, I provided them to Ms. Ellis. I was there with her the entire time and made sure she understood the instructions. And then she filled out the answering sheets, circles or bubble and answer sheets as she went along. The second half of the day was the interview. And in accordance.
So yeah, they are definitely going to try to sanction Emani's attorney or have him penalized in some way for him not following the rules, shall. But yeah, so I don't know what is the delay as far as them returning from lunch.
With generally accepted principles, whether it's a patient care, clinical setting, or forensic setting like this, the interview involves a wide variety of background areas in order to establish a baseline, somebody's risk and resilience factors for developing a psychiatric disorder. So it includes, for example, a brief developmental history, education growing up, employment, social marital relationships, medications, general medical history, substance use history, if any, whether there are any family history of any psychiatric medical conditions that are relevant and carry a genetic risk for Ms. Ellis, as well as legal issues like workers' comp claims, so a variety of background areas. And then to establish that baseline in detail, what Ms. Ellis was like, let's say in the month or so before the incident in this case, then a brief discussion of that incident, and then in detail tracing the onset and course of her reported emotional and other symptoms and how that's affected her, in the context of also correlating that with her real life day-to-day function and any health care that she sought out and received.
Okay, based on that examination, did you reach any conclusions with respect to whether the plaintiff suffered a mental or emotional injury as a result of her encounter with Cardi B?
Yes, I did reach an opinion, like as with all my opinions, I reached an opinion with reasonable medical probability in that regard.
Thank you, and what was that opinion?
My opinion is that there is no significant evidence that Ms. Ellis sustained an emotional injury at any point in time in this case from the time of the incident to present, with the understanding that an emotional injury, from my standpoint, consists of the onset of one or more psychiatric diagnoses in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's guidelines or criteria, or the substantial worsening if there was a pre-existing disorder, and that in my opinion, Ms. Ellis has never qualified for that in this case.
Thank you.
Cardi B actually said herself that, you know, that she believes that Emani has unclean hands. So I do believe this is a situation of mutual combat, mutual things going on, and mutual people on both sides. People are hiding things. So with that said, this is a frivolous case that should not have even been brought to court.
I believe you testified that one of the parts of your examination was psychological testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please briefly explain what those tests were?
Yes. So, again, what's very important is first the choice of tests. I use gold standard tests that are well-validated, scientifically recognized as appropriate test for this context. So the purpose of the test is that first they have validity scales that look at how somebody's approaching taking the test and what information that says generally about how the individual may be approaching reporting an emotional injury claim, as well as on the test specifically. They then include a variety of clinical scales: anxiety, depression, PTSD, physical symptoms, substance use, cognitive symptoms, meaning things like memory, attention, concentration, personality, psychosis, a variety of factors like that.
And can you please identify what tests are administered?
Yes, so I administered the MMPI-3, sorry, it was either the MMPI-3 or the MMPI-2-RF. Those are the current ultimate gold standard tests. You have to pass that test, for example, to fly a passenger jet, to be in the Secret Service. You have to pass that or the other test I gave, for example, to become a law enforcement officer in California. So I gave the MMPI-2-RF or the MMPI-3. I gave the only other gold standard test of that type, the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI. And then something that's very secondary is I gave a brief screening cognitive test, a simple 10-minute test used in primary care that looks at things like attention, memory, and concentration.
And can you please summarize for the jury what the process of taking the MMPI-2 or 3 test looks like?
Sure. So, I first ask if the individual is familiar with it, and then if she can see the answer sheet in the booklet, have her read the formal instructions at the beginning of the test booklet and tell me that she understands them. And then it's a matter of answering about 335 questions where we bubble in on a separate answer sheet, true or false, for those questions. And then I take the results of that, and I use the test publisher's official scoring software, which I have on a laptop computer, input those answers.
Don't see any of that. If they do see any of that, that's not a good look. Number two, if it was at all possible, Judge, I would have had her go out a different door, different entrance, different exit. She should not be talking to the reporters before this verdict. She shouldn't be saying anything at this moment. She can do it at another time. But I saw her testimony during this week, the clips from during last week, and I thought she did really, really well. She was authentic. She was blunt. She was that Bronx, I'm going to tell it like it is. And now it seems like she's losing her composure. Is it going to affect the verdict? I don't know, but it's not a good look.
Hey, Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon D?
On the microphone, please.
Cardi, your court look is amazing. Who are you wearing?
I still love you, even though you just do some stuff.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me?
No,
you see women asking those questions to me?
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you, respect women.
Ooh, he hit a hot button. But Gene, the point is she just took something and threw it at the person who asked the question.
Well, I hope the jurors don't see any of that. If they do see any of that, that's not a good look. Number two, if it was at all possible, Judge, I would have had her go out a different door, different entrance, different exit. She should not be talking to the reporters before this verdict. She shouldn't be saying anything at this moment. She can do it at another time. But I saw her testimony during this week, the clips from during last week, and I thought she did really, really well. She was authentic. She was blunt. She was that Bronx, I'm going to tell it like it is. And now it seems like she's losing her composure. Is it going to affect the verdict? I don't know, but it's not a good look.
Hey, Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon D?
On the microphone, please.
Cardi, your court look is amazing. Who are you wearing?
I still love you, even though you just do some stuff.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? You see women asking those questions to me?
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you.
I just looked. We're gonna
witnesses, and we'll get. Can be read back to you.
Finally, they are back. So let's go ahead and listen to some closing arguments. Remember, it's the defense closing arguments. They were almost done, or could be almost done. I don't know, but they have to finish their turn. Okay.
So picking up where I left off, Cardi testified in this courtroom that the whole encounter was maybe 45 seconds, less than a minute. Counsel has urged, and I'll get back to this as well, that she didn't see what happened before, but if you add her, compare her estimates with those of Tiara and Dr. Finke, who said that it lasted about 45 seconds, it's clear that they came out right at the beginning. Now, Cardi also testified in front of you and under oath that she never spit on plaintiff, she never struck or cut plaintiff, she never touched plaintiff's face, she never used the N-word, she never threatened to get plaintiff fired. Cardi also testified that she is in fact left-handed, and we've talked already about how that undercuts Dr. Lanikin's theory that a right-handed person caused the claimed scar. Cardi testified that she didn't have any 3-inch nails at the time of this incident in February of 2018. She also testified that she was in Los Angeles, she lives back east, and she was in Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend in 2018. And we put into evidence a photograph of Cardi to prove that her fingernails were an inch or less. It's a photograph that she testified was taken at the NBA All-Star week. And you heard counsel earlier say that Cardi testified that photograph was taken on the same day of the alleged incident, on February 24th. That's absolutely untrue. She did not testify to that. If you are unclear, the record can be read back to you, but I expect that you were here and heard Cardi testify that she was here for a week or so and kept the same fingernails this entire time, and that includes February 24th. The assertion by counsel that she testified to something she did not in fact testify to is something that Your Honor that the judge had already indicated is something you should disregard. Now, she testified that the nails she was wearing while she was in Los Angeles were coffin square and not pointy. That was a new one on me. Apparently coffin square means the shape and the square and it can't cut anything. She also confirmed and testified that the rhinestone images were flat. They were not pointy and they had no sharp edges. Apparently you can get little rhinestones either as little decals on fingerprints or as rhinestones themselves. I'm not like Dr. Finke, a fingernail expert, so I won't talk about that. But the point is, rhinestones can appear on a fingernail, a decorated fingernail, either as three-dimensional or as flat, which of course flat can't cut anything. And she testified, as did Dr. Finke, well, excuse me, I misspoke. She testified that they were flat. Dr. Finke, counsel had said, testified that they were sharp. He actually testified he didn't know whether they were sharp or flat. It is very important, actually, also that while plaintiff's testimony about what happened is uncorroborated, she called no witnesses who were actually there. Cardi actually did have 2 witnesses. And we'll get back to that. I do want to mention something that plaintiff's counsel raised, which is there's testimony from Cardi that as plaintiff advanced towards her swearing and pushing her back, that their chests touched. And counsel told you that that's an assault right there.
that his client wins. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Just touching chest like that is not an assault. And if it is an assault, it's an assault by plaintiff on Cardi. Cardi was being pushed back. That's the testimony from all the both of the witnesses and Cardi herself. But I should mention, just in case you want to know, there is an instruction in the jury instructions that deals with the defense of self-defense. Counsel said that is inapplicable here because Cardi denies that she touched anyone or had to act in self-defense, or that she cut plaintiff. The point he's overlooking is that is up to you. You've heard the evidence. We think it's overwhelming that Cardi did not touch a plaintiff at any point in time and did not touch this magic appearing, disappearing scar. But we have to be careful as lawyers. So we've included a self-defense, a defense of self-defense instruction, which means that if you were to find that Cardi did touch plaintiff, or that somehow a chest-to-chest caused by plaintiff is assault by Cardi, which we dispute strongly, there is an instruction that the judge has given you that self-defense applies if a person reasonably believes that another person was going to harm her or him, and the person uses only the amount of force reasonably necessary for protection. I think there can be no doubt that Cardi was faced with someone bigger than her.
Why did he say magic disappearing scar? Okay, because I was like looking at that photo. Where's the scar? Like I see makeup, I see contour. Yeah. Where's the scar?
Who was trying to hurt her? We know that from both Cardi's testimony, Tiara's testimony, Tiara Malcolm, and I believe also Dr. Finke. But let's talk about Ms. Malcolm. Tiara Malcolm.
Child, good question, child. Child, good question. We gotta go. Let's go see that video. But wait, we're watching closing arguments. We'll check it out.
We called her as a witness, so we'll add her there. And she is one of the 4 people who are in the hallway, and she testified as an eyewitness, and she has no axe to grind. She's not a friend of plaintiff. She's not a friend of Cardi. She doesn't work for Cardi. They never met before. And so, again, she's an independent third-party witness. She testified that she was Dr. Finke's receptionist and expecting Cardi for a secret appointment. As a receptionist, she was near the front door. That's why she got out first before Dr. Finke, whose office was in the back. She testified it was a Saturday and all the other offices in the building were closed. And they closed early because, quote, they didn't want anyone there when Cardi arrived. When Ms. Malcolm, she testified that when she heard yelling, she immediately ran out. She's near the door. There's nothing she really could have missed once the yelling started. Defendant's counsel has argued that, again, that she wasn't there in the beginning, but we know from her testimony that she was near the door, immediately ran out when she heard yelling. Now we have a visual rendering based on plaintiff's own photograph of the hallway outside the doctor's office and based on the testimony and Cardi of Ms. Malcolm. This shows how far, you see the elevator bank and you see the doors that are depicted in the photograph that the plaintiff showed you, plaintiff's counsel showed you. And where did they end up? They ended up in that corner. That's how far this demonstrates, based on the testimony and evidence in this case, how far plaintiff forced Cardi B backwards and into the corner that Tiara Malcolm saw her when Tiara opened the door into the hallway. Ms. Malcolm specifically testified that when she opened the door, she saw that plaintiff had Cardi against the corner. Ms. Malcolm testified that she said, "What are you doing? You're at work. Go back to your post." And that the plaintiff just refused. She was going after Cardi. She was yelling, screaming. Ms. Malcolm testified that she got between them, with Cardi behind her and with Ms. Malcolm facing plaintiff. The evidence is
that at that point, Ms. Malcolm testified that plaintiff was swinging at Cardi, who was behind Ms. Malcolm. That's what she testified to. Now, Ms. Malcolm didn't realize at first that she was hit. She went after Dr. Finke came out and tried to deal with plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm took Cardi into the office, and someone else at the office, this is what she testified, what Ms. Malcolm testified to, someone else at the office said, "What happened to your head?" That's when she found out. In all the brouhaha, she did not realize with Cardi behind her and plaintiff in front of her swinging away, Ms. Malcolm did not realize that she had been hit. Now, counsel told you in his opening statement that Ms. Malcolm didn't know she was hit. She knew she was hit. She went back to the office and she saw the scratch on her own head. Counsel has argued
Your Honor, I would object to him referring to counsel. We can talk about facts, not counsel.
Plaintiff's counsel has argued to you that Ms. Malcolm didn't know who hit her. Okay, and he dwelled on that a lot in his cross-examination of Ms. Malcolm. And with all the things flying, with all of plaintiff's hands flying in the air, what Ms. Malcolm explained is her back was to Cardi. Ms. Malcolm specifically testified she did not see Cardi's hands go in front of her, go by Ms. Malcolm's head. But she did see plaintiff flailing away trying to get to Cardi. That's why she concludes that it was plaintiff who hit her. And it only makes sense. Cardi was behind Ms. Malcolm, and Ms. Malcolm was hit in the forehead, face to face with plaintiff. Again, I apologize for the language, but it's important that you hear this. Ms. Malcolm also heard plaintiff, who was almost double the size of Cardi, expressly threatened in no uncertain terms to harm Cardi. Quote, "I will F your shit up." That's what Tiara Malcolm testified to. She heard plaintiff threaten Cardi. That's an express threat. If anyone was being assaulted by threats of immediate offensive contact, it was Cardi who was being assaulted by plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm testified that while Cardi was behind her and Ms. Malcolm was face to face with plaintiff, Ms. Malcolm did not see any scratches or cuts on plaintiff's face, any blood on plaintiff's face, any injury at all on plaintiff's face, or any spit or spittle on plaintiff's face. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Dr. Finke came out of the office into the hallway and tried to get plaintiff to stop and wait. Ms. Malcolm then got Cardi into the doctor's office. She testified that throughout this, plaintiff had her phone in her hand. I want to repeat that. So she testified here that she was using earphones. We've got another witness who says plaintiff was standing there, flailing away with her phone in her hand. Now, Ms. Malcolm also testified, and I know this gets a little bit repetitive, but it's important you remember this testimony and you take it into account when you deliberate. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Cardi did not hit plaintiff, that Cardi did not cut plaintiff with her fingernails, that Cardi did not use the N-word. Ms. Malcolm testified with Cardi behind her, almost touching her back. She did not see or feel Cardi swing at plaintiff. They didn't touch each other, although counsel asked, what about chest to chest? And Ms. Malcolm testified, which seems truthfully, when plaintiff had Cardi in a corner, Malcolm could not tell if their chests were touching. That's because she's behind them. She's coming out of the office door. Ms. Malcolm also testified that a few months later, plaintiff asked Ms. Malcolm to help her go after Cardi. Now, if you remember, counsel for plaintiff elicited testimony from plaintiff that she never really intended to sue Cardi. She never intended to go after Cardi. But that's not what Ms. Malcolm says. This plaintiff was trying to elicit witnesses to support a claim against Cardi. And Ms. Malcolm said, thank you, but no thank you. And she did that because she felt the plaintiff was at fault and, quote, she handled everything unprofessionally, close quote. Now, we also called Dr. Finke. He too was there the day of the incident, and he too has no axe to grind. He is not her regular doctor and never has been. He saw her that one occasion on February 24, 2018, when Cardi was here for work for the NBA All-Star Weekend and was concerned. She was pregnant, she wanted to see an obstetrician, and an appointment was made. He is a completely disinterested third-party witness with no axe to grind. Now, Dr. Finke, like Cardi and like Tiara Malcolm, testified that plaintiff, well, first of all, he testified his office was at the back of the suite. He heard yelling and he immediately ran to the front. Okay, so he gets there very quickly too. And he just has a little bit more distance to cover. And he testified, like Cardi and like Ms. Malcolm, that plaintiff had her cell phone in her hand. He saw plaintiff trying to hit Cardi. He saw poor Ms. Malcolm in the middle. And by the way, do you remember in the opening counsel for plaintiff said, well, Ms. Malcolm threw herself into the fight. If she gets hit, she gets hit. That's what happens when you try to help. I mean, really? I mean, you know, she's a doctor's receptionist. She sees a patient coming there for a secret appointment, a pregnant patient. She tries to stop a security guard who's got the patient cornered in the hallway. And that's like, she asked for it? Is that really the answer? Dr. Finke also testified that Ms. Ellis had scratched Ms. Ellis, plaintiff had scratched Malcolm's head. If you remember, the evidence is that
yes, Cardi keeps nodding off, falling asleep. She looks bored. She looks uninterested. She might be tired, you know, of course, like she might be tired. And she might be staying up late, and she has children that she has to take care of as well. So yeah.
Tiara Malcolm did not realize she was scratched until someone else in the office, the doctor's office, pointed it out. And also that Dr. Finke, once he got plaintiff to leave, which she refused to do, that he went back into the office. So he had a chance to see her at that point. That supports his testimony that he saw the scratch on Malcolm, not on plaintiff. Dr. Finke also testified that he told plaintiff, do your job, you're a security guard. But plaintiff kept yelling and she refused to leave. Kept yelling at them, kept yelling at Cardi. Now, while Dr. Finke tried to get plaintiff to leave, he was face to face with her. He testified they were within a foot of each other. And he testified he saw no cuts or scratches to plaintiff's face. He saw no blood on her face. Despite the fact that he testified that a cut on one's face bleeds more than a cut on any part of the body. This woman claims that she was cut in that encounter.
So I looks like the judge about to fall asleep unless it's from an angle. Like, wake up, wake up. And secondly, y'all got to come on with these closing arguments. Y'all can have everybody going to be asleep, including me.
But no one has testified that she had blood in her face. In fact, she testified she doesn't know if she had blood on her face from a scratch that has supposedly ruined her life. He also testified that he saw no spit or spittle on her. He also heard.
All right,
he was
Judge,
there
I'm falling asleep now.
when
I'm looking embarrassed.
Plaintiff expressly threatened harm to Cardi by saying, I will F your S up. Now, Finke testified that Cardi did not spit on plaintiff or anyone else, did not take a swing at plaintiff, did not hit plaintiff, did not cut or scratch plaintiff, did not threaten to get plaintiff fired, did not use the N-word, and did not call plaintiff fat or poor.
The thing is, like I said earlier, Cardi knows that people are recording. She's walking out there and everyone is on camera. They have their phones. She knows everyone is live and they're recording her live. And you know everyone is recording you live. It's not no secret lobby or no hallway or no building that has been shut down just for you. It's outside, it's public, you were security, you know, cameras and crews are out there, and then you throw a pin. In my opinion, she did that. It's for attention. Why else would she do that with lights, camera, action? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, hold on.
poor. Dr. Finke also testified that once Cardi was safe in his office, he examined her in an examining room, and she did not have 3-inch fingernails. Now, in an interesting term, that was a surprise to me as well. He said he actually notices his patient's fingernails because it's a way of calming them down. It's a way of lightening the mood in the examination. So he's seen a lot of fingernails. And he looked at hers, and hers were not 3 inches. There were allegations, and you've heard little bits of it, that Cardi supposedly got plaintiff fired. Actually, Dr. Finke said it was him. He told his administrator, his practice administrator, that this was outrageous, and based on the conduct he saw, plaintiff had to go. Cardi did not make a complaint. Cardi is not the reason that plaintiff got fired. Plaintiff is the reason that plaintiff got fired. Our evidence also included plaintiff's February 24, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff was asked in discovery, and we read some of that to you, which are formal written requests for documents or information, sworn under oath by plaintiff in this case. We asked for documents relating to the incident, emails relating to the incident. She never produced her incident report. We had to subpoena it from Ally. That's how we got it. We didn't get it from her. She claimed it didn't exist. Once again, common sense. There's something wrong there. We had to serve a subpoena on Ally, who produced a copy of the incident report, and we relied on that incident report because of plaintiff's inconsistencies and admissions. Now, it contains a lot of her accusations, and we believe the evidence is clear that they are false, but it also includes...
I hate to say it as well, but it's true. Sometimes people, if you get money and power and success, you can start thinking that you're above, you're above like things. You're not gonna, you're invincible. You're not gonna get in trouble. People are, I could pay a lawyer for this and a lawyer for that. They'll get me out of trouble. They'll get me out of this. You know, you become invincible. So I believe that some people do things because they feel like they can just do it and get away with it. There's not going to be a consequence to it.
There's some interesting statements by plaintiff. This is 2 days after the February 24, 2018 incident. Plaintiff, who testified, if you remember, that incident reports are very important. And she testified, and in the incident report, she told her supervisor that plaintiff, that Cardi had scratched plaintiff's nose, not cheek, nose. 2 days after the incident, when she's blaming all of this on Cardi, which I think it's safe to assume that she was improperly doing so, given all the evidence we've heard. Plaintiff told her supervisor 2 days later, Cardi's with 3-inch nails, the evidence is against that as well, scratched plaintiff's nose. Nothing about a cheek. And again, a nose is not a cheek. They're different. This raises 2 points, really. Plaintiff's first statement that Cardi scratched her nose is directly contrary to plaintiff's sworn testimony here that Cardi scratched her cheek. Okay, so if we accept that,
Emani, just hang it up flat screen and just go back to your oodles and noodles, child, because I don't know how a jury can give you no money. You first reported that it was your nose that was scratched, now it's your damn invisible scar on your cheek. And Emani, then the security guard attacked you, assaulted you as though one, and he didn't even go up there, or he didn't even go to that area of the building. Girl, hang it up flat screen. This is a mess. Like, this is embarrassing at this point. So one of your lawyer was stumbling during his closing arguments. He's less confident about this case. I think I got to go back and listen to his opening. I think he probably grew less and less confident as time went on.
And the statement that she put in her report is clearly false, because she's now saying and she's been saying for a couple of years, no, it wasn't my nose, it was my cheek. Second, plaintiff admits that her nose was not scratched. So this is a very important document because it confirms that she made false statements about the incident.
Girl, yeah, I'm done. It's right here. She didn't want that incident report to get out. They had to request it. This reminds me of these basement people I expose online. Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing, y'all. Lord have mercy. At this time, she continued to yell at me and point her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. Oh my gosh. Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Girl, you don't went into the bathroom and you don't scratch your own face a little bit so you could try to have something on your face. If that surgeon operated on your face, it's for something you did to your own face. You sat there with a razor in your hand. You said, $24 million to slice. $24 million. And then you was too scared to go too deep, so you just went a little graze on top of your skin. $24 million. 24. You did a little something to your cheek, so nobody can barely see because you're too scared to even do that. So then you went to the surgeon, have him get $15,000. How much money he got off doing a little, something that you could have used some derma on? Child, it said scratching my nose. So she scratched your nose when you first reported it. Incident report, scratch your nose. Imani, I knew it. See, y'all cannot be fooling me. See, you might get some coins if you got some people on some of the jurors fall for this scam. But I already knew what time it was. That's why I said my neck, my back, my shoulders, and my back. Oh, my back hurt. Wait. Who hit me? Oh, Rihanna hit me. And you sure that's Rihanna? Okay. Oh, my back, my neck, my shoulders hurt. Oh, I can barely get up. Oh. Yeah, and somebody was like, who hit me? And it was like, oh, that's the neighbor from across the road. I'm like, oh shit, fuck. I still gotta go to work. So y'all know how I go. Like, I already knew what time it was. And girl, look, it says that she reported initially that it was her nose that was scratched. And they said that they need her incident report, and she said she don't know how to get it, or she don't know how, like it's acting like it don't exist. So they went ahead and subpoenaed her damn incident report, and they got it, and then that's why she want to turn it in. It says it's nose. Just a smoking gun. This is a smoking gun, and all they need. Now, if you get one penny, them jurors are dumb. You don't even get one penny. So if you really had nothing really wrong with your face, then what that doctor allegedly operated on? Y'all need to stop playing.
She made the false statement that Cardi had scratched her nose.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
This statement, this incident report that she said is very important, also apologized to Ally and the building owner, quote, for behaving the way I did. Okay.
And then, then you gave an apology to the building owner, Douglas. Hey, Doug, I'm sorry, after the food. Top flight security, baby. Mall cop. Robocop. Yeah. I was a security officer that I turned into a fence then. Yeah. Lord have mercy. So she don't apologize to the building owner, Ally, Universal, for behaving the way I did. So you already knew you was out of order. You already knew you said, and it's not just a regular apology. You said for behaving the way I did. For behaving, that means you misbehaved. You actually admitted to misbehaving. It's something I could say, like just a regular apology, like, oh, I'm sorry that this happened in this building, there's some sort of issue, but you actually said for behaving the way I did, so you already knew that your actions were inappropriate. Nobody ain't got to say it. You said it yourself. It would never happen again. I have learned so much from this unfortunate girl. I knew it when I saw you mean mugging in that courtroom, like you wasn't afraid of nobody, and like you were ready to fight Cardi B again. You was in that courtroom like you want to fight her again, put hands on her, mean mugging, like and who gonna check me and who gonna check me, mean mugging.
Why would she apologize to them if she was attacked? Why
This lawyer's like, this is so frivolous. Like, why would you apologize if you're attacked? If you're the one attacked, if I'm a victim, Ada didn't go up. If I'm a victim, I'm not gonna be apologizing for shit. Like, y'all better be pouring some sympathy and empathy my way. Have me a pity party around here. I ain't apologizing for shit. So yeah, you know.
That she would apologize for it. Again, common sense. She was apologizing because of the way she was behaving. She's apologizing to them for her professional misconduct. She's apologizing to them for attacking a medical patient who's trying to go in for a medical exam. Can I have a little bit of extra time since counsel got extra time?
I don't know that he did, but please figure out.
Okay.
Nah, yeah, I heard the judge right.
Do this a little bit faster.
Come on now, come on. Whoever said is right. Y'all, come on now.
Apologize. We also called Nicole McKenzie. Nicole McKenzie is an interesting person because she's a psychologist, a workers' comp psychologist, and plaintiff called her too. It's baffling why he did, because all of her testimony only helped Cardi. First of all, no one called Dr. McKenzie as a psych witness. There were no psych witness questions. We called her because what plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie in April of 2018, just 2 months later, is directly contrary to what she's been saying. Ms. McKenna testified that let me rephrase this because I'm trying to cut some of this out. Ms. McKenzie, who you may remember, testified in this case that everything that she was saying was what plaintiff had told her. And she testified that when Dr. McKenzie did the evaluation, plaintiff made no mention of being scratched, cut, or even touched by Cardi. She actually said Cardi, quote, almost, close quote, touched her.
Almost. So you done told someone else that she almost touched you. Almost ain't good enough. You didn't hear that before? You ain't heard that before? You never hear that before? Almost ain't good enough, child. Girl, that was a better way you could have ran this play to get you, some steaks and lobsters instead of oodles and noodles and peanut butter sandwiches, but child, bologna sandwiches. So with that being said, you didn't run this right. Okay, you're a DBU student trying to do a scam. If you was in this sector, I would send your ass to the basement because it's on basement level shit and you getting debunked and debunked looking crazy. Okay?
Almost is not touching. Plaintiff has offered no explanation as to why she told Dr. McKenzie Cardi almost touched her. Ms. McKenzie also testified that in doing her evaluation, she would note any physical symptoms. And she confirmed that plaintiff identified no physical symptoms 2 months after she supposedly got cut in this incident. And in response to one or more of the jurors' questions, the judge elicited the response from Dr. McKenzie.
Now, the only time you will hire Emani as a security guard is if you want you would never hire that type of security guard. Yeah, you hired a security guard to protect you, and next thing you know, they beating on your ass. You're like, dang, I hired you for me, like, to be my bodyguard. You turned on me, child. So that's like, I hope she ain't doing that type of job no more, or she'll learn her lesson.
That it was her standard practice that even if someone came to her just for a psychological examination, that she would also note any physical symptoms that were reported, and also that if she saw the patient and saw, if they've got a cut or scrape or a bruise or whatever.
But you're saying, she could still get some money. They might still give her like a couple. They might give her 20 stacks. You don't know. You never know who's on the jury. She might be fooling people. Y'all might be like, people can peep game, but it's up to the jurors, and they might not peep the same game. They might say, oh, we can get her this or get her that, and she gonna walk away like, oh, I got some money. Okay.
Yep, she'd note that as well in the report, and none of that was noted because none of it existed. We also asked plaintiff about her Kaiser medical records. At this point, I'll just mention that she testified and admitted that out of 161 pages of medical records over 2 years, there was no mention of any cuts, scratches, anxiety, PTSD, or anything else. Counsel noted that we called Dr. Rosenberg.
161 pages of medical records, and y'all just ate. Why y'all just tell me y'all gonna eat her up? Y'all just ate her up and left no crumbs. She ain't no way. So that's why that other lawyer over there looking crazy. He is looking crazy because of all the stuff that has been. He already know his ass is toast up. That's why he over there begging, like, please, can y'all get 15,000, 20,000? Can I get 25,000, 30,000 in the back, 30, 40, 50? Okay, 200,000. Okay, you got 250,000. He's trying to do a whole auction over here. Like, y'all give us something, child.
Who is a lifetime board certified medical doctor who specializes in psychiatry. He has impeccable credentials and decades of experience. He, by the way, does not work on a lien basis. He does not work, we paid him, he does not work on a lien basis. So he doesn't have the same incentive that Dr. Mulligan has to spin his story. Dr. Rosenberg wasn't asked to diagnose any psychiatric conditions that plaintiff has. So in his report, he specifically said no diagnosis. But he did come to conclusions, okay, which is different than a diagnosis. And what he did was he had a 6-hour recorded interview of her, and he had her take a gold standard test of 335 questions. And what he learned from the test was that she claimed symptoms, different symptoms, and so many symptoms that only 2 out of 1 billion people in the world have those symptoms. He also testified that there were...
Girl, you sitting there trying to diagnose yourself by circling this answer and bubbling in this answer and bubbling this and bubbling that. You done bubbled yourself into some odd stats. Bubble herself some odd statistics around here. Woo, girl, if you don't stop. When cheating makes you look like a weirdo. Okay.
Inconsistencies with her story. God. We talked about the McKenzie analysis. In fact, that the plaintiff didn't mention any problems or physical injuries to Dr. McKenzie. We've talked about the initial incident report, which says a scratch on the nose, but not a scratch on the... So with all these different inconsistencies, that went into his analysis as well. Now, he also considered that in the Kaiser medical records, there's no indication of any of those injuries. And counsel, for some reason, focuses on vaginal discharge to say, well, if you're going for that, you're not going to mention a cut or scrape. But that's not what Dr. Rosenberg testified to. He testified that in April 2022, plaintiff went into Kaiser for a complete history and physical, and plaintiff specifically in questioning denied any kind of mental health issues, including anxiety or sleep problems. In April 2023, she went in again, and for hand pain that time, and she was specifically asked, Dr. Rosenberg said that's what Kaiser does. They ask you about everything, just noted in the records. And she was asked, but again, reported no emotional problems and did not request mental health assistance. I should also mention this claim about PTSD. Dr. Rosenberg testified that you can't, quote unquote, an argument or an unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. The claim of PTSD is frankly an offense to those people who actually have it. She had a 45-second argument. She was fired. That is not what gives you post-traumatic stress syndrome. And we know that because we've heard it from a licensed psychiatrist who did all those tests and interviewed her for 6 hours. I should mention that Dr. Mulliken is a plastic surgeon. He's not a psychiatrist. So Dr. Mulliken couldn't and didn't rebut Dr. Rosenberg's conclusion that plaintiff is feigning. Counsel said, well, why didn't the defendants call a plastic surgeon expert? Because we don't see a scar. To call someone to say, can you examine this person? Do they have a scar? You can look at the photograph. Why would we call a plastic surgeon? Conversely, though.
Okay, we're going to have to put a timer on y'all. Because I know you ain't still flipping through that and flipping through that. How many pages you got left? How many pages you got left? Okay, it's time for you to hurry up. You're going longer than the last guy. I'm thinking that he's talkative, and now he's talkative and you're long-winded. You're long-winded.
They want to prove that plaintiff had psychological injuries. Why didn't they call a psychiatrist? Let's talk a little bit about plaintiff's shifting stories. First of all, plaintiff alleges that Cardi spit on her. It's a disgusting allegation, of course, and I hate to even mention it. And everyone else says it didn't happen. But for her part, plaintiff also hasn't gotten her story straight. If you remember, last Monday she testified in her February 26, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff told her supervisor that Cardi spit on her before people came out of the doctor's office. But at her deposition, plaintiff testified that Cardi spit on her after they came out. She can't get her story straight. That's that simple. Counsel has referred to spittle. And so what he's basically backed off of is initially it was a terrible spitting at.
They need to stop this angle because the judge keep on trying to I think he's just looking down at a computer. Sometimes you're looking down at a computer and your eyes are already squinty looking. It can seem like you're asleep. But he need to stop because you're gonna make me extra sleepy myself.
Now it's, well, maybe it was an accidental spittle, say it, don't spray it kind of thing from junior high school. There's no evidence that happened, but it's also not an assault. It's also, when you look at the jury instructions, you'll see that an assault requires intentional conduct, intentional battery. Accidentally, spraying a little bit of spittle when you're arguing, that is not an assault, and there's no evidence that it even happened.
Is everybody about to fall asleep? They need to hurry up for everybody to fall asleep, and they're gonna have to redo this whole thing. If the judge falls asleep, it's gonna be a problem because it's like, why the judge fell asleep? Come on now, y'all. Y'all gotta hurry up before people fall asleep.
Plaintiff also is strikingly inconsistent regarding her claim that Cardi touched her. We'll go through this quickly. We talked about in the February 26, 2018 incident report. Supposedly Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. In April of 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie that Cardi
oh my gosh, I'm dead, I'm deceased. I know that feeling. I almost got caught slipping by the fall asleep. So he's like, let me turn this computer on and do something on this computer to keep my ass awake. Because if I ain't doing something, I'm leaning back and chill back in this air conditioner, I'm pissed out.
Touched her. In sworn responses in discovery in this case, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi viciously beat plaintiff about the head, face, and body. You haven't heard that, in this trial. No one said that occurred. In her deposition, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi struck her on her nose and cheek, and plaintiff acted out Cardi jabbing plaintiff's face with an outstretched index finger, which is directly contrary to, and you saw that videotape of that, it's directly contrary to what Dr. Mulligan testified he thought happened.
Objection, Your Honor. We're going about over an hour now.
What's your objection?
That we agreed to 1 hour.
Okay, counsel, what's your wrap it up?
Child, he said, look, you was rushing me. Now, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta be fair. You were rushing him to be done, and y'all was all disrespectful towards that man while he's struggling over there trying to win the millions of dollars. He's trying to win that money, and y'all rushing him. So he's like, oh, hold up. Now, everyone know how I feel when somebody else get more time. Like, wait. How come you getting more time? You get more time. You got 30 more minutes. I'm getting my 30 more minutes. It's all fair. And you pulling out all these charts. We are not at no conference. Put this chart away. You should be wrapping up, not pulling out a chart. Okay?
Can I have 3 minutes? Okay. I'm sorry, there's more to talk about, but I've got to go. Ultimately, this case comes down to what happened in a minute in a medical building hallway. And to believe plaintiff, you would have to disbelieve Cardi, you would have to disbelieve Ms. Malcolm, you would have to disbelieve Dr. Finke, and you would have to ignore all of plaintiff's contradictory statements, including whether she had a cell phone, whether she had an earpiece, all that stuff. This is not a difficult case. It is not a close case. Plaintiff has the burden of proof, and the evidence is overwhelming in Cardi's favor. Plaintiff has not met her burden of proof. And plaintiff's demand for whether it's the $24 million that was testified to at trial or the $250,000 plus that you heard today makes no sense. She suffered no injury. Cardi did not do anything wrong except try to protect her baby and get to a doctor. The court will provide you with a verdict form, and we urge you that the evidence and common sense require that you answer questions 1 to 2 as no. That will skip you over to section B. We ask that you answer question 5 no. That will skip you over to section C. We ask that you answer question 8 no, which will skip you to section D. We ask that you answer question 12 no, which is then the end of the verdict, and you can have the foreperson sign it. I also want to note that for each of these questions, as the judge previously told you, 9 people do not have to agree. You can have 9 people agree on one, a different group of 9 people on another. And we ultimately, we thank you for your time, for your consideration, and you know how we wish you roll. So thank you.
All right, and folks, as we indicated, the plaintiff gets the first and last word, so time for a rebuttal case for plaintiff.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming back. So this is the end of the road now. I said a lot of things this morning. And I basically don't want to repeat all of it. The main point that I want to highlight, which what counsel has brought up, is the incident report. In the incident report, Ms. Emani Ellis tells her supervisor that the defendant put her fingernail into her face. You will see that. Into her face and scratched her nose. She caused damage to her face. It was a physical contact. As far as the spitting, I never brought up the word spittle. I don't know what that is exactly means, but in either event, Emani Ellis, who was there, who was a witness to this incident, testified that the defendant spit on her, actually spit on her, which is an assault and a battery. Everybody gets an attorney. Everyone gets to have an attorney. Even Cardi B gets to have an attorney. All of these comments and all of these things are smoke and mirrors to hide up the truth. Bottom line is, Miss Emani Ellis, who was there, testified multiple times. She never did anything wrong in her life. She was a model citizen, good person, and she basically was doing her job as a security guard. And the defendant refused to cooperate, caused a disturbance, physically assaulted and battered her, spit on her, took a swing at her, and ultimately a couple of witnesses came after the fact, and they were not witnesses to the entire incident. The entire incident really took place between Emani Ellis and Cardi B. And it really is going to come down to, who do you believe? Who do you believe? Are you going to believe Emani Ellis, who was a security guard, who did her job, who was there, who never had any problems of any kind? Or are you going to listen to somebody who's yelling and screaming, has anger management problems?
Objection.
Got angry on that day. There's no question. She admitted it. She said she was angry. She got angry. She attacked the plaintiff. She spit on her. She used the N-word, disrespectful. She took a swing at her. She did everything possible to cause her so much emotional anguish and try to get a reaction out of her. I don't know how it was that Emani Ellis was able to contain herself, maybe because she is so peaceful. You heard lots and lots of testimony about how she was peaceful. The issue with Dr. Mulliken, at some point I did ask Dr. Mulliken, could this scratch, could this cut have been done by someone who's left-handed or right-handed? At the end, he was very clear. You can ask the testimony to be written back to you. He said it could be done by either a right-handed person or a left-handed person, either one. And when we had Cardi B on the stand, she said she was disabled because she was pregnant. But at the end of the day, she wasn't disabled with her hands. And you can cut someone with either hand, both hands. Go to the bench press, both hands. Anything can happen with both hands. This is not somebody who was taking a swing with a basket. In baseball, you must use the correct. No, this injury could happen with the right hand or left hand, and Dr. Melkin clarified that and said it could happen with either hand. Again, the evidence that needs to be brought forth needs to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. We don't have to prove 100%. We have to prove featherweight more than 50%. In this case, we have given you so much different evidence from different people, which was Emani Ellis, her grandmother, her mother, and all of the medical records. We have a plastic surgeon who came here and explained everything. You now have the case before you where you can now determine what you feel Emani. Ellis should receive to make her whole. And counsel brought up some points to try to maybe muddy the waters in a sense and try to change what really happened here. At the end of the day, we have overwhelming evidence that Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered, and we thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes. The presentation of evidence and argument. You're now going to be shown to the jury room. We do have a hard stop at 4:30, and by no means would I suggest that you should try and rush to be done by then. You do need to deliberate and consider all of the evidence before answering the questions on the jury form. And so if indeed it takes you longer than 4:30 today, then we will need to come back tomorrow. If you want to take a break, you can take a break, but you all need to be back together in the jury room. So please do not deliberate until all of you are back together. To the extent that we do come back tomorrow, if you want to bring snacks or anything like that, that's fine. We can discuss that a little bit later. But for now, can I have Cynthia swear in Vanessa, please? Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the jury and keep them together, that you will not communicate with them yourself, nor allow anyone else to communicate with them upon matters connected with the case, except on order of the court, and when they have agreed upon a verdict, you will return them into the court, so help you God?
I do.
And do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the alternate juror and keep her apart from the jury while they deliberate on the cause until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have you state your first and last name for the record?
Vanessa Garcia.
Thank you.
Vanessa?
Yes, you do.
I want to talk to the juror, the alternate.
Pens, notebooks, and personal items, and we're going to go ahead and head into that. Juror number 8, can you get Juror number 7, can you get to my alternate, if you could just stay in your seat. Thank you.
You see the door's closed? There it is. Okay. All right, we're still on the record outside the presence of the jury. We do have the alternate number 1 here. Ma'am, on Wednesday, did you have any conversations with any of the witnesses? Were you sitting? Yeah, you.
Me?
Yes. Were you outside? Did you sit next to the plaintiff's grandmother on Wednesday?
The grandmother?
Correct.
I can't remember, but I did sit once, at least once.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I don't remember what I said, if I did.
Okay, so she didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything about this.
Nothing about the trial.
No.
Okay, very good.
Not at all.
Vanessa's going to excuse you to the jury room. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll take your number.
Thank you.
And then I'll take your.
Thank you.
And just for the party's information, they had some kind of conversation, may have been innocent, I just wanted to rule out an improper contact. If you could please either stay close or give a cell phone number to Cynthia. Just please stay within a couple minutes in case we get any questions from the jury or if we get a verdict. Yes.
So I do want to put something on the record, but not about counsel.
Okay.
I think it's important. I think this court has a duty to handle the situation, which is what happened. During the lunch hour, Cardi B went outside and threw something at one of the news reporters. I have it on video. She's been staring at my clients, all 3 of them, trying to intimidate them. I think it's unfair, and it's they feel scared. feel scared about what she may do to them because of what she did to that court reporter, which I have on video.
To the court reporter?
I'm sorry, to one of the news reporters. She threw an item at the news reporter, physically in front of this courthouse, on court property, outside this courtroom. So I would ask that she be admonished and be told not to handle herself in this way and not to look at my clients anymore.
All right, so the court can't make any orders for conduct that the court didn't witness.
I can show the court the video.
Well, I still haven't witnessed it. To the extent I think it appropriate that the parties be courteous to each other. I don't think it's appropriate for anyone to
yes, I was talking.
either threaten anyone or even by way of staring at someone. People can take offense to that. So please continue that courteous.
So I guess y'all didn't hear me. I was just saying, like, I don't know if y'all heard me. I said that someone snitched on her. I was just saying that snitched on her and told, like, that guy's mad because they said that they wanted him to be penalized and possibly sanctioned or something. So now he's trying to say, look what Cardi was doing outside. She's being hostile towards people over here on this side, and she needs to be admonished. She needs to be in trouble.
Can I just add one thing? Sure. I've been sitting here throughout the whole trial. Plaintiff has never looked this way, so I don't know what she's talking about. Okay. Second, plaintiff is halfway between Cardi and the jury box and the witness. I have never seen Cardi do anything else other than watch. Sometimes she, in response to a witness, may like wonder like what, but I have not seen anything that plaintiff's counsel has claimed.
Okay. All right, and we do have extra security here just in case there's any kind of issue. All right, stay close.
Yes, thank you.
Stay close because, they have until 4:30. They could possibly make a decision. If not, then they will come back tomorrow. So with that being said, I am out, y'all. If a verdict comes in and I'm on, I'll update on my community wall. Otherwise, I will just see y'all later. And this has been a long live because I will not be live until most likely the weekend. So again, if anyone says, where is Dani? I'm just gonna take a break.
Over and over again. And all the jury sees.
So the jury has begun deliberations. I will be going live on the weekend. Okay, but I definitely wanted to get people caught up on the Cardi B trial because that's something I was planning on covering before. So so I have another topic I want to talk about too in my next live and some other topics. But yeah, I'll see y'all most likely probably. I'm not gonna say a day, but anyways, I love y'all and I appreciate y'all for being in this live. I hope y'all enjoyed it. For those that actually wanted to get caught up on the Cardi B trial to see what's happening, I have not played all the testimonies, so check out the rest of the testimonies if you're actually interested. But I did play some of the main testimonies that were brought up, and then also now we're at jury deliberations now, and now the jury will make their decision at any moment, and I don't know if it's going to be today or even tomorrow, but we shall see, and we'll see who actually was right about what's happening with this. Now, I will say this is something that is crazy. It's crazy, and I enjoyed y'all's engagement and participation in the chat and y'all's thoughts and opinions, and actually, you know, looking forward to the actual decision of the jury and see if it kind of matches what we've been saying all day or not, or what they've done. Okay. Anyways, bye y'all. Bye.
You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in timeout. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama should get ya. Oh, you gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today. You gon' find out. Yo, anywhere, any place, map it out. It's on site. You gon' pull up, you ain't gon' pull off. You gon' fuck around and find out. Oh, you thought you could try me. Oh, you thought you could play me. I'm the coach, you the player. You can't teach the coach. You can't play the coach. You can't beat me at my own game. You can't cheat when it's my game. Checkmate, don't calculate. I win, you lose. That's 1 for me, 0 for you. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. Why them other bitches mad? Why them other bitches hating? These bitches is mad. These bitches is sad cause they fucked around and found out. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in timeout. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama should get ya. Oh, you gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today. You gon' find out. Ain't the one to play with. Go play with your mama. Ain't one of your little friends. Go play with your coochie cause it's played out. Ran through just like you. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out what the mother bitches talking about. How I beat them, how I quit them. You gon' fuck around and find out. The mother niggas tried to play me and they got played like a fiddle. Now they feeling little like a handful of cards. I saw they hands, I saw they cards played them before they could play me. They fucked around and found out. Treat me like I'm dumb, you gon' look dumb. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in timeout. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama should gave ya. Oh, you gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today. You gon' find out. Oh, your mouth gon' get you in trouble. Humble yourself before I humble you. Because if I clock you, I'ma rock you. I'ma snatch you up. Dog walk you, fuck you up.